famous people. I'm here at the other house, which I formerly had called the rental, but we never actually rented it. Now it's the house for sale, because it actually has a sign in front of it. The realtor put that there, so that's cool. And I'm here to do some more work here today, because I need to get it done before Monday when the picture person comes to take pictures. What is there left to do, you might well ask? A fair amount, but not a shit ton. So I need to go look at the bathroom. I'm probably going to have to do some touch-ups in the bathroom before I put away the paint once and for all. Let's take a gander at the bathroom and see how it looks. I mean, it looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. I guess I just need to come in around here and scrape off where I got paint on in the wrong spots and stuff. Get the paint off of the floor. Maybe I am done painting. Oh no, I have to get this door again, huh? It's fine, I think. Yeah, I think it's fine. Alright, well, I'm going to need to reinstall this mirror that was hung just on that one thing, I guess. Maybe that's the first thing I can do. Hello, Jay Turnbull. Hello, Winston Vaughn. I successfully did this. I moved those things over and put this to there. So that's pretty good. And this I could push back a little bit because the paint behind it. That's why it's out, I guess. But I should probably scrape right here where there's some paint first. Anyway, I gotta settle into some tasso here. Before I do, I'm trying to survey what needs to be done, you know? What a terrible place for that drip to be. Let me see if I can get it. I mean, it's not a terrible place because it's kind of hard to see right there, but when I push this back, I guess I probably won't be able to see it. Oh, that's right. It's as far back as it goes. I guess that's good enough. Okay. So, two likes. Who didn't like? I don't know. What's up with the title there? What's up with World War II, America? I was just watching a video at home before I came over here, and it was color footage of World War II. I show media if I didn't say hi. It was taken after Germany's surrender. And part of it, there was a quote from Eisenhower explaining that even though we arrive as conquerors, we are not oppressors, and we are here to ensure, you know, that Germany returned from the war as a free and civil society. He didn't say those words, but that was the gist of it, you know? We sure could use a man like Eisenhower again. You know, he did an amazing job of keeping foremost in his mind core critical American values. You're wearing a Cabrini green? What's that? I don't even know what Cabrini green is. So what should I do? Am I really all the way done painting? seems hard to believe. But I think I might be all the way done painting, in which case I can pull out the drop cloths and stuff. Hydra, sweet one. How are you? Are you sweet? Looks like a cute place. Shouldn't take long to sell. Hopefully not. We're only asking the same, basically the same. A little like $5 grand more than we paid for it, which is really the same because we put more than $5 grand into the septic. So we're just hoping not to take too much of a loss on the place. Really, I feel dumb for having capital wasting away for a year. Not making me any money, just costing me money, and not being able to do anything with it, and just selling it because of my lack of SE, I guess. But at least this is SE, and at least we are getting this done, and selling it put the pressure or impetus on me to actually just say, good enough, wrap it up, whatever, you know. Like, this is not good. I'm gonna have to go on here and get this. Yeah, up there. But there's gonna be a little bit of meowing. I mean, in every life, a little meow must fall. Okay, well, it's a little better, but certainly not clean. Probably just do the easiest things first. Like, it's easier to scrape shit up off the floor than it is off the back because the floor is tile. Okay, well, maybe not. Maybe I should use some of this. Mineral spirits. Put some mineral spirits. I'm gonna get this little broom here. See if it'll come off like that. Do I have just like regular paint in here? I think I do somewhere. These mineral spirits don't seem to be working very well. Oh, this is the same thing. Odorless mineral spirits. This seems better though. Stupid, Eric. Why didn't you put drop cloth down here? Instead of being such a stupid Eric. Eric, be nice to yourself. You weren't completely stupid, just a little bit. There probably will end up being a wash in terms of effort between cleaning up these spots and putting that drop cloth. seems to work pretty well, this screwdriver. I could probably do better with the scraper. Okay, well look. Let's sweep up the floor first. Get all of the little shit up so we can see how much actual paint stains there are. Okay, actually, I'm gonna vacuum. Okay, I'm back in here. Now, listen up, everybody. I want you to listen very carefully. I'm going to turn off the sound, the microphone for a little while I do this vacuuming. I'll put the camera where you can see what I'm doing, but you're not going to want to hear the loud sound of the vacuum cleaner, I don't think. I don't want to hear the loud sound of the vacuum cleaner either, but I will not be able to turn off the microphone. Won't be a solution for me, obviously. So what I will do instead, put these on. Alright, let's see what's going on. I'm just going to vacuum the kitchen floor. It won't take a super long time. Then I will put the microphone back on. Okay. That's back in pretty good. So I'm going to take this TV and this HDMI cable, and I'm going to put them on the porch, where at some point I will carry them to the little wilderness car. Alright, now let's take this TV and HDMI cable out to the patio. Because, you know, I can always drive the little wilderness car like right there and then carry stuff down here. Be probably a little easier. All right. This is for the pressure washer. I'm gonna need this stuff, but I don't need it right this moment. I gotta move this table and bring chairs back in here, so that's why I'm trying to get all the stuff off of the table. Okay, so I've got these two light bulbs here. I'm not sure what is going on with that. So I just put these light bulbs in here. There's one of these light bulbs in here too. I tell you what, let's go check this one thing I want to check downstairs right now. All right, so you see here, we've got, what is going on with this, right? We've got this light there. There's a light switch here. This is nothing. This power cord seems to go around here somewhere. Yeah, it goes around there. And then what, down behind this thing? I wish I brought my flashlight. I need my flashlight for this. I think that's busted. There's a power box there, but I don't know, this doesn't seem to be working. So, it's possible that it just needs a new light bulb, but I think that's unlikely. It's got, looks like either 2 or 3 light bulbs in it. Whoa. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to move the little car and get a ladder to do this. Don't be a dumb American. Try to do something insane. So we're not doing that right now, accordingly. Okay, so we'll do a different task. All right. Let's move the furniture, move the table, move the chairs, then clean up the kitchen floor more. And we'll go from there. Hi, Manny John. Hi, Acacia. Hi, Ike. People rude to that girl. That's messed up. Oh, well. You know what? I don't believe I've ever been compared to Taylor Swift. What's going on? Is it some sort of sexist, exclusionary policy that I can't be compared to Taylor Swift? These I'll put with the drill. Over here is the drill. I'm going to need the drill to put up curtains. Okay, now you can throw a few things away. Like, why are you facing over there? What happened? Are you guys paying attention? Okay. Don't insult young girls playing guitar for their grandfather's memory. It's rude. Unacceptable. Okay, there's gonna be trash. Empty this trash can in here. Problem is a lot of this trash has blue painter's tape in it, so it all gets stacked together. Okay. This and this will move right here, not far from where I currently am. This little water, I'll just pour out the water and throw it this way. Throw that used roller away while I'm at it. I'll save the brushes, but not the rollers, you know. Put that in here. Put this in here. Got a little miniature screwdriver. Another screwdriver. Let's put these over here, I guess, now. This smoke detector needs a new battery in it. So I'll have to bring a AA battery over for that. I have to remember that. Okay. What else do I need to move off this table? Goof off. This is another thing I could use to get off paint drips, old stuff. So let me try that out. See how it works. You can easily get hit on foot or bicycle in the city. They won't even see you. You like chirping ceiling bird? Oh God. Chirping ceiling bird is a nightmare. I wish, it's like, I wouldn't even have any smoke detectors if we weren't selling this house. I'd just take them away. I mean, if we were renting, I'd have to have them, but I just take them away from my house. I don't want them. They're stupid. It's like, There's zero chance that my house is gonna catch on fire and me be asleep and the only thing that saves my life is a smoke detector. It's just like zero chance. My house just isn't very catch on fireable. Okay. These I'll put over here. And now we got this table mostly empty, but we got some little bit of sweepings over here to do. What is this? A little pipe. Just put that in my pocket, I guess. All right, good enough for now. Now let's push the table over where it goes. I'll never be your woman. Listen to that song in the car the other day. Pretty good song. Really well put together. What was that? It's a wipe? It is really dirty over here. I should probably wash it or something first. Fine. Be that way. Do I have any paper towels over here? I'll never be your woman. Sure, I will never be your woman. No matter how much you ask. Okay. I guess I don't have any paper towels over here. Come on, Eric. What is wrong with you? I don't know how I'm going to clean that really without paper towels. What am I going to wipe it up with? I guess I could vacuum it up with the shop vac, but god damn it. You know what? I'm just going to move the table down. I'll clean the floor underneath the table. Wait. How can I not have paper towels over here? That is just insane. There's a lot of chairs for this table. There's 6. Okay, this rag's fine. I don't know what this is for. Who knows what this is for? Nobody. Alright, now let's get more chairs. I bought a big ass dolly here today to move those. So please tell me it's gonna plug in there. Oh yeah, that reaches fine. Okay, good. More chairs now. Let's get more chairs. You can watch from this direction. It'll be exciting for you. Oh, I didn't go that way. That's not going to be very exciting if I don't go that way. I'll go that way this time, don't worry. Move this out of the way. Doing some good extrovert thinking there, Eric. Got 2 more chairs to go. It still didn't come that way, huh? This time I will. I still didn't. Here we go. One more chance. One more chance to get it right. I did it right this time. Alright, so we got 6 chairs around the table. Table pushed up against the window like this. There's too many chairs for this table. It does not. The only way it fits around it is if you have it pulled away from the window. But I'm going to go with that for now. The realtor wants me to move it, or they want to stage it or something. I'm all cooperation. Whatever they say is best. I don't have any illusions that I know what I'm doing with real estate, so. Okay, we did something. That's not bad. Now let's do something else. So this mirror goes in the bathroom. I want to get this off. This looks like it comes off nice and easy. That's good. Okay. If you thought that someday I'd be your woman, you're wrong. Because I'll never be your woman. Yeah, that's our song stuck in my head. This trash is exemplary of the kind of horrible trash we have. It's all sticky and difficult to manage. Just like a vagina. Right, just stay there for a second. I guess I should scrape this part here first. Okay, I'm gonna scrape that part there first. I'm gonna keep this scraper with me in my pocket, so rather than leaving it places. The good news is this paint scrapes easy off of this, so that's fortunate. Okay. Okay. I'm not putting the mirror on this side, so we can do this scraping later, I suppose. But might as well get it done now. Current Eric is a little frustrated with past Eric for being so sloppy. I gotta clean up after him. Alright. Oh, that's good. That's fine. Okay. Lubriderm. We can just probably throw this lubriderm in the trash. My derm doesn't need to be lubricated. Well, that's good. We got that done. Now let's do a little bit more scraping on an equivalent thing here on the bathtub where I failed the tape. Okay. definitely making progress. I've got till Monday to get this house done. So, what day is it? Thursday? Wednesday? Monday they come take pictures, and they're taking pictures on Monday, no matter what it looks like. So, you're gonna get as perfect as I can by Monday, or I'm willing to, and then just let the cookie crumbles as it may. Oh, past Eric, you have no respect for me. No regard at all. Oh, future Eric will take care of that. Uh-huh. Lazy ass motherfucker. I don't feel like taking it over here. Well, why not? You want future Eric to have to do this? Alright, good enough for, well, I have to get this, obviously. What a pain in the butt. I feel so bohemian like you. Yeah, I like you. I like you. can't believe somebody actually left a comment on one of those car videos I did defending COVID policy. Are people still defending that? Like, well, we had to go along to make sure that blah. No, I mean, we didn't have to do anything. You just didn't be informative and let people make their own decisions. Alright, well, that'll do, I guess. Got a little bit of it over here, too. Not nearly as bad, but I'm still bad enough to require me to do all this shit. Stupid Eric, why did you do this? Oh. What a slow and demoralizing task. Take off my jacket. Son, if you just do things right in the first place, you wouldn't have to come back and redo it. Thanks, Dad. Thanks. I know, okay? I'm well aware of my TE failures. I don't need you to point them out from beyond the grave. Aw, son. What, Dad? I need to be careful not to, scrape out the grouting. Okay, alright. I will. Thank you for the reminder. Oh, for Christ's sake, son, start at the top and work down. Okay, Dad. Fucking goddamn it. All right, pretty good. Pretty good. Son, we're not looking for pretty good, okay? You either do the job right or you don't. Well, I guess I choose don't. Or I did choose don't. I'll have you learn something from this. I hope I never have to apply anything I learned from this again. Oh, for crying out loud. Goodness gracious, I sound like my mom. Really, Eric? Really? You got it all up here too? You fucking past Eric needs to suck it. For doing shit that's dumb. Past Eric needs to listen to my dad. Alright. I'm mostly gonna have to use the vacuum in here to get all these paint chips, but fortunately this is tall enough. We can't really see on top of it probably, unless they're very tall like me. Okay. Come on. Get up there. Good. Come on. Up you come. Scrape away, jiggity jig. Get off this motherfucking rig. By rig, I mean bathtub. Good enough, motherfucker. Good enough. Are you satisfied, past Eric, with your stupidity now? Alright, that'll do. Okay. Where else do I need to get paint off of? Right here. And then the floor, of course, is a complete disaster. Okay, well, okay. Okay, next thing to do, I guess, is the vacuum in here. Let's go take a break. Let's go take a well-earned break. Do I have any contractor's bags at home? We'll find out when I get home, I guess. Do you feel like I could go home and eat something pretty soon here? Let me clean up my glasses. There. Hi, Karmic Debt. TE reigns supreme, yeah. TE kicks Eric's ass again. Enjoying a record equivalent to that of the Harlem Globetrotters against the Washington Senators, TE kicks Eric's ass again. Well, look at that, though. It makes me happy. There's a sign in front. See it? It says Redfin. I don't know. I haven't watched them today. I'm assuming they're not on yet, because what time is it? 2 o'clock. It'd have to be a early game in Chicago for them to be on. If they're playing a night game, it'll be probably 4 o'clock our time, or maybe 3 something. Oh, you know the answer? Oh, well, don't tell me. I'll watch the game when I get home. Feel more free when I watch too much horror stuff. Dude, too, I'm not from the USA. Karmic, Dad, you're not from the USA. How are we going to deport you then? You're not being fair. Trump wants very badly to deport you, but you need to be here before he can deport you. I wonder if Trump's going to try to deport me. So where is the question, you know? Germany, I guess. Hey, Germany. Yeah, I got deported. I made some jokes about Trump, so he deported me. Yeah, you cannot stay here. This is Germany, and we don't want any of your laziness, your sloppy manhood. I'll be better, I promise you. We've heard this before. Get out of here. Your father already talked to us. He told us all about you. Obviously, the rain gutters could use cleaning, but I'm probably not going to get that done by Monday. But did anybody tell me what day of the week it was yet? Trump's an ESFP. Yeah, well, I mean, listen, Mom. I don't think they're going to successfully pull that off. Trump only has a limited amount of time. Granted, he is very efficacious. You know, he accomplishes outcomes um, at a remarkable rate. So it's unfortunate. But, you know, hopefully, it seems like he's doing a bunch of shit that'll be easy enough to reverse once he's out of office. I mean, not the deportations necessarily, but other stuff. Who let T.I. Polar into government? Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to go to prison anywhere. I'm perfectly happy not being in prison. I also don't want to commit any crimes, so I don't know how I would get to prison in the first place. I think I might have to make a dump run. I'm gonna have a lot of drop cloth trash. And I mean, I could, but I also have the microwave I need to throw away. Well, we'll see what happens. We wouldn't take the microwave on Monday. The trash man wouldn't. I put up 3 trash cans in the microwave. I'm allowed 4 trash cans, right? He just left the microwave there. I'm all like, are you serious? How are you serious? So I guess I'm gonna have to put it into a trash can? Is that how it works? I mean, or I just make a dump run and get rid of all the trash that I have as much as possible. I could hire someone to do a dump run, but I don't really want to spend the money. My Mini Cooper is not the best car in the world to do a dump run in. Where's Rachel? Rachel is at home, probably still asleep, recovering from staying up all night a couple nights ago on Adderall. So I agree the tariffs are bad, okay, but I also agree with Putty Cat that what in the world is the federal government doing giving Harvard money? Why? To do research? Well, the federal government's purview is not that of of a research institution, right? To the extent that there's a research branch of the federal government, it's like the Congressional Budget Office. In other words, they're doing research relevant specifically to prospective legislation so that the people voting on it can know the actual numbers, right? But we certainly don't need to be giving Harvard anything. Harvard is one of the richest universities ever. They've got all these famous alums giving them shit tons of money. Their endowment is just gargantuan, and they're getting $2 billion of taxpayer money. I don't understand why that could possibly be appropriate. You know, and that's the thing is it makes trouble for a lot of people with Trump. Is he he is a mixed bag, and it's hard for people to accept that, right? Like getting rid of the Department of Education, absolutely, the federal government has absolutely no business involving itself in education. It is not within the scope of their jurisdiction at all. They also don't contribute anything meaningful to education because almost all the education funding comes from local property taxes. And to the extent that education dictates come from above, it's harmful to the actual process of educating people. So, I mean, nobody should nobody should disagree with getting rid of the DOE. Nobody should disagree with denying Harvard funding. The thing I don't like is that Trump has some sort of contingencies for which they can get it back. Just like remove it entirely and say, I don't know how you got away with this $2 billion for as long as you did, but no more, motherfuckers. That should be it. There should be no contingencies where they get to keep their $2 billion at all. It's ridiculous. If you want to throw away $2 billion, give it to me. I'll make more good use of it. Promise you than Harvard will. At least I'll make sure that all of the dollars are spent like at a dollar to a dollar ratio instead of Harvard, which is acting like a an institution above financial constraints and just like, oh, it doesn't matter because it's not our money and it's not anybody's money because the government gave it to us. It's my money, motherfucker. Mine, Putty Cat's, Winston's mom's, everybody's. So, I don't dislike Trump's relentlessness about what he calls constraining the overreach of the federal government. He uses the word overreach a lot, correctly, I think. Of course, in some instances, he's exemplary of the overreach of federal government. Like the federal government is best involved in international trade by establishing and maintaining free trade agreements, not by protectionist bullshit. But it is within the scope of the federal government to do so. That's at least a legitimate power of theirs, as is the deportation. It's weird. It's like the things he's doing that are legitimate are horrible, And the things he's doing that are totally autocratic are probably pretty good, you know? Because just because something's legitimate, meaning you can do it, it's within your jurisdiction, doesn't mean you ought to. I mean, the federal government has nothing to do with educating people, Winston's mom. National Institute of Health grants. Great, cut that shit, right? Because the reality about health and stuff is that you're fine until you're not, you know? I don't want how long have we been funding cancer research for? Why haven't they cured it yet? It seems like at some point we'd give up, right? Say, okay, it's a waste of time, waste of money. I keep reading about all these cancer cures in the news, but we still supposedly need endless amounts of cancer research. Do we also need endless amounts of AIDS research? Endless amounts of everything research? Because if something kills somebody, then the federal government is responsible to research it? I don't think so. If a state government wants to involve itself that much, it's within its prospective powers, conceivably. It's absolutely not the federal government's role to do that. The state government would be ill-advised to attempt to do that as well. That's a foolish endeavor. But, the thing is, we have a system by which research is done. If what you're researching is potentially very profitable, private companies will invest in your research so that they can profit from it. A cancer cure is exactly one such thing. It does not need public funding. There's plenty of natural incentive for pharmaceutical companies to pursue treatments and cures for diseases that kill people, because then the people cannot possibly avoid taking their drugs. It's all common sense stuff, right? It's not complicated. Almost all of the meaningful research that's produced meaningful results in the U.S. by the federal government is military research. Almost all of it. The internet didn't require any federal funding to be made. It just kind of occurred within a federal frame, right? Regardless, there's something terribly, terribly dangerous and reckless and irresponsible about thinking that if you can articulate problems, you've made the case for the federal government to do something. That's not how sane people think about stuff. I'm just going to throw this bristle plunger and scrubber away, because it's like, is anybody going to really be like, oh, I'm not going to buy that house because it doesn't have a plunger? I don't think so. I can't even find the trash bag now. God damn it. I was outside. It's full, too. Don't I have more trash bags here? Come on, dude. Come the fuck on. What is wrong with you? All right, we're going to go back home now. I need more trash bags. I need to eat something. I'm pleased that I got a couple things done. We're making some progress, but also frustrated by some of the slow-going aspects of this. And also my failure to have paper towels, my failure to have enough trash bags. That shit is annoying. Where are my keys? I'm not going to be able to leave here if I don't have my keys. Here we go. So, the thing is also, none of us post-COVID should have any faith in public health officials at all, right? Because because every citizen has a responsibility to prioritize adhering to the Constitution and the core fundamental values of America, namely individualism and informed consent. So if, given that the federal government has already demonstrated a willingness to ignore the Constitution and the principle of informed consent regarding health matters, I don't want them researching anything regarding health, because they might utilize that with utilitarian justifications to do any number of kinds of bullshit things. So no, we don't want the federal government acting like our nanny. That's just a wrong perspective, and we need to get rid of it. I mean, anybody should agree that the federal government needs at most $1 trillion. If you think the federal government needs more than $1 trillion, then you do not understand how the government is like the referees and we're like the players. The referees should not be the most important part of the game. It's the players who should. They get to make their own decisions, etc. The federal government steps in when they commit a foul. Even that should be probably the state or local government, but in most instances, though, but sometimes the feds, right? Think about it like that. We don't destroy America. Alright, sorry about that. I got disconnected there when I got home for some reason. But now I'm reconnected. I've been thinking about how, since I watched that World War II thing this morning, we need another person like Eisenhower, or more correctly, how the common man's perspective, the average person's perspective on America needs to be much more like Eisenhower's. How do you know you're the good guys? When the enemies want to surrender to you instead of the alternative, you're the good guys. Like Eisenhower made a point of saying, we are here not to punish everybody for having been the bad guys. We're here to demonstrate, show you, and help you set up being good guys yourselves, being free in civil societies, whether you're Japan or Germany. Unlike the Soviets, who want to force you to be commies, And you could see so clearly how triumphant American values, core American values are when applied. So when we liberated Czechoslovakia, the Czechoslovakians were all committing acts of vengeance and stuff, killing Germans and collaborators and stuff. The Americans came through and stopped that and enforced due process, It's like, even though we'd just been shooting and killing these people and they'd been killing us, we had enough core values to insist that they be given due process and not be subjected to the violence of the mob. That is impressive, right? That's America. Now, sure, we did plenty of things during the war that were questionable, especially in Japan, the firebombing of all their cities and stuff, and targeting civilian populations and shit like that. Definitely like war crime shit. But the thing is, let's turn our attention just to at the end of the war, starting at the end of the war. America dealt with the end of World War II pretty damn well. Not flawlessly. We should have gone with Churchill on the idea of liberating the Soviet bloc, but we didn't. We should never have let the Soviets have half of Berlin, half of Germany, That was done. But I get it, people were tired of war at that point. We should just, nuked Moscow and sent in one of our regime rebuilders, and then Russia now would be a cool place too. Like Japan, South Korea, and Germany. One thing I hope the U.S. did not do in the aftermath of World War II, I hope the federal government did not fund Japanese research on how to cure osteoporosis. I mean, when you've got a situation where there's public money that can be accessed by a grant proposal, you have a serious problem. Because, that's not how money should be spent. There should be an actual need driving, it's an FI thing, right? An individual subjective need has to be present in order to make sure that need or want, in order to make sure that money is actually spent well. When you have a pile of public money and some bureaucrat who's in charge of handing out to this much per year and just have to go through a bunch of grant proposals and pick which ones, I mean, that's not how you, that's not sensible at all. It's insane. It's completely insane. How does that represent the interest of every American? It doesn't at all. It's contrary to the interest of every American. And we need to start thinking about and treating every American the same. Yes, very rich people, billionaires, have way more money than us, but that doesn't mean they should be treated differently. There's equality before the law, and it's important, right? Progressive taxation spits in the face of that. So anybody who comes out saying, like, oh, I want to raise taxes on billionaires, explain to them that this is America. We are all equal. Unless you want to have that billionaire have aristocrat privileges, then he should be paying the same percentage as everybody else. If he's going to be paying a huge percentage and funding society, then he owns it, doesn't he? At least more than I do. So the thing is, because I believe in equality, because I believe in the rights of the individual being paramount and absolutely equally valid between different individuals, it is just as bad for me to burn down your house as it is for you to burn down mine. So it's unfortunate that rich people have an advantage in court because they have better lawyers or whatever. But that's only in instances where the opposing party isn't me, I guess. Like if I were a prosecutor and somebody who was super rich, I would successfully convict them if they were guilty of a crime. I would never be a prosecutor, but if, for example, some rich person were trying to sue me and throw a team of lawyers at me, it wouldn't bother me at all. All the team of lawyers would end up feeling they'd have a lot of identity crises, right? As they realize they're not remotely as competent as I. The great thing about courts is their accountability forums. Even Trump is being held accountable. He had to send somebody down to some South American country to retrieve somebody wrongly deported. So, that's great. Courts are wonderful things. Courts are fantastic, open, public accountability forums, which is exactly what the world needs. It needs the institutions of a free and civil society to address shit up front and center in a public way so that language can do its important and powerful work. Remember the personality type of prosecutors? I mean, I tend to think probably most prosecutors are ESTJs, NI polar, FI fourth. They're they don't seem to get how significant what they're doing is. They just think they're doing their job well. Who committed voter fraud? Biden's kids and Trump's kids not held accountable to the law because of daddy. Well, I mean, the thing is, people do get away with crimes, and that's unfortunate if they're actual crimes. From what I understand about Hunter Biden, he just had drugs and stuff. It may be the case that it's unfair that poor people get imprisoned for those drugs, but it's not unfair that rich people don't get imprisoned. It's unfair that anybody gets imprisoned for drugs because it's not a real crime, right? Crimes need to be committed against a person, property, or state. And crime against the state is not possession of drugs, okay? It's like things like destroying government property or treason or something. I know that's bad. I agree, Hero Lamb. It's bad that courts that the outcomes for people in courts are not predicated solely on issues of justice and correctness. I wish it were better than it is. But it's the best thing we have as an accountability forum. What about selling drugs to minors? Well, I mean, the thing is, I'd have a lot of questions about that, right? Like, um, I'm in agreement that minors should not have easy access to intoxicant substances, etc. But we also need to remember that teenagers are teenagers. They do what they do, you know? What if the person selling it is the same age? Then you've just got young drug enthusiasts. How about selling minors to drugs? Well, there's a possibility. Dave did the song that belonged to Johnny Rotten first. Which song? Capitalism is not a thing that funds stuff, okay? Capitalism is not an agent. It's a reification fallacy. Capitalism is simply the absence of use of force interfering between consensual exchange of two private parties, two or more private parties. I don't know how. I mean, the thing is, the Department of Government Efficiency. I don't. I don't hate the idea of um, trying to rein in the wild job of the hut like excess of the federal government. I think that's a good thing. I I don't like the way that things are being done so ham-fistedly. You know, it takes real work by a team of serious people to determine the significance of a person's role if they're employed by the federal government. Is Elon vice president, more or less? What are his thoughts on anarcho capitalism? I mean, I don't even know what that means, right? Thing is, whoever has a monopoly on use of force is definitionally the government. If there is no monopoly on use of force, then you have anarchy, which means there's no accountability or liability for rights violations. In other words, there's no party in charge of dealing with those who violate the rights of others. Now, there would be some people perhaps who say, well, if everybody's well armed, then they can just defend themselves. But not every situation is clear cut to the parties involved. Even if it's clear cut after the fact by analysis, it may not be clear cut to the parties involved, and it may not even involve any violence at all. We need a transparent accountability forum to attain justice in instances where individuals run afoul of one another's rights. So the idea that there's something called anarcho-capitalism is silly. We have capitalism, which is to say the ability to engage in commerce freely with others in mutually consensual ways. And then we have government, which is not the same thing as that at all. Government is that which has a monopoly on use of force, and in its ideal form, it's that which enforces rights protections and uh, and also civil liabilities, and it does some other things too, like some kinds of infrastructure things, national defense, border control, stuff like that. Is it a good idea to get rid of government? No, of course not. Because remember, if you remember, the government is that which has a monopoly on use of force. And if you imagine somehow getting rid of government, whoever has the most guns is now the government. No, I'm not a fan of Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand is an ideologue. I'm a constitutional American. It's like I'm an American patriot. I believe in American values. I believe in American government. I believe in our free and civil society, our transparent accountability forums, and the power and ability of correct language to accomplish things. I may be foolish to believe all these things, but I believe them nevertheless. Ayn Rand was telling, like, she's like a little kid pretending. That's all. And for the record, it should be known that at the end of her life, Ayn Rand was entirely reliant on government support. Well, maybe not entirely, but at least partially reliant. MAGA, I think. What about MAGA? I mean, I think the idea of making America great again is not a bad idea, and there's some legitimacy to the fact that we've faded from our ideal vision of ourselves, right? Eric would be very discouraged, I think, if he were dealing in national politics. Some bullshit people there. Well, yeah, I would be frustrated, but the thing is, what I bring is very difficult to resist and deal with. I'm actually, honestly, earnestly an American patriot who knows what's correct. So if you're full of shit, I'm going to be operating with you first on the assumption that you just have need to have it explained to you. And if you continue to be full of shit, I'm going to be quick to accuse you of being some kind of treasonous scum. There's a serious responsibility in taking on the role of a public servant, elected official, representing the people of America. It's a serious job. It's important. And if you aren't intellectually capable of handling it, you should never run in the first place. Well, yeah, but Trump is exactly what you'd expect here, Lamb. He has no consistency in his policies because he has no deliberate objective analysis in determining them. Right. Well, I mean, it's full of it on both ends because number one, the federal government has nothing to do with abortion and never should have had anything to do with abortion. And number two, torture is torture and should never be practiced by America. That makes us not the good guys. Trump's an ESFP. He's ESFP, Ivar. Clear as day. Right. I mean, the thing about Trump is he is efficacious. He will do shit. He's not a do nothing president. In his first term, he didn't do a whole hell of a lot of shit compared to what he's doing now. His first term came out by and large with positive outcomes, I think. Uh, he got us out of some international agreements we shouldn't have been in and didn't do a whole hell of a lot else. Biden's term also, by and large, a success because he didn't really do anything. Good morning, Rachel. How you doing? I hear you're some kind of special lady. Yeah. What's that?
I heard you're a very special man.
I try to be.
You really are.
Would you like one of these?
Yes, but I know.
Okay. The thing is, it's been a couple nights since you did it, right?
It has been. It's been like
So, so take two and call me in the morning.
Okay. Thanks.
I'll take one more too. I took two earlier.
Cool.
Steve is the Grim Reaper. Who's Steve? Oh, Steve Bannon. Okay. Oh yeah, we've had absolutely incomprehensibly bad choices. We need a genuine American patriot statesman to be president. I would fit the bill, but I'm sure I'm not the only person in the world who would fit the bill, or in America who would fit the bill. I mean, I do think that China is going to, quote unquote, lose a trade war, but I'm not sure what that means. It's like China will probably end up having to make some concessions, and he did this shit in the first term too. And then he taunts Kim Jong-un in the first term. He doesn't get how Asians prioritize FE shit so much. But anyway, I was opposed to his international economic policies in his first term, and really it turned out fine. So I don't know. I don't know what to say about the guy. It's just, obviously we'd be better off with me, but we'd be worse off with Kamala Harris. So I wish we had a good choice. And now, Eric, for your thoughts on Social Security. Well, it's not a Ponzi scheme, like Elon said. That's bullshit. It's not a Ponzi scheme. It's just a wildly ill-advised compulsory retirement plan that is inadequately funded and that's going to invariably, unavoidably rip off all the young people who are currently paying into it. So we need to acknowledge that and come up with a rational, reasonable sunsetting plan that minimizes the amount of pain for people who are reliant on Social Security now, and gives people who are paying into it now a lot of heads up ahead of time that, look, you're going to be getting back only a portion of what you pay into this. We're wrapping this whole program up. We're sorry this is on your backs and shoulders. Hopefully, in a couple of decades, maybe your generation can, if there's a surplus, something, be cut a check or something like that. We're sorry about it, but this is how we have to do it. We have to be adults and manage this shit. We can't just pretend like there's endless amounts of money to waste on whatever. What type would you say makes the best president based on functions alone? It depends on what the world needs. Right now, it's me, ENTP, but me specifically. In different times, it might be a different kind of leader. I think, Clinton was an ENFJ, and at that moment in history, all the country needed was a warm personality guy who didn't mess shit up, and that's what we got. And he did one good thing, which was NAFTA. I might vote for Ike if he ran for president. I'm not sure what Ike's policy prescriptions are, but he seems like a smart guy. And I like Putty Cat's suggestion as well, that for those who've already paid in but are not yet retired, that we offer them a buyout of some kind, like 50% as a lump sum, so that we can, and then they won't get any Social Security. I think that's a great idea. These are practical ways that we can we can deal with this rotting whale that previous generations of America have left us to deal with without causing a lot of disease and vomiting from the stinky smell of it and stuff, because I'm all in favor of making cuts in ways that are considerate of the actual impact to people, right? I'm not in favor of just pretending as though there's no human being at the end of things. Like, I read this article about how scientists working at national parks are now having to clean the bathrooms. And my thought about that is very much a TI one. Aren't these people under contract? Didn't you hire them for a specific job? What makes it such that because you're the federal government, you no longer have to honor the contract? Yeah, well, I'm glad that Trump had to send somebody back down there to get him, I think it's very unfortunate that it happened. Trump's deportation policies across the board, even the legitimate ones, I oppose. Because there's no reason to deport somebody. Okay, fine, if they're a criminal and they're not a citizen, fine. If they're genuinely a criminal, like a murderer or something. But I'm saying, just because you're here illegally, if you're a couple of Mexicans who got here illegally 10 years ago and have a couple kids here and have a way of making money and unavoidably pay taxes but don't receive any services, then deporting you makes absolutely no sense and is in opposition to any kind of human rights frame at all. Now, granted, it's within the legitimate purview of the federal government to do that work, but they shouldn't do it because it's morally bad. No, somebody did go down there to get him. No, he sent somebody to get him, but he got detained by the military in El Salvador. It's in the works.
I read something somewhere that the courts are trying to fight the illegal immigration, whatever act that it is.
Well, I mean, one of the judges said that Trump officials could be held criminally responsible for sending the wrong guy, deporting the wrong guy, deporting somebody incorrectly.
I mean, that's like a huge thing.
Yeah, I don't know if the El Salvador will give him back, Manny John. But the point is, at least the American courts are showing some teeth and threatening to criminally prosecute Trump officials for doing this, which is great. That's why we need courts. They're beautiful accountability for them. Peanuts do not grow on trees. They grow on the ground, on little crawling vines. I don't care about the U.S. politics, but it just affects normal people in remote countries. Well, look, we can kind of stop thinking about this as U.S. politics and start thinking about it as we have a choice between a civil, rational, adult kind of Western world that's a free and civil society with accountability forums and the habits and institutions of democracy, or we can have something worse. And the way to avoid America eating itself with eating its own institutions and habits by electing Trump, the way to avoid it is, number one, if you want to help the world, get everybody to listen to me. That's it. Simple as that. Because I'm right about all of these things. The two-party system is an institution. It's not a bad institution. There's a lot of problems that happen with multi-party systems that don't happen in a two-party system. A two-party system is great as long as Americans can successfully be reminded to let go of their impassionedness for a moment and remember that we're all on the same team. We're all Americans, and we share core values that protect us all. Values of liberty, values of transparency, values of political discourse being protected, values of the rights and equalities of individuals being protected the same way, no matter who they are. Those kind of values, we don't always uphold them, right? But we need to be reminded that those are our shared values. Those shared values are what make us great. What makes America great is not spending money researching cancer cures. Okay? What makes America great is not giving Harvard $2 billion. What makes America great is stuff like what we did after World War II. We go in to Germany and Czechoslovakia, and the Czechs are implementing, understandably perhaps, summary executions of any collaborators or Germans, and the American soldiers, who not 2 weeks before had been shot and killed by those Germans, come in and protect them and insist that due process be given to them. That's America. That's the good guy. A huge IQ difference between USA and South America, but I'm guessing your FE doesn't like that. I don't think South America is. I don't think. Do you think South America is dumb or something? That seems kind of absurd. Neither the left nor the right is pro or anti anything except each other. And policies are just cards in their Magic the Gathering hand they use to attack.
I'm talking to my dad.
Cool. Well, right. I don't think the United States of America should be able to send its citizens to some other country, no matter what, right? If they've committed a crime, they need to be punished here in the United States. We have federal prisons. There's absolutely no reason to think that deportation is a way to deal with criminals. If they're not citizens, then fine. If they were born here, then they are citizens, and there's no business the USA has no business shipping its own citizens to other countries to be punished. I don't put any weight in IQ anyway. IQ is not indicative of anything. It's an attempt by people with less measurable talents to make themselves feel good by giving them a number, a high number. My number's higher than yours. At what? At generalized intelligence that doesn't exist. Oh, great. Thanks a lot. Wonderful. Yeah, some of the stupidest people in the world have high IQs. Yeah, well, hopefully he's not allowed to. Trump would like to do all kinds of crazy nonsense. He's a fucking idiot. You want to talk about IQ? Trump's IQ, if IQ actually measures intelligence, Trump's IQ is probably like 95 or something, 90, I don't know. It's low. I think 85 is like borderline retarded. But IQ doesn't mean anything. It's just a way of rewarding certain functions over others with a high score. You can be specific, and then you can talk about intelligence. Like, I have a very robust verbal reasoning kind of intelligence, because that's a specific thing. In other words, my TI is good. My FE doesn't like it. You misunderstand me entirely, Ivar. I don't give a fuck. And so, sure, I don't doubt that low IQ scores correlate with higher likelihood to crime. That makes sense, because another thing that correlates with lower IQ scores is exposure to lead. And what we see if we look at the graph over time is that the rate of crime increased almost in exact coordination with the amount of lead in the atmosphere. And now it's going down again because there's not much lead in the atmosphere. You seem to think that I find it offensive or something. You must have FE polar if you think I find it offensive, because I clearly don't. I didn't claim that poor are dumber on average. And it might be the case if you use IQ scores, but that's just another reason to show you why IQ scores are stupid, right? Because they're not they don't do what they purport to do, which is be preparation independent. In fact, if you grow up in a certain household, exposed to certain kinds of, you know, stuff in languages, be it maths or actual language or whatever, and are familiar with a bunch of ways in which things might be approached reasoning wise, even if you don't have the cognitive functions to make you strong at it. If it's not polar, you're going to be better at it than the equivalent person growing up in a home that doesn't have those things. That's another reason why IQ tests are stupid, because if they were actually, you know, correct as they claim to be, then it would successfully tell you how smart you are, and you get the same score at 5 years old as you would at 50. It doesn't work like that at all. So we can dismiss it as bullshit. Yes, you can find correlations. If I take any given test, let's say I make up a test with a bunch of random questions, and I'd be able to find correlations in the data. I'd be able to say, look, for people who answered true on question number 50, they're this percentage more likely to smoke cigars than people who answered false on question 50. We can play data shapes all day if we want. Just like we can look at clouds and say, oh, that one looks like a duck. It doesn't make it a duck, and it doesn't make your observation meaningful. I've got a sassy intellect, so don't be bringing your weak ass shit up to this basket. I will swat it out of here. You know what I think is hilarious, though? I have to think this is hilarious. Brittany Griner getting arrested and going to jail in Russia. Like, what an entitled American. Except the fact that if you're going to a country with these really insane drug laws, don't bring any drugs with you, for fuck's sake. Like, I didn't know drugs when I was in China. Too risky. I mean, I didn't know where to get any anyway, but. You know, that's how you know that the country's more or less still working correctly, is you get entitled Americans assuming their rights are going to be respected. China is not, I mean, there's no good way to centrally control everything. No good way to do that in the US, no good way to do that anywhere. And China is all about central control. That's why at the Carrefour market in China, because the business can't just open there and hire the number of people it needs to go through the government, right? So instead of having an appropriate number of people working at the Carrefour, they've got 2 people who just stand in each aisle waiting for anybody to ask questions, even though nobody has any questions. They just stand there. That's their job all day. The subway, there's this like security thing you go to get onto the subway, where you put your bag through the machine. You know, they've got like 5 or 6 people standing there. Why? Because the government thinks it's its responsibility to give everyone a job. The streets are cleaned in the mornings in Shanghai. Not by a street cleaning machine, but not even by like a vacuum or something. Instead, by old ladies pushing carts with a broom and a scooper. That's not an efficient way to get your streets cleaned. It is a good way to employ a bunch of people doing pointless work. It's just like Milton Friedman said, give them all spoons. I don't know if he really said that. Apparently it's apocryphal, but. Will I ever bring back debate, please? Maybe. I mean, the thing is, now that I'm feeling like myself again, I find myself interested in doing lots of kinds of projects. I kind of want to make a edited video of me doing the pond. I've been thinking about things I want to do with the pond, like how I want to do it. I'm thinking I'm gonna take all that up, and then I'll get some cement slash like grout stuff or whatever, and I'll use those flat stones. I'll push it into it and just make it like that.
With cement?
Or something like cement, like grout, for example.
What's grout?
Grout's what you do between tiles.
Oh, okay.
So basically, I'm thinking of tiling it.
Okay. I mean, that makes it very permanent.
It does. Well, not that permanent. I mean, you can just take a sledgehammer and bash it up any time. But I mean, it's like if I were to, no matter what I do, I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I'm just musing. You seem a little hesitant about the idea.
Of course, because it makes it more permanent.
Who's colluding with the enemy? I heard Trump owes Putin a lot of money. Well, I don't think. I think even if that's the case, Putin does not have Trump by the balls because Trump has displayed many times a very high willingness to not pay his debts. And as president of the United States, there's not much Putin can do to exert pressure on him. Elon's his bank right now, probably. He's used to living a certain standard of life, and he doesn't really have income streams equivalent to that at this point. But remember also he's pretty old, and if he were 35, I'd be a lot more worried, right? Because then you've got somebody who wants to be president for life and etc. And
yeah, but he still does.
But he's like 76 years old or something.
I know, but he said that he would run a third term.
Well, he can't though.
I know,
Yeah.
but he doesn't think that.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if he was 35, I might be more worried that he had the political capital and other stuff to actually make that insanity happen. Whereas in the status quo, I don't think there's any possibility he's going to successfully be permitted to run for a third term.
I don't think he would win.
I don't think he'd win either. But the thing is, nobody thought he would win against anybody except he had the two worst opponents in history.
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris.
I know. So I'm biting my words right now. Like fucking...
The Democrats could wheel out Biden again next time for all we know.
Oh my God, that would be even worse. No.
Musk is not a smart person. I've said that for a long time. If you channel search Elon, there are videos of me explaining to everybody, I don't know why you were lionizing this guy. He's a dumbass. Being successful is not the same thing as being smart.
I want to change the subject just for a second.
Sure. Change it for many seconds. Sure.
So I get really down after a day of Adderall. Obviously, like it's the dopamine drop. Does taking serotonin, like taking a Prozac, help in that?
Yeah.
Okay.
It just turns down the brightness of that bad feeling.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
Okay,
So it's just more muted. That's what I find Prozac does when I'm not feeling happy or something. Is it makes the negativity more muted. It's still there. It's like the Wellbutrin. When I was engaging in negative self-talk, the Prozac didn't make me engage in it less frequently, really, but it made it sting less, hurt less. And then the Wellbutrin actually made me say those things less frequently. But now I don't really need either of them because I'm not depressed. But a dopamine crash is just part of the process, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I feel it like next day.
I got some stuff done at the other house.
Did you? What'd you get done?
I scraped some paint grips and stuff.
Oh, that's good.
And I moved the table in the kitchen where it's supposed to go. And that's about it.
That's still stuff.
It took a while doing the scraping.
Yeah.
All Silicon Valley guys think they're the smartest society because they have one good innovation or investment with their technology company. I hate Adderall. I recommend Kratom. Kratom is whatever, but it's certainly not a substitute for Adderall. If you said, I hate Adderall, I recommend Dexedrine, that would have made sense. Or I recommend meth, that would have made sense.
So I heard in a blind item that Paris Hilton introduced Britney Spears to like meth and stuff.
Who did?
Paris Hilton.
Oh. There's a reason why people think successful people are smart. What is the reason? Because they mistake success for intelligence? You know, it was a great movie? Knives Out. That was a brilliant film. There's this one scene where one of the family members in Knives Out, all of whom are kind of insufferable, he's being saying something in a condescending tone to somebody and he uses the word conflate wrong. It's such a subtle joke. I wonder how many people got it, but it's so brilliant. He meant to use confused, like you've confused this for that, but he said conflate. It's like, oh, what a smart writer! Oh my God, it's such a nice little Easter egg for people who are diction fanatics. The Chinese e-car BYD totally outperforms the Tesla. Well, it doesn't surprise me that Trump's comfortable doing things because of an interested calculus, because it's in his interest or his friend's interest. That doesn't surprise me at all. That's textbook ESFP move. FI tool, you know. Part of not understanding his job. Well, I mean, look, Musk, at least for some stretch of time, had his finger on the pulse of things correctly. He did make PayPal, and at the time, the world desperately needed PayPal. I still use PayPal all the time. So there was, now granted, it didn't take any kind of great leap of imagination to conceive of paying for things on the internet, but it was a tool that was desperately needed. But what I said in those videos where I'm talking shit about Elon Musk before is, number one, when he decided to make electric cars, he apparently didn't realize they already existed. He was not doing anything new. There were already plenty of electric cars. And then, number two, once he successfully made his electric car company, what he thought would be a good idea to do would be to shoot one of his cars into outer space. They didn't code PayPal, but I mean, don't underestimate the role of the ENTJ organizational head. I had a boss, an ENTJ boss, who was the organizational head, who we ended up on terrible terms, and she fired me under false pretenses, breaking contract, etc. But I cannot deny the fact that without her being in charge of everything, it we would never have won so much, because it's like ENTJs understand this. They understand that people need to fill a specific role. And I think that's where Elon is probably not the best person for the Doge thing, because he can't understand the specific role these people are filling, or why, because it's not his project, right? But probably that whoever coded PayPal, it would never have come to be if it hadn't been for Elon in charge of the whole thing. I ended up with my own debate school, but I never would have if it hadn't been for that ENTJ boss who was toxic and a cunt. He fired the founders of Tesla with zero concern for them.
He likes to fire people.
Well, I'm sure he bought it first. He bought the company. If they founded it, then they got paid big, and then he fired them because he didn't want them involved anymore, and that's fine. Why would they want to still be involved in a company they sold? Can an absolute value be instrumental? Well, no. Things are either valued as ends in themselves or as means to accomplish an end. So it's like, let's say I had been falsely accused of a crime and I was being prosecuted in court. I certainly would want the correct verdict, but instead of saying that TI is the absolute value there, I would just say that I expect my tool function to be successful in this context. And so, in a situation like a court case, you could say that TI is the absolute value for everybody if they want fairness. But, it's kind of getting intentional manners wrong, because the reality is people in a court case are pursuing FI via TE most of the time, especially non-criminal cases, right? Well, what Steve had was good NI. He got the concept that less is more, and used it to build an empire. Elon, I can't sum up as easily as that, because ISTPs are a little easier to sum up than ENTJs. Right. Well, and yeah, and that's what made him. That's where he got his pop from. Was he was a tech guy who was anti-complexity. You're a fan of ENTJs? I'm not a fan of them. I know that they're always busy, so they don't have time for me anyway. Or if they do, then they're going to seek something very specific. Once they get it, I'll be the last to see them. Like, I have had an ENTJ request that I talked to him about debate stuff for a while. He asked a bunch of questions. I answered them. And I guess he was satisfied, and never heard from him again. Well, I mean, nowadays other phones, I think, look equivalently sexy, but it certainly wasn't the case when iPhones first came out. They were the flagship of the industry for sure. I think this phone looks pretty sexy. I can't show it to you, obviously, because it's the thing doing the looking. So I came home, I guess, to eat something and maybe go back. But I heard from Putty Cat that the A's have already played today. So I think, I haven't seen the game though. So I think I might put on the A's game on double speed and have that in the background. Eat something, and then I go back to the other house. I can work on the pawn stuff a little bit. I've got a couple of possibilities. Those tattoos on his forehead. It's tribe tattoos. Who has tattoos on their forehead? Rain. All right, you make a good point. Boy, you really got me in the TE6 slot there, didn't you? It didn't even occur to me. This is what my phone looks like. Okay, so this circle is, I guess, there for, that's where you put one of those things, but I don't have one of those things. As you see, it's got a lot, it's got like 5 cameras on the front. Why does it need 5 cameras? I don't know, but that's why I got it. I was like, wow, that looks like it's got good cameras. And then this is what the backside of it looks like. It's called a Samsung Galaxy. It is. It's a lot bigger than my last phone. Last phone I had was a flip phone, and I appreciated its smallness. I appreciated the way I could just fold it and put it in my pocket. But I just thought, well, I should prioritize camera and microphone. They're going for the spider phenotype. The phone, Samsung. Whenever I use my Samsung phone, I get just a hint of a taste of kimchi in my mouth. I guess Samsung is one of South Korea's biggest companies. I'd definitely rather have a South Korean phone than a Chinese phone. Who knows what the Chinese do with their phones? Of course, anybody's free to spy on me all they want. Like, people worry, like, oh, what if my phone's listening to me when I'm talking to somebody? I don't care. It can listen to me all it wants. If I could activate, like, please spy on me all the time and develop a dossier on me and everything I do and say, I would opt in. You know, whoever would be listening to everything I do and say would only benefit from it. I take a lot of photos, so I pay attention to it too when buying a new phone and sound quality. Yeah, one thing it is definitely the case that this phone has both better appearance looking pictures and videos, and almost as importantly, better sound. Eric, opinions on the quote about mirrors by Fernando Pessoa. Yeah, I can search it. Mirrors, Fernando.
It's interesting.
Man should not be able to see his own face. Nothing is more terrible than that. Nature gave him the gift of being unable either to see his face or to look into his own eyes. He could only see his face in the waters of rivers and lakes. Even the posture he had to adopt to do so was symbolic. He had to bend down to lower himself in order to commit the ignominy of seeing his own face. The creator of the mirror poisoned the human soul. I think that quote was written by somebody who prioritizes visual stuff a lot. I don't retain that kind of data very well. Like, it's not relevant to anything, you know. So I might look at myself in the mirror. The only time I ever give it any thought is if I'm tripping balls on acid. It's always weird to look at yourself in the mirror then. Wait, is that what I look like? I think it's silly. I think ideas that say it's bad for us to have more data, more understanding, more knowledge. I don't like those things. You can be a Luddite about things other than technology. It wouldn't be called a Luddite, but you get what I'm saying. All right. So butt up to 288. Rooker is over 200 now, finally. But we got two players, Jacob Wilson and Soderstrom, hitting over 300.
Yeah, so we have him third. That's an interesting spot.
Jacob Wilson is like our Tommy Edman. You know, he's kind of a light hitting utility player, but he gets a lot of hits, reaches bases a lot, and is a good defensive player. You gotta like that. We're gonna put this on double speed. Yes, my dear.
I'll be able to rest like if I need to tomorrow, right?
Sure. What do you mean?
Only because I'm taking like.
Do we have anything? Are you asking if we have anything going on tomorrow?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh, I know. Oh, look at that.
Yeah,
but
double.
Starting the game off with a double. But warming up and settling into the season. I really like the way it's written a lot. I mean, I think it's poetic, but I don't like the idea that humans are meant to. Oh, good job.
Wait.
Was that Sodi? Nice job, Sodi.
Oh my gosh.
Way to go. Oh, that's Wilson. That's Jay Willie. They got Jay Willie in the 2-hole today. Man, you're here for a really long time. Why so? Oh, Mom. Well, I'm here for a really long time. Why don't you ask me why I'm here for a really long time? I don't think people should read Thus Spoke Zarathustra. Nietzsche is not saying anything that anybody needs to hear, believe me. He's trying to play chess with a basketball. He has no business engaging in the science of philosophy. Oh, that's fine, Sodi. That's fine. You advance the runner. That's a sacrifice. We'll take that. 1 out. Man on third. Rook, it's up to you. Hit the sacrifice fly at least. Don't strike out. You're having a rough beginning of the season, but I want you to just shake it off. Just shake it off, okay?
It's hard, when the expectations are so high.
Yeah. It is. But listen, Rachel. This morning, I saw a penny, and I picked it up. So all the day, I'm going to have your luck. But I'm going to give that penny, right now, if I can find it, to Brent Rooker.
Okay.
Here it is. This penny is now, officially, all the luck goes to Brent Rooker. 2-2. So he needs to settle into the season and just get comfortable. He's hitting 208 right now, but he will be back to his old self soon enough. I'm confident. Fortunately, in that instance, he hit it right to third. But thanks to the penny's good luck, he didn't get a double play on Wilson.
Oh, that is good. That was the penny's good luck.
Right. Otherwise, it would have been a double play. Because it could have easily been a double play. Now, no. Don't try to run home on that. It didn't get far enough past the catcher. This pitcher is making his major league debut, I guess. Number 5. But normally, if they have a sticker on it that says, or a little patch says MLB debut. I'm reading the caption, so who knows. All right. Come on, Blade. Use one of your textbook doubles. Have you read The Glass Bead Game? No, I've never read it or heard of it. Is it about a game involving glass beads? That's ball 4. Blade takes his base. And next up, probably will be Shea Langoliers, I bet. But
He's not in play.
oh, maybe he's got a backup catcher in?
Yeah.
That's possible. I should have pulled him for today and put him my backup catcher. Seth Brown is DHing today. I don't remember him ever DHing before. Kotze keeps screwing around with the lineup, which I'm glad. I'm happy that he's trying different things out.
That's good. Yeah, yeah.
And seeing what works. It's the nice thing about MLB. It's a long season. We're only 2 games below 500, and I believe that the team is going to start purring on all cylinders at some point here, and we're going to see a playoff baseball team here. Oh. I guess you were asleep when I came home last night. Huh? I got all the drinks. I got this too if you want to try to smoke some of it.
Sure.
This is German poison. But I will say, this jar of German poison is not as good as the last 2 times I've had German poison. It doesn't seem to taste quite the same. I don't know if I can call it bad.
Not, yeah, right.
It smells the same.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem to taste quite the same. It's not quite as dense. But that's fine. Maybe, just variations in the grow, I guess. Hopefully ours comes out great. There's the first bit. Let me know that. There's the second bit.
Thanks.
So the A's take a 1-0 lead into the second inning. Road trip Mike on camera again. There's one guy who's an A's fan who goes to like all the road games and the home games, and they always show him on the TV.
Yeah, that's good for you.
Yeah, road trip Mike. If we have to have a fan representing us in all the different cities, I'm perfectly happy with road trip Mike.
Me too.
Yeah, he seems nice. He seems like a good guy.
He does, like a cheerful guy.
And he sure does like the A's. Of course, so do we. It's like so far this year, I've maybe missed like 1 game or 2 games or something. I've at least done this, gone fast forwarding through, see what happens. JP Sears is on the mound. He's on my fantasy team. He's one of my starting pitchers, so if he has a good game today, that'll help. We've got JP Sears. I also got Severino from the A's. Well, I got 2 teams, so I'm not sure if I have them both on. I only have Sears on one team. I think I might only have Severino on one team too. Tell you what, let's pull up a little bit of chat here in case.
Hey, Keisha.
Hi, Acacia. Have you read The Phantom Toll Booth? I think I have read The Phantom Toll Booth. Pretty sure I have. It's a kid's book, right? I will join later. I'm going to sleep now. It's late now. All right, well, you go to sleep now. That's fine. You're allowed to sleep. We recently changed the rules to permit people who hang out talking with famous people to sleep. It is now considered allowed. Just like bragging, since Acacia's here. That toilet strain. I decided upon that name, Det Toilet Strain. I remember you, Karmic Det. I've seen you plenty of times.
Of course, Karmic Det. Oh, maybe I think Karmic Det.
Well, yeah, I recognize Karmic Det. So. You were fibbing? The name I decided on was, what was it? I forget. It was another one of the strain puns. Hey, what's up? Hey, girls, how you doing? Hey, how you doing? I said. I'm a Scorpio. What's your sign? Is your sign the dusty one? Because you got a little dust on you.
He likes to touch inappropriately.
He thinks women all have dust on them.
He thinks all women have dust on them.
Yeah, usually right on their breasts.
I like
they have
it.
dust.
But he's like non-discriminatory
Right.
discriminatory about it. Like if he goes to the library
Right.
and the woman is a librarian,
He'll still say, "Hey there, baby girl. You know what? You look pretty sexy without this dust on you."
Oh, growing street.
Kirk Cameron's growing strains is a good name for a wheat strain. I'll concede that one for sure. You could call it driving in the HOV strain.
Yay!
There's a song I just now remember. I'm gonna drive in the HOV in my vehicle of high occupancy. I wanna see the
That's a
song I used to sing when I got in the diamond.
yeah.
Down the strain. I think oblique strain is a good one too. You feel like an athlete. Do you watch baseball? I'm watching baseball right now. I'm watching the A's. Don't tell me the result. I know the game's already over, but I have it saved. Don't be a spoiler boiler. We're currently up 1-0, and JP Sears just got out of the bottom of the first. We're going to the top of the second. We're already up by a run. It's nice to play the White Sox. The White Sox are terrible.
Yeah, I was gonna say their theater, their stadium looks like ours did last in Oakland, as in like there's like no one there.
Yeah, I'm also guessing the A's win this game because, like Rachel says, the White Sox are so bad. There's like 5 people in the stands. That's how the A's were last 2 years ago, especially 2 years ago.
2 years especially, yeah.
We went to a game where there was like 2,000 people there or something, right?
The lowest
like ever. We were at the game that had the lowest attendance for the A's ever.
Yeah.
Which is pretty crazy, huh?
It honestly, you were right about Sacramento. You told me. You were like, Sacramento is a sports town. Like, the people will like going to games. And so far, so good. It's not a huge stadium, but it's been packed every single game.
Well, even if it's not packed, it's not empty, right?
It's not empty, yeah.
They've got a decent number of people who are interested in seeing them play. Yeah. And that's because, like, Sacramento, there's not really anything else to do in Sacramento. And they love their Kings, man. But they shouldn't get too attached to the A's. The A's have on one sleeve Sacramento, on the other sleeve Las Vegas. But I'm still going to be an A's fan when they go to Vegas too. And
are you?
Yeah, because look, we're going to go to see at least one A's game this summer in Sacramento. Nice. And when they go to Vegas, we'll go see at least one game in Vegas. It's not, we could drive to Vegas, not that far away.
Yeah. My mom was wondering, she's like, so like, do people in California, like, or who was it talking to? I forget, but.
So it wasn't the lowest ever, Rachel. It was the lowest since 1979.
Oh, okay.
That's still pretty good.
Oh, yeah, that is.
2,064 fans. That was the game we saw. Yeah, it was like a Monday night or something. Maybe a Tuesday.
Yes, and I was saying for Acacia and Ruben to meet us in Vegas.
Oh yeah, you guys
Wouldn't that be fun?
You know, if you're fine with people meeting up with us in Vegas on our honeymoon, I would like to generally encourage anybody who wants to go to Vegas there and see we can hang out and do stuff or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't see why not.
And we can hang out with people from the channel and your mom at the same time. Because what's your mom going to say about it? She's going to say, why are you hanging out with other people on your honeymoon? Oh, wait, why are you hanging out with me on your honeymoon?
It's like, it's this control thing. It's
fine.
Okay, it's like, because she has the honeymoon money.
Right, but it doesn't work as a control thing for her because if we wanted to, we could just go do it ourselves.
I know.
So it's just, it's control theater. It's not actual
It's
control.
whatever. She wants to see us. She
Yeah,
doesn't
and
want to see us here. There's a direct flight to Vegas.
yeah, and I don't blame anybody for preferring to go see us in Vegas over here. There's not that much to do here. It's very comfortable for us, but for people visiting, it's just
Yeah,
kind
my
of.
dad would like it, I think.
Yeah, well, your dad's SC Polar.
Yeah.
Acacia, I do not know how you and Ruben did not kill yourself walking down those steps.
What steps?
The stairs of the other house. When they're dark.
Oh yeah,
they're,
no, when it's dark.
It's like not only is it dark, so you
So
can't see the
dangerous.
steps. Each of the steps is a different size, so you can't successfully just go one step at a time. Plus, there's all these little acorns and shit all over it.
Yeah,
that you can
that's
slip
so
on.
dangerous.
Those are the most dangerous steps ever.
No,
You
they're
know,
not. They're perfect steps that are gonna settle to a perfect.
Well, if I were talking to a prospective buyer, that's what they would be for sure.
Yeah.
They're wonderfully unique steps with a lot of
We don't
character.
have to talk about the steps.
We're not going to talk about it.
And honestly, it's not a huge fix. There's the steps, light steps now that are like battery operated. Some of them are solar operated.
But we won't even bother with that because you know why?
No, because
nobody's going to look at it at night.
No, but I'm saying for the people who.
Oh yeah, well I'm not worried about them once they buy it. They can figure it out themselves after they buy it. I was trying to figure out how to fix the light in the parking spot because there's a light over the parking spot,
Yeah.
and there's a light switch there. I was thinking, I don't know if it was just the bulb or not, but I didn't get around to putting the new bulb in because I realized I had to move the wilderness card. It was right underneath the lamp, but I couldn't get to it. I'll try it when I go back there. I put a light bulb that's the right kind of light bulb.
Thanks, Acacia.
Yeah. So I will try replacing the bulb, one or two of the bulbs in that thing. See if that's the problem. Hopefully that's the problem. But I'm concerned that it might be a more significant problem than that, in which case I'm not going to fix it. Because again, hopefully nobody looks at it at night. And if they do, hopefully they're of the mindset that, well, we can easily fix this problem once we own the house.
Yeah, right, Acacia? Solar path lights, that's easy enough. That's a fix.
I don't believe in stealing power from the sun, Rachel. Okay? We need to respect the sun. Stop stealing its power. That's why I only use geothermal energy. Those are C heaps. I don't care if they're A heaps, B heaps, C heaps, or D heaps. If it's not gonna it's not gonna matter in selling the house. I don't want to do it.
It doesn't need to be done at this point.
We're not gonna steal anything, Acacia, because I don't want to go to jail. But also because it's morally wrong.
That's not the first time that someone said that I camouflage with the couch. Yeah, I do.
What about this spot here, though?
That gives it away.
I got it. I thought actually it was a hole in your skin underneath, but it was a piece of meow of some kind. Some kind of meow. Whatever you
There's always.
What was that?
The Indian food.
Oh.
Can I say I have shame shifters. I really question myself when I even thinking about it now, I feel so bad that I laughed when you were having such a terrible night.
That did not bother me at all.
It bothers me.
I'm not reliant on you being serious when I'm sick or something.
But most people have a nurturing energy that says, "Oh, well, I'll get him a wet towel or comforting and nurturing." Instead, I'm awkward and I don't know what to do.
I don't want you to do anything. If I do, I ask you to do it, right? Mostly, I just want to be in my suffering isolation, either in bed or in the bathroom, and I I don't expect anything from you because you obviously can't do anything about my body.
I know, but thanks, D2. Um,
It was like you
I
expressed. I'm sure it was just kind of like a
it
nervous
was a
laugh,
nervous,
you know.
yeah. I do that with kids who are crying sometimes too. Um, I'll do it on purpose if a kid, like falls on the ground, hits their butt, and they're not crying, and then all of a sudden they're crying because they realize that the crying will get them attention. That I find really funny. But like sometimes I'll inappropriate laugh when a kid like trips and falls or something. Not trips and falls, but just sometimes I'll laugh at like kids inappropriately too. Cause yeah, I guess my nervous reaction is to laugh.
Well, that's why I'm going to start taking you to the elementary schools around here,
No.
so you can laugh at the children.
They
So
are
I
clumsy.
don't know if you're aware of this, Rachel, but your father apparently has made a movie with Javed Rashad.
Cool.
What movie was it? Caroline has a story
Oh,
for you,
you
Rachel.
do? I hope it's relatable because that would make me feel better. Yeah, because there are kids who are like they'll sit there, they'll fall on their butt, and they'll sit there, and they're fine, and then a minute, like 10 seconds later, yeah, because they know.
Star Cathedral?
Yeah, you see him crying about
How does that make eye contact to say Star Cathedral?
David Starr.
Who's David Starr?
That's what that is. That Dave, the purple thing is the Star of David.
I mean, isn't it just if I drew a star like that, it would just be a regular star. I didn't want to go to work this morning, so when I was getting out of bed, I pretended to trip and hit my face against the wall, hoping my husband would feel bad and tell me I should stay home. Did he say, I guess your house to work, so you stop face planting in the wall?
Yeah, or like, was he like, how, like, why are you so clumsy? Which is not right to say. Like, okay, D2.
Work got on base. That's a single. They better not call that an error. They might though, but he deserves a single for that.
Well, he started laughing uncontrollably for several minutes. He did not realize it was an act. Oh my gosh. So I mean, like, that is funny.
I tend to find it funny when you spill stuff on yourself.
Yeah, yes, he does. Eric feels it's very funny when I spill on myself. It is funny.
You do, like every time you have any food or drink.
I know. And anything new. Anything new. I wear anything new. That day, boom, something's on it.
It's like, I got this new white shirt. You step out of the door and like meatballs and spaghetti fly at you.
Yeah. It's true. Yeah, you're right, Akeisha. I don't know. Sometimes falls are funny, hence America's Funniest Home Videos. I mean, falls are funny, but like Eric was like really sick, throwing up like a lot, and I fucking was cracking up. Like I was pretending to cough, and I like was laughing, and I was like, why am I laughing right now? Like, this is so like not appropriate. And then I said, wait, you know what? That was fake, right? And he was like, it's okay, you don't need to be embarrassed. Really? He freaking still thought that it was fake, that he didn't believe you. That's funny. Oh my god. It's okay, you don't need to be embarrassed. You're a good actress, I guess. That's a good question, Winston's mom. How did that make you feel in the moment? And that's a good question too, Acacia. Did you get to not go to work? Good pratfall. It's crazy that to think that like you have to like pretend to hit yourself to not want to go to work, to not go to work. I've been there. You did! Honestly, you did miss your true calling because that's good acting, I guess. That's good acting. It's very dramatic. It's funny. So yeah, did you go to work? So you could have been in comedies.
What kind of work do you do, Caroline?
Yeah, what kind of work? That's another good question. What kind of work do you do? Oh my gosh, Trouble. It's like when I was in there, Trouble. I don't know why you didn't eat, because I was in there.
Hi. Meow. You're full of meows, aren't you? I wonder why. Why so full of meows?
You went to work? Did you just feel bad? Like, I should really go. I have a really bad John Mellencamp song stuck in my head. I would like some help to
Is it Jack and Diane?
No, it's not.
Okay. I'm gonna replace it with Born in the USA.
No. Oh.
The only song I've had in my head is I'll Never Be Your Woman.
Oh. I can never be your woman.
Yeah, that song.
I could never be your woman.
I've got a long and winding chode, huh?
Keisha!
Isn't that oxymoronic?
That is.
Preschool kids. Oh my god, that sounds like an absolute fucking nightmare. All right, you preschool kids, look, you sit over there and do your preschool shit. I'm gonna be over here watching the A's game.
I worked at a preschool for a day.
Worst day of your life?
Yeah, so it's supposed to be 2 people, and I was supposed to be training that day. Well, the person who was my partner, who was like the main head of the class, called out sick, and I had to teach them myself, and I was like, I don't know what to do. This is my first day, and the kids are just like not listening to me because like, why would they listen to me? They don't know who I am. I had to get like strict with them, and then I had to learn how to change their diaper and stuff. It was like a fucking nightmare, so I quit.
Yeah, changing diapers isn't fun. I'm gonna make some food. You want something?
No, thank you. I almost got fired for taking off, I think, twice in 1 month. So I quit.
Fuck off, you guys. See you later.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you watched the Pride Cometh Part 2 video, but at the end of it, I give myself and everybody else permission to tell the world to fuck off.
Oh, wow. Thanks. I did that quite often to jobs.
Yes, go eat.
When I was an art teacher for middle school kids, they made me cry. Wait, is that true, Acacia?
Alright,
Was
outside of
embarrassing?
crispy sausages on the barbecue outside.
I mean, it sounds understandable to me, Acacia. I understand you being embarrassed, but
What was she
because they
embarrassed about?
questioned everything I was having them do it, so it was like uncool and stupid. I know, but that's what happens when you teach. It's not really cool, unfortunately. I mean,
Middle school is tough. You gotta be the right
Yeah.
kind of personality for middle school. It was my
Yeah.
favorite age group, but I'm a very rare kind of teacher. Most teachers avoid middle school like the fly.
they were just so stubborn. Yeah, that's the age. I could see you as an art teacher. I went to school for to be an art teacher, and I failed.
Yeah, you weren't meant to be one. You were meant to be a housewife.
Well, yeah, that's true. I did better with small classes like 5 kids. That's cool. That's like teaching, like for community college, like night classes and stuff, or like what do they call them, extracurricular classes, where you pay and like there's adults and stuff. You're meant to be a housewife too. I think all INFJs are meant to be housewives. Even the guys. You like kids? That's good. D2. I like kids too. I mean, one of my favorite jobs was being a camp counselor. It was one of my first jobs, and it was one of my favorite jobs. I liked being a babysitter too. Until I like got older and was like, I had more of a fuck it attitude. So I was like, I can't babysit anymore. If I have a fuck it attitude towards babysitting, that's bad. So I was like, I need to go into a different field. Well, like my dad, like he's retired and he's still teaching. Like he was like born to be a teacher, you know. And a lot of my family thinks that I should be a teacher's assistant, and I would be fine with it. Like the neuropathy might be like a little bit of an issue. Like I might need a cane. I wish I went to art school, but also didn't want art ruined for me if I was put under pressure and critiqued. But now I think I should have. Well, you could still go. Like you could go to like you know, like a community college or a smaller college and see how you like it. I think you would do really well. Like you're a really good artist. I'm mediocre. Like I'm a mediocre artist, and I an INTJ that I dated, Mike. He suggested that I take art because he thought I was a really good artist, but like I was always like mediocre about it. I always did it for fun. And once I went to school, it took all the fun out of it for me, so I changed my major. You enjoy teaching as well? That's nice. Teachers are good for society. I actually wanted to be an art therapist, and that I think I would have been better at. But I didn't, for some reason, go to a school that had art therapy. I don't know why. Yeah, Keisha, that's exactly what I didn't want to happen. All the fun to be taken from it. For me, it did. It doesn't happen for everyone. Like, a lot of the kids there did really well and they're very talented. Thanks, Keisha. I think I would be a good art therapist too. Um, I wish I went to school for art therapy, but yeah. I don't have much art to share, to be honest with you. I could draw something for you now, and you can judge it, but where do I have anything? Honestly, my stuff is mediocre. I'm not that great. Like, I started to draw a knife. That's like some sort of plant in Arcadia. Yeah. Thanks, Akeisha. The number 7. INFJ. I started to draw Eric there, but I obviously didn't like what I was doing because I didn't even finish it. Thanks, Caroline. Thanks, Winston's mom. I appreciate that. I feel like Justin Bieber a little bit in that, like, I'm kind of an imposter. Like, I'm not as good. TWFP. I know, 4-leaf clover. That's good, William. But yeah, I don't draw that much anymore. It's just, I find it to be a chore. It never was a chore. I used to spend hours. Thanks, Acacia. I'm definitely in a rusty time, that's for sure. Dermarific says the shadow hides my childhood savagery. Do you think children are savage? I would say that I was not a savage kid. He's outside. He'll be back. I could never be your woman. I could never I could never be your woman. I could never be your woman. I would spend hours drawing Cher's just as after the Sunny and Cher show aired on the night before. Her dress seems stunning. Yeah. She had the body for it. I ain't nobody's mom. Oh, you mean Winston's mom. She gives her age away all the time. She knows, she's not afraid to say. By the way, I was asking what's mom if the person in the chat was Big Dog lately is the OG Big Dog. I don't believe so. Like, Big Dog 13.5 I think is different than Big Dog. I believe they're different. Because Big Dog was in here at the same time as Big Dog 13.5. You're Gen X, so's Eric. What year, William? I'm a millennial. (1965). You're an early Gen Xer. You're like really early, like beginning. Yeah, I believe OG Big Dog has been around. Oh, really, Caroline? I had no idea. Yeah, no, like 13, Big Dog 13.5 is like a little his different personality than Big Dog. Okay, give it name a song that you should have in my head. Yeah, very different personality. Yeah, yeah. I'm sure you were confused. I could see you being confused by that. I was too at first. Oh, honey pie, you were driving me crazy. I'm in love, but I'm lazy. So won't you please come home? Do you like Paul? Is Paul your favorite? Because he's ENFJ. That's a song that John Lennon would definitely call a grandma song. There's a there's a rumor that John wanted to separate himself from Paul's grandma songs. But those grandma songs are pretty timeless. John Lennon called some of Paul McCartney's songs grandma songs. So like Honey Pie, yeah, grandma. Sorry, grandma songs. I mean, they're alluding to an older time, that's for sure, but they're good. Yeah, he was, cause he was his, you know, yeah. He thought he was too cool for school. All of the Beatles were too cool for school. Yeah, 13.5. Big Dog 13.5 is not the same as Big Dog. Ooh, athletics are leading 4-0. Someone just did something. I could never be your. Oh, Blade. Good job. Always had faith in you, Blade. Yeah, even Ringo was too cool. Although Ringo is probably more modest. But come on. He's definitely more modest. Being ISFJ. I mean, he was so like. Okay, so Paul McCartney. I'm sorry. Let me start over. Paul McCartney, ENFJ. John Lennon, ENTP. George Harrison, INFP. And Ringo Starr, ISFJ. Thanks, William. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Vote of confidence. Oh, honey pie, you were driving me crazy. I'm in love, but I'm lazy. So won't you please come home? Do 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 do. Well, I didn't see what happened because I was talking to you guys.
JJ Bleday had a 2-run home run.
No, Ringo was an ISFJ most likely, and Kimberly, Eric's ex, was a hairdresser as well. So they can be hairdressers. Yeah, I'm glad though. I wanted a different song in my head than I Could Never Be Your Woman.
I could never be your woman.
I could never be na 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 na. But that hit you saw it.
Yeah, but it hit you at home.
Yeah.
Wilson's up to bat now. Oh, Munchie's up to bat. Wilson's the pitcher.
Hi, Trouble. Now you want me?
I get that in my head.
Yeah, Eric does too.
Prince Ali, Ali, Abi, Ali, Ababwa. Regular men, they read about a horse, and then back out of the sword.
Don't feel bad.
Who sent their men to those lords? It's Prince Ali.
I don't mean to tell you what to do, Caroline, because I feel bad for things that I shouldn't feel bad for all the time. But why do you feel bad? I think it's really funny that it's kind of like it's SE4, like trying to like.
She feels bad 'cause she didn't wanna go to work.
She didn't wanna go. She didn't wanna go to work.
She feels bad 'cause she faked injury today.
Yeah, she didn't wanna go to work.
Well, don't worry, Caroline. Probably you're the only one thinking about it that much. Like, I have not thought about Rachel laughing when I was moaning one time, except for the 2 times that she brought it up since. Never occurred to me to even think about it. It's like,
I relate.
I wasn't, I did say at the moment, is this amusing to you or something? But I wasn't annoyed by it at all. I just.
You weren't? Because
No.
you just said you were like, are you laughing at my...
No, I said, are you amused by this?
Oh.
And she said, no, it's just a nervous laugh. But even when I asked the question, I was just, I wasn't bothered by it.
Oh, okay. It is a nervous laugh. I didn't know what to do, but like, I felt so bad. Yeah. I get it, Caroline, though. I do the same thing.
I should record Trouble's symphony of different meows.
Yeah, you should.
Because
It
you
would
really,
be popular.
I should
People
do
like
a video on cat translation.
Yeah. But his meows are mostly, I want you to watch me eat. It's time to watch me eat.
No, but he says many different things when he wants me to watch him eat. First, he's like, hey,
Meow.
you want to come watch, you want to eat together? Let's eat together
Yeah.
in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And then
Maybe 3 will be like that.
And then he'll give me the purr one because we're good friends.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm not paying attention, meow, like, are you listening? And then meow, like, get the fuck in here.
Yeah. And then there's the forlorn.
The long one too.
Meow.
You're right. Meow.
It's so dramatic.
I don't think he's meowing. I think
No,
he's telling me to stop playing the guitar.
He's
probably.
talking to us. Remember, Acacia, he's an ENFJ, so he is talking to us, letting us know, Now he wants to hang out with Eric.
Come here, buddy. Oh, yes, you're a silly boy. Oh, yes.
He goes that way because he doesn't want me petting him.
I think it's because the book was there.
Really?
I moved the book, but
You
maybe
think?
you're right.
I honestly think part of it is because he doesn't want me petting him.
I'm not entirely sure he wants me petting him.
Get into like a normal position, Trouble.
Mind you be a camera person and show the people what's going on here.
I don't know where Capio is. Look at that.
Oh, yes. What a good
I'll leave
kitty.
you alone. Just get into a comfortable position, please. You're stressing me out. It's like, what are you doing? Is that comfortable for you right now?
Yeah,
I promise
he
you.
seems pretty comfortable.
Okay. I promise I won't pet you.
He generally has some weird position. Did I watch the clip? Yeah, of me singing. This that sounds like with the doves cry. That clip I can't find it. I was actually looking for it this morning. I couldn't find it. Oh yes,
I don't
what
know.
a
She's
silly
probably
boy.
sleeping, honestly, Karma's Pim. Capio during the day sleeps a lot.
Can you put a link for me, Acacia?
Okay, I promised, but I have to. Yes, the parking's a lot.
Oh yes, you're a good boy, and mommy and daddy love you.
Yes, we do.
It's the entire. Oh, where is the mouse? Oh, it's over there. I can't scroll up. So
Yes, Gwen's too.
I also can't click any link without
loves
moving the cat.
Daddy.
Rachel, could you do me a big favor?
What's that?
Could you get me
Oh,
the mouse
yeah.
from on top of the amp there?
Of course I can. You're so stiff.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Yes. Mommy's stiff.
That's how the doves cry.
I like that you were known for singing at school.
No thanks, Carmen. I appreciate your attention. I'm not saying that I don't. Perhaps my decision not to say subscribe to my channel. Remember, I started to run out years ago when I have accumulated lots of subscribers. Instead, here I sit going boo boo. This is how the
This is a great song. It has to be by the same name, though.
That's how the doves cry. That's an excellent clip. Acacia, I appreciate you clipping it. You know what else is a good clip? It's not a clip, but the one when I started singing about the czar of food poisoning. That's I have a great couple of lines in there where I say something like, "We don't want no czar of food poisoning, please. Get out of here with you and your foodborne disease."
That's good. Wow, that's good, Annie.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I actually rewatched some of this morning, that stream from yesterday this morning, because towards the end of it, I was so faded I couldn't even hardly remember what the stream was. I had 2 drinks and it really hit me
Oh
hard.
my gosh,
yesterday.
that they hit me hard. I know, they're so good.
Yeah, I was thinking I want to write some lyrics maybe for this baseline thing. I had to use a chorus and bridge, obviously, but I don't know what to write lyrics about. I was thinking it'd be nice if I could encourage or somehow incite Rachel to write some lyrics.
Me, sure. I don't know how words start.
Well, I mean, that's the thing is if we could decide on like a topic, a scene, or a storyline or something to revolve lyrics around, or a theme, you know.
Do you want it to sound like a LCD vibe, or what you going for? What you going for?
Well, I generally think I want my lyrics to be resonant with common human experiences without being too cliche, I guess, you know. Because when I write lyrics, I have a problem. My lyrics tend to be too intellectual, wordy, abstract, other things. Well, I fight against it, so it's not always.
Okay.
But a lot of times I end up using freestyle lyrics because I don't have a clear vision what I want the lyrics to do. And if I do have a clear vision, they don't make good lyrics because the things I have clarity about aren't the kind of things one should write lyrics about.
I don't know. I don't know about that. I would definitely not agree with that.
Well, thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
You're a wonderful lady.
I'm just saying the truth. I mean, if an INFJ can appreciate the NE, I just like.
Yeah, that's my normal strategy, Acacia. That's my normal way of doing things. And it's fine if certain lyrics really suggest themselves, although sometimes it means that, if, for example, in this one song I have, the resolving part of it is everybody knows the game she plays. And
Good.
it was just in that instance, that bit of melody, even though the lyrics didn't fit in any way with the rest of the lyrics, it said to me, that's what's supposed to be there, right?
Oh, trouble, you silly boy.
But in general, I think stuff that I craft more is better than stuff that's the product of a happy freestyle occurrence. Well, I was thinking like, you know, a good theme for lyrics would be the narrator wants to meet with somebody in the afternoon,
Okay.
but is unclear as to what the other person's intentions are.
Is it like a date?
Well, that's what the narrator wants it to be,
Oh.
but it's not happening yet, and he's sort of reflecting on whether she just wants to be friends or whether he should try to make a move or stuff like that.
Interesting.
I think that'd be
Okay.
a good topic for
Yeah,
lyrics.
that is. That's an episode of Sex and the City. She wants it to be a date, but he keeps on. Yay!
Oh yeah, Sodi.
Sodi, nice job.
Nice job, Sodi. Sodi goes yard. He's hit a lot of home runs this season. And in fact, the major league leader in home runs is Tyler Soderstrom.
That's
with
amazing.
9. Excellent. Excellent.
Whoever chose him for fantasy baseball was intuitive.
I got him, but I didn't draft him in the initial draft. I picked him up
Cool.
after, I think.
That's good that
when he started going on fire. Thing is, was last year when he first started playing, when he first came up, and he had a good couple of first games. I said, watch out for the Soderstrom guy. And then he kind of went in the tank. But even though I was just a year early.
Did you hear though? Remember them saying that he has been working on himself and he really trained hard.
I mean, I would assume all these professional athletes do that.
Yeah, but apparently he was very dedicated and
Well, I'm glad it's paying off for him and paying off for the A's because Sodi's run out of the gates this year, the beast.
Jay Willie is surprising me. He surprised me.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting anything out of him.
Well, and that kind of player is so critical to being a successful team. A utility player can play multiple positions. He makes excellent contact, doesn't strike out. He's going to hit for high average, but not for power. Good. Every team needs a guy like that.
Yeah. I agree.
He's got an occasional bit of pop, but not that much. Reminded me of a Wolfpack song. I'm familiar with the band, but I don't know which song you're referring to. The problem with having you on my lap, Kitty, is that then I'm stuck here. But the good news is, all I have to do is be about to get up, and he reads reads my body language and moves. He is an FE Dom.
He is. Now he looks so comfortable and cute. I have to take a picture. Does it look go on Instagram? Oh, I should make it a video.
Oh, yes. What a big purr. Yes, you are. You're a happy boy.
He looks so comfortable and cute. I have to take a picture. Does it look go on Instagram?
5-0 Athletics after that home run by Sodi. We are now on defense end. Murdoch's on the mound. I guess J.P. Sears did his 6 innings, and Kotze said, okay, enough with your pitch count, because he didn't give any runs, but he's no longer in the game. Another song I have stuck in my head is, because I see you, and I like you, and I feel so bohemian like you.
I like that.
I just wanted to get stuck in your head.
And I like you.
Feel so bohemian like you.
Yeah, I like you.
That's a child who was a slave. Sleeping child. All right. Let's go, Blade. Today's your day. You already got 2 hits. You got a double and a home run. Let's keep the heater running, you know? Down he goes on strikes. Well, JJ, that's fine. You've already contributed a good amount today, so you're fine. Seth Brown, DH, 2 foul-outs and a strikeout. He's one of our lowest average hitters. I'm not sure why Kase put him at the DH, but I guess he's trying to set Rooker up for success, I think, by like letting him have a less pressure-packed position. Oh, Mr. Turnaround. Yes, you turned around. What a good kitty. What a special gentleman. You're my turnaround Tom. Yes. What a good boy. Johnny Pareda, you need to learn how to spell your name. Why is his name spelled Jhonny? Didn't he used to be a Yankee?
Who?
Johnny Pareda?
I don't know. There's a lot of people that used to be Yankees on the team now. Maybe.
Jhonny is why I think he was Yankee. I remember the JH.
Oh, okay. Then you're probably right.
But it could, maybe it wasn't the Yankees. But
I think
I know
it
he played
probably
on
was,
some
right?
team other than the Athletics before. Alfred Armstrong, it's going fine. What am we doing? Oh, fuck, I forgot about my food. We got sausages on the grill.
Mm.
All right, Katie, sorry, we're going to have to get up now. Let me go see if I've ruined my food by leaving it ignored for so long. Alfred, you saved me, though, if it's not ruined. Because who knows how long it would have been until I thought about it again. If you hadn't asked me, how's it going? It's caused me to reflect on what I was doing. Ironically, since you didn't ask, what am I doing? Well, these sausages are not going to be good to eat at all. Thank you. Okay. I mean, I guess I could cut the top half off of them. All right, let's see what we can do with these.
Come on.
All right, we're gonna try to find something edible out of this. Okay, I'm gonna cut the bottom half.
Hungry.
I know, I didn't think it for you. These are both for me.
Ah.
I asked you before if you wanted something. You said no.
I ate.
Yeah, so that's why I didn't make you any. Can you do me a favor and take this coffee cup out of my hands?
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
For your times and
Okay, this is not salvageable. Forget it. Into the trash you go. Now I just have made a mess for no reason.
I wonder if you would like this LCD sound system called Movement. It's an earlier song, so it's not as like refined as.
I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty sure we get copyright if we play that.
Yeah, we would get copyrighted. So like at the end of the stream, I'll show it to you if you don't mind. Hi stream. Cause I feel so behind like you. Yeah, like you. I like you. Waha, waha.
Okay, so well, I guess I'm not eating sausages. What will I eat instead?
My Padawan Rangebridge says, my dad, Ian TJ, is blind to morality, the opposite of you.
He's blind to morality? Well, he's ignoring TI, so they're going to treat fairness as though it were simply an FE criterion to me. You know, A-slot FE, it's like, oh, fairness doesn't really matter, justice doesn't really matter, it's just you have to placate certain upset parties.
So apparently Musk has like more children than we know. And he said that it's like something immoral to not have kids.
That's what I'm saying. He can afford to have all those kids, but most people cannot afford to even have one kid.
No.
These days it's so expensive.
It is.
Did Trevor take the bacon off the plate? That's weird. I put some bacon, the leftover bacon on Trevor's plate, and he apparently took it off of the plate. He didn't want it on his plate.
Wow.
He didn't eat it, but it was, I don't know who else would have taken it off of his plate.
Is he Muslim?
Hmm?
Is he Muslim?
Muslim?
Muslim.
Oh, was he Muslim? No, I think he just said, I'm eating cat food right now. I've already had enough bacon. Get this off of my plate.
Oh. Very, very communicative.
Communicative. What's up with this mess, Capillo?
Oh, I did that.
Oh, you did that.
Yeah.
I blamed Capillo.
No.
No acid yet? When you get some acid, give me some, okay?
Can I have like half of the tab?
Oh,
I
yeah.
really want to start small and.
Sure, yeah. Half tab is...
It makes me nervous. I don't want to be in a bad trip and then.
Yeah, well, look, even if you start bad tripping, remember,
Oh yeah, I have.
take your colony and go away.
I'll take two, honestly.
Well, you start with a half or one and see if it knocks the
I'll
trip
take
out.
one,
You know? Eric, can you make me some pizza? No, I'm not making pizza today. I am making a sausage, but I'm cooking it inside since I ruined my outside cook. I could have cooked it successfully on the sticks that I had put in the barbecue, but I need to be more attentive to it because I didn't have any logs in there, so it wasn't going to burn for a super long time. Now it's out of fire. Okay, Rachel. Yeah, I tell you what, why don't we do this as a team? Why don't we do this as a team? Okay. Let me get them over here and then I'll scoop them in.
Okay.
Alright, now over here. Okay. Let me get this hair.
Oh my gosh. The level of hair that he has is insane. And it's going to tickle his mind. Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
You're welcome. In that Global Big Five thing, my highest percentage is in unstructured.
Well, unstructured is a loaded term. You know, it's like you can say unstructured, you could call it also flexible or prioritizing agency in a prioritizing making short-term agency decisions over long-term agency decisions. You know, you want to talk about it in a neutral. That's the one problem with Big Five is it makes personality a normative thing.
So many people using it.
Well, it's very wrong because of that, and among other things. People don't have those personality traits. They might express things that are described as like conscientiousness or openness or agreeableness. Those things may link to their cognitive function staff, but they're not. But to say that you have a trait of conscientiousness is wrong. To say that person is more or less conscientious in part because of cognitive function, yeah, is correct.
There's a website that tries to match like the Global Big Five.
They don't link.
I know. But your type though, it's crazy how you always get ENTP. Your Global Big Five answer they had for ENTP.
You know, I do always give ENTP.
It's
And the fact
crazy.
that somebody could use a wrong understanding, but nevertheless involving a set of correlates that correlate somewhat to something to bridge typology and Big Five is not surprising, but also not informative.
No, it's not, because they're only making guesses in the dark.
Right. If you don't understand the mechanism of the thing, then you're like, okay, that rock was there, now it's here. We can conclude that it walked over here. Yes, you noted that it was there, you noted that it was here. But you're acting as though process can just be intuitive.
What process exactly?
Well, I'm saying like, consciousness is a description of an attribute, right?
Yeah.
Not a process. If you want to understand why someone's more or less conscientious, you have to analyze what their processes are. My process of prioritizing short-term agency opportunity over long-term agency opportunity means I'm going to be more flexible or more unstructured and less reliable or conscientious. That's a process analysis that explains what other people might perceive as a trait, but which is only metaphorically so. That's what I mean about all of that. I think I need to cut this stuff open.
I mean, I don't mind the type that I got for the Global Big Five. Like, I think some get something they don't. That stuff just fun for me because obviously I like learning about myself.
Right, well, and that's fine. It's just one of those things where it's like, Big Five does people a disservice because it tells them this is how you are because we've measured you in some way, right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't tell you why you're like that, what it means or anything. And it has a normative element to it where basically they're telling you, you suck permanently because personality can't be changed.
Yeah, and it's very black and white in its answers. Like, I'm low on conscientiousness, so it says that basically I'm a slug. Then if you're high in conscientiousness, it means that you're able to get your goals done.
Well, I don't doubt that the conscientiousness does correlate to some extent with SE. But the point is, why understand it incorrectly as an attribute when you can understand it correctly as a process habit stemming from attentional configuration?
Yeah, that's so much easier. I mean, but it's crazy. I've heard like 2 therapists, like psychologists, use it and say that that's how you should measure a person. Yeah.
And
I'm like, oh no, that's not good for therapy at all.
The reason they think that is because they've been taught that Big Five has been normed, which is to say, it meets the criteria of proper data gathering, which I don't doubt that it does. But the thing is, it's like I could gather a bunch of points of data and link them to a bunch of correlates, but if there's no mechanism to explain how I got from A to B, it's meaningless. Like, you suck because you're not agreeable enough.
Yeah.
Why am I not agreeable enough? Because that's your personality. You were born with that or something. Okay, so what should I do about it? You can't do anything about it.
Oh yeah, no.
Are there any advantages that come along with it? No.
It's so ridiculous.
Whereas in reality, I would say, if you are lacking in agreeableness, you're probably high in some kind of efficacy, maybe TE even,
I was thinking that.
So is agreeableness actually an inherently good thing? No. We need some disagreeable people who prioritize stuff other than harmony to balance out those who prioritize harmony. No, this is not painting. I didn't actually get into doing any painting. Hi, KM Inc. Are we a power couple? All right. Look at us, Richard. We're a power couple. I'm a power couple with
I don't know
bread.
what that means. But I appreciate it. What should I wear to the Met Gala? What would you guys like me to wear to the Met Gala? What would you like Eric to wear at the Met Gala?
I'm gonna wear a moo-moo.
Oh, that's great. Should I wear moo-moo too?
Red carpet.
Or should I wear like pajamas, like men's pajamas?
Well, you could do that too, but we have to state expressly on the red carpet, we're wearing this not for comfort, but for fashion.
It is for fashion. But I don't give a shit, I'm not wearing a fucking corset.
I'm bringing the moo-moo back.
Yeah, options, I wanna know. Acacia. UKM Inc. says Eric and Bjork's swan dress. Pootycat says, wait, where's Ruben Schmoobin? No, he already said that he wants to go in a muumuu. Ooh, high fashion Robin Hood. Now, do I wear tights? Or is that for Eric?
You know, I consider swan dresses the black face of red carpet attire. I don't want to insult swans like that.
That's nice. That's nice of you.
Yeah. Just as I wouldn't go to the red carpet in blackface, I wouldn't go in a swan outfit either. Because I'm not a swan. I'm just a regular duck. I like this camera view here.
Okay, I can definitely be Robin Hood. But how should I wear
I'll
my
be
hair?
Maid Marian. I'll be Maid
Do
Marian.
I wear my hair back in a ponytail? And then I have like a hat, one of those like three-cornered hats.
Whatever's jauntiest.
And a feather in my cap. I don't know why I'm thinking of feather. I'm definitely thinking of the Disney version. I'm influenced right now by the Disney version.
Was Robin Hood a homosexual? I don't know. I just don't know what he was. The A's won 8-0. That should help my fantasy team somewhat. So let's go to ESPN and see how I'm doing.
You were thinking feather in the cap? Little Robin, Big John running through the forest. Oh, but
Oodaloo.
do oodalali, golly, what a day. Yes, exactly, Zerg. I try to make you wait.
I agree that the
Right.
Disney, yeah,
Oh, a
is.
tunic with a belt and tights. You could be my stylist, Akeisha.
Well, I'm currently losing. This fucker needs to get off of day to day. It's just not helpful to me at all.
Yeah, that isn't.
I can't even move him there? Oh, because he's playing second base. God damn it. Willie Castro, I got you because of your utility, and you've been day to day for God knows how long.
How do I this chat stopped here?
Well, you push this thing.
Oh yeah.
And
Thanks.
mm-hmm. Oh God.
I don't know.
Look at this, Rachel.
I
had JP Sears on the bench.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, it sucks. Next week, I guess.
Yeah, next week.
No, the second team. Come on. No. Come on. This one. You're frustrating me, ESPN.com. All right. The second team is also losing.
The Met Gala is run by what's her face, Anna Wintour. So like honestly, she has stuff to do with Diddy apparently. So fuck her. I don't have any new cheers for Shayla Grilliers. Usually Eric comes up with the cheers. I'm not really good at cheers. Let me see.
Who paid all the Bengals for years? Shay Langoliers.
We should start our own Met Gala in Mariposa. Get out of it at the fairgrounds. I never had any cheers for Shailing Layers. That's my run.
You just had one?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Rachel had no thinking cheers for Shay Langoliers. I'm going to eat my sausage now.
Well, many might not like to hear, but Northern European culture that some of us Americans have is different than Latin Europeans and so on. Christianity isn't super relative to morality, otherwise globalism would be the answer. Metropolitan Mariposa. It's such a small town, I don't know how it would do with metropolitan.
I think most Americans have a very straightforward culture. They're Americans.
I'm the vice president of Shay Langlier's fan club. Vice.
No, you're the co-president. Your dad's the vice president.
Oh, my dad's the vice president. I'm co-president. My dad could probably come up with a cheer for Shay Langlier's. I'll ask him next time I talk to him. I see what you did there, Shay Langlier's. Karma's Padawan Ranger says, Karma's pimp like yesterday. Eric can't forgive himself for past moral mistakes. I personally am the opposite. I'm childish when people force their morality on me. I only see what I moral want to. I mean, that's how I live. I don't know anything in the Bible. I know like more stuff from the Old Testament than the New Testament. I don't know.
The thing is, the kind of regret that we have about wrongdoings is the kind that you voiced earlier, where you feel bad because you laugh.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do really with morality.
No one's wearing underwear, chandeliers. No.
The thing is, Padawan Range Bender, nobody has their own morality. There is correct understanding of morality, which is a right framework. And then there's virtue ethics, which is subjective and personal. So you can think whatever you want is virtuous, but we have a universal understanding of what's wrong.
Let's just be like reminded that the people who wrote the Bible are unreliable narrators. And Jesus probably hung out with the, dancing under chandeliers. Yes, Shay Langoliers. Good one, Caroline. Gonna bring your team to tears. Shay Langoliers. Good one, Acacia. Straights and queers for Shay Langoliers. Yeah. The lack of something is bad. That's true for all species in general. What are they lacking? Get your butt into gears. Shay Langoliers. Yeah, Keisha. Good NE. Lack of necessity, that is. Me and my peers for Shay Langoliers. You guys are great cheerleaders.
Who catches better than Richard Gears? Shay Langoliers.
You have to add the S though.
Well, I mean, multiple Richard Gears.
What's that story about him? That conspiracy about him? The hamster? Something with the hamster?
Or gerbil.
A gerbil.
Gerbil off the butt.
Yeah, yeah.
But
some conspiracy theories are so ridiculous. I mean, maybe he did, honestly. Because, it seems like a weird place. Hollywood for sure.
Yeah, well, I know that other people, Padawan Range Bender, can have their own subjective opinions about morality and ignore rights frameworks and stuff. That's certainly possible for people to do. That doesn't change the fact that they're either right or wrong.
INTPs. Let's drink a beer for Shanley Delirious. ISFJC, all details and are thorough. INTP are selective of what they are detailed about. MVP every year's. Again with the S. Shay Langoliers. Who can bring your mom to tears? Shay Langoliers.
Put away your leers and jeers. Shay Langoliers.
Yes. Show no fear, chandeliers. You like the S edition?
Who gives guidance on careers? Shayla.
Yes!
Thank you.
I feel like they're not playing right now, right?
They're gone. We won 8-0. Yeah, we won 8-0.
Yes. I'll take a win anytime.
Be 3 in a row now. Granted, against the White Sox.
How are the Rangers doing?
They're underperforming.
Okay.
I don't know more than that.
I think they're in for a couple of bad years. It's going to be tough. They have to rebuild their team. It's going to be rough. But I don't care. I'm still not an Islanders fan. I don't care that they're like next door to Franklin Square now. Like, no. Just no. And I started watching hockey in Nassau Coliseum. Like that's where I first was introduced to it. But I saw a Rangers versus Islanders game, and the Rangers like put such like effort in. It was like so hard not to root for the Rangers. I was like, wow, this is real hockey. Forever your ball of deers, Shea Langoliers. Padawan Range Offender says, Eric, I'm saying you either have some integrity internally or like you, or you can choose to ignore and paint your own independence from other moral codes like the autonomous INTP, ENTJ. Adapt? I don't think you could choose. I think you are what you are.
The thing is, like, guilt and regret don't occur because someone imposed some morality on me. They occur because I feel in my own conscience that it's bad, you know?
Close, kitty cat. Shea Langoliers is out of this atmosphere. This is a year for Shea Langoliers. See, it's the S. It's got to be involved, I think. Can't be too much, obviously, or put in a word that doesn't end with an S. Who is sad about Sears? Shea Langoliers. West Virginia Mountaineers, Shea Langoliers. That's a good one, Putty Cat. I feel like Shea Langoliers should know that like we're doing all these cheers for him. Maybe we could like cyclically send these messages to him. And then they'll come to him, they'll go to his mind and he'll think that he's making it up, so he uses these cheers to like get motivated. It's his day off, so he wants to stay in the game, you know? Well, they won.
Who spends time with cows and steers?
Shea Langoliers.
Who's the favorite of straights and queers? Shea Langoliers. Who will absolve us of all our fears? Shea Langoliers. Who's in love with gay chandeliers? Shea Langoliers.
Padawan Range Bender. I don't have Shea Langoliers. I don't really follow anyone on, like, I don't I haven't followed anyone new on Instagram in years. I could follow Shailene Galeers. That's a cheer in itself. He is one of our best peers, you're right. Shailene Galeers. Say cheers for Shailene Galeers. Yeah, Zerg. Let's cook some steers for Shailene Galeers. I'm not sure the vegans will like that. Where's my phone? Where's my phone? It's so weird.
It's hard to do.
Britney Spears is hot for Shailene Galeers. Hey, did you hear about Shailene Galeers? No, like actually, question mark? I don't know. Promise Pimp asks, is this something he's going to record and mix?
I'm just fucking around.
Zerg says, Zerg. I don't know what it is with the X, how it sounds. Is it Zerg? I can't do it. I make industrial music myself, synth to DAW.
fun. I was listening in part this morning to yesterday's live stream so I could hear what I was doing on this thing because I was having a lot of fun and I did some cool stuff. I had this really cool thing I was doing with the tuba sound.
Really?
Yeah. If I really felt like it, I could, go back, listen to it. Yeah. But
cool. I want to hear it.
I'm not gonna take any blinkers because I don't even have any baits to blink off of, but I will take a couple barn rips.
Easter is this weekend. Can we live stream?
Sure. I think a good lyric to a song might be, I know you're sad, I know the world's mean, but have you had a couple bong rips?
Some people get anxiety though. Like Cambone got
That's why I'm
anxiety.
just asking the question, not recommending anything.
Oh, smart.
Yeah. Maybe you should, maybe you shouldn't, but have you had a couple bong rips? What pussy? What pussy what? What are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you
I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, for example, I should be hanging out with my kids, but I'm supposed to hang with y'all, but I don't seem to be bothering.
Oh my god, what a big mistake. Oh my god.
Well, Padawan Rangebender, children will come to you if they need something, or if they feel like they need you, and if they don't feel like they need you, then there's no reason to micromanage them. Why did the blonde start looking for a new job? Her boss texted they would be closed for good Friday. That's a capitalization joke.
It's a Catholic joke, too. When is the Friday? This Friday? It's Good Friday because it's before he's like on the cross or something, or no, I don't know. I don't know Easter that well, except for that there's a Easter bunny and you get candy and an Easter basket. If life is like that for you.
Pretty cat. A better way to do that joke is, I volunteered to help blind children today. How was I supposed to know it was an adjective? Well, I'm done blinding all the children.
And like you see these children, you're like thinking to yourself like, blinding children, and it's sunny out, and you like pull the blinds a certain way, and then all the sun is like blinding the kids.
Well, I'm envisioning after I'm done blinding all the children that all the children start going like this.
They do though. That's what happens.
Oh, that's actually only if you're born blind.
Oh.
Yeah, people who are born blind, they never have the visual thing that makes them not want to move their head around, right? But if you're not born blind, you become blind later, you probably won't end up doing that.
That makes sense. TISINEFE. Who's that? What type is that?
There is no such type of that with that order. But if he's doing absolute and then instrumental, then it would be INTP. If he's capitalizing the absolute ones and uncapitalizing the instrumental ones, I think that's an urban legend, Putty Cat. Stevie Wonder's not blind. I remember somebody said, I don't remember where I saw like a Facebook post or something where they saw Stevie Wonder in a hotel or something, and they waved at him, and his bodyguard assistant said, "You know he can't see you, right?"
That's great.
There's something else I wanted to mention. Um, when I was a kid, my mom occasionally, if I had like a half day at school, she'd pick me up and take me to work with her, and I have to stay like either in the faculty lounge or whatever. Well, one thing they had in the faculty lounge, in the San Marino High School faculty lounge, was this like comic strip thing cut out, and it occurs to me that it's a perfect example of FI. Like this is what FI is. So the picture showed this beach that had thousands of starfish washed up onto the beach, and it showed a guy who was picking up one of them and throwing it back into the water. And some other guy said to him, "There are thousands of these on the beach. What could it possibly matter that you're doing this?" And the guy said, "It matters to this one."
True.
That's FI, right?
Yeah.
FI over SE, really. The person who's saying, "Why are you bothering this?" Can't even possibly make even a dent in this population of dying starfish. And so he's basically saying there's not enough SE significance impact to justify your behavior. So presumably the person saying that is like an ESTP or something. FI polar, SE dom. The person throwing the starfish back is probably like, ISFP or something. How do the early men know how to perform sex? I mean, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out. The other day, Rachel and I tried to have sex, and I ended up patting her on the back for 15 minutes until she said, "Stop, it's starting to hurt." We're going to figure it out one of these days, though. I know it involves some kind of physical contact. Like this maybe is sex. I'm not sure. Like,
Oh, there's that.
There's sounds and stuff that go with it. Why was he always looking at his watch? God? Jesus, you mean? Jesus was always looking at his watch for 3 days. He was waiting for the 3 days to pass before he got up.
That's what Good Friday represents. Thursday is the Last Supper. Thursday is the 100th anniversary of The Great Gatsby. My dad's been sending me a lot of articles, but I only read one because I don't know. When I was obsessed with, entranced by the story of The Great Gatsby, it's because it's so cynical and sad. It's just sad.
No, I don't think there's a lot of sex taboos that remain, except for ones involving consent, which should be taboo. It. Most people are pretty open minded these days about a variety of approaches towards a sex life. More open minded about it than me, for sure.
Than me, I feel like I'm so weird because I feel.
But the reason sex has any is because it's important, and yet also it doesn't lend itself well to meaning making.
No, it doesn't. What does it mean? I don't know.
Yeah, right. So, like, Rachel and I have wonderful sex, but if you were to ask me to explain something, like what's the mechanism by which that helps us be bonded together or something, I wouldn't have any good answer for you. It's the physical, non-communicative part of people.
There's hormones and stuff involved.
There are people who do have sex in public, but if you think that people should be allowed by law to have sex anywhere in public, well, I would suggest that most of us would rather not encounter a cum shot while grocery shopping.
Yeah, and also children,
You're being racist against children, okay?
Sorry.
Just because I'm a baby don't mean I. Oh my God! You see that? Is that a little dust on you?
What's his name again?
This is Porter Churchill Murphy.
Porter Churchill
You
Murphy.
can call me PCM if you like.
I think I remembered PCM before I remember Porter. PC. Don't.
I'm a baby woman. I need to nurse.
You don't sound like a baby. Oh, he was nursing.
Yeah, he was trying to. I got him off
I'll
his
be
words.
disappointed.
You need to
no
respect
milk.
my boundaries, if not hers, okay? Porter, that's my wife.
And my boundaries are definitely important too.
I know they are. I'm saying, he's demonstrated already he's not very respectful of women. But he needs to at least respect my boundaries. It's my wife,
There's also no milk.
I'm the most respectful baby you ever seen. I respect these big milkers.
Oh, Porter. You look more decent than you are.
Well, he has a really great personal fashion designer. Yeah, that's right. He custom ordered these clothes.
Did he? They fit him like a glove.
I like my jacket kind of jaunty off to the side like this. You see, I had to get a tailor to do that for me special. Some people say, your jacket off center, Porter. I say, first of all, call me PCM. Second of all, come here. You got a little dust on you.
What does he do to guys? Like, he doesn't see dust on guys?
No, he might give him an ass slap if they do something good, like, nice pool shot, buddy.
Inappropriate, just like in general.
Yeah. He slaps a lot of asses, or he'll grab cock, he'll walk by and say, nice job throwing it out the trash there, Joe. Give him a little package squeeze like that. Because he can sneak up. He's small, Sneak up between the legs, put a little hand up, jump up, and slap your cock.
Whoa. Oh, Porter, my goodness.
Porter looks like a PL? PI? I don't know what that is. A private investigator? Oh. Yeah, private investigator. Okay. Porter
I
Churchill.
like that.
Churchill is actually his middle name, but he might go by that as like his stage name. He thinks
Porter Churchill?
Yeah, he thinks it works better than Porter Murphy.
He doesn't like his middle name.
Well, he does like he wishes it were his last name.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't like his last name.
Porter, what is his...
Look, let's face it, Murphy be a girl's name.
Like Murphy Brown?
Yeah, or like Murphy, that girl over there.
Okay, Murphy Brown is the only Murphy I know for...
I'm impressed you could think of an example.
Thanks.
I didn't think there were any female Murphys when I said that. Actually, it wasn't me, obviously it was him, but Eddie Murphy. A girl, right, sir?
Eddie Murphy's not a girl.
And she's the one who sang, I don't know about so many things. Philosophy. It's a bird on a cereal box. Religion. That was Eddie Murphy, right?
No.
Oh.
I like to party all the time, party all the time, party all the time.
No, Eddie Murphy doesn't want to party all the time. His girl does.
Oh,
in that regard,
my girl wants to
in
party
that regard,
all
Eddie
the
Murphy
time,
and I have a lot in
party all the
common.
time. Except when I'm asleep because of the partying.
Is Edie
Or like-
Brickell a lesbian? Well, she did marry Paul Simon, so yes.
Ooh.
Because I think we can all agree that Paul Simon, deep down, is a beautiful woman.
Probably. He's still a beautiful woman.
Uh-huh. He left his home and his family when he was no more than a boy. That's why he became a woman.
Boxer's a great song.
You know what's a good song is Tom's Diner.
I don't know that song.
Yeah, you do. It goes bum bum ba bum ba ba bum bum ba da 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 bum bum ba da 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 bum bum ba da 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 ba da 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 ba da 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 ba da 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 da. It's a good song. Suzanne Vega, is that who sings that song? Maybe. It wasn't Uncle Tom, it was just regular Tom. What a lot of people don't know is that Uncle Tom was actually an underground leader of a violent Black Power movement.
I have an Uncle Tom. Do you think that's what he does too? It says the name Uncle Tom. I think it is.
Yeah, he probably started the Civil War.
Oh my! I believe it. He likes history.
Abraham Lincoln credited Harriet Beatrice Stowe with starting the Civil War. You know that? It's true.
Oh.
He said, "So you're the little woman who started this great big war." Because Uncle Tom's Cabin was so inciting of outrage among abolitionists. You know, it portrayed slavery to the northern people in a way that they hadn't been exposed to before. Of course, it wasn't really her book that started the Civil War, but Abe Lincoln was just trying to do her a solid by giving her a little extra juice, you know.
That is. Yeah. I like Abraham Lincoln. Who doesn't like Abraham Lincoln? I mean, I guess never mind. There are definitely.
John Wilkes Booth. There was this really bizarre porn on the other day. It was just a guy on his couch crying and jerking off. Turns out I hadn't turned the TV on.
Can I have the lighter?
Yes. Paul Simon did write Me and Julio. It's one of his best songs, but he's got a number of good songs.
I like
The Boxer?
Yeah, I like The Boxer. Cecilia, I like what's his single stuff though?
Kodachrome?
I like that, yes, but it's not the one I'm thinking of.
You Can Call Me Al?
I actually do like that song.
You do like that song? Yeah. That's one that I don't quite care for, I think. But
I grew up, it was like, as a kid, that was like one of the first like music videos that I've seen. Actually, no, I Can't Dance or something by Phil Collins is one of my first videos. Yeah. I
also have no Confederate relatives in my history. In fact, I have a relative who fought in the Pennsylvania whatever regiment, and whose name we went and saw on some memorial one time when we went back east to look at shit with my dad. You know? Yeah. So here's what I'm thinking: if they give reparations to black people for slavery, then the black people should have to give reparations to the northern people for freeing them. Yeah, we can get reparations.
How long does it take for a person to actually become a Californian?
Oh, you were one before you even moved here.
Oh, thanks.
Thanks to our deep connection and my inherent California-ness.
Thanks. I do take on the characteristics of my partner.
Well, I'm not just your partner. We are ice hole.
We are ice hole. God, my SI. Cool, Judy Ivy. Hey, what's going on? It's been a while.
We like the Yankees too. I just as Rachel's adopted a lot of my teams, I have adopted her teams as well. And I root for the Rangers and the Yankees to do well. I like the Islanders more than Rachel does.
Yeah, but that's okay. I don't mind that. He's just representing me.
I think the Eskimos should get 1/10 of the proceeds of all Eskimo pies sold. Oh, what? We don't have Eskimo pies anymore? Too bad, Eskimos. You don't get any money.
It has been a while.
I'm Judy Ivy. It's been quite some time, my dear, since last I saw you. I believe you were courting with that young gentleman. What was his name? You seem like a person who would talk like that, Judy Ivy. Impeach Trump again.org. I mean, was it very... What happened? Has he already... He was impeached in his first term?
I don't remember him being impeached.
So maybe he was, but the point is, impeaching Trump is not going to do any good. It's not an appropriate way to deal with the situation.
If he were to be impeached, what would happen?
Well, I mean, probably it would be like a Clinton thing where only one of the two houses impeached him, so nothing happened.
Oh, really? So he's never really actually impeached?
No, he was impeached, but it wasn't. I have to look up the actual
Mm.
specifics of it.
When I
He
was a
was
kid.
impeached, but he was not made to go out of office. I'm not sure.
Yeah, yeah, that confused
Clinton
me as a kid.
impeachment.
I was so upset that he like lied about like, you know, sexual relations with that woman. I was so upset as a kid. I was like, why? You have to lie about it.
Oh, because he was impeached. So the articles of impeachment were submitted to the U.S. Senate on January 7th, 1999. Then the Senate had a quote unquote trial, which is, in other words, their form of deliberating about the articles of impeachment. And Clinton was acquitted on both counts,
Mm.
first one being lying under oath and the second one being obstruction of justice. He obviously did lie under oath,
Mm-hmm.
but
It was personal.
he was acquitted anyway, probably because the people who voted to say he was not guilty on those counts didn't want him removed from office.
Mm-hmm.
67 votes were needed to actually have in the Senate to remove him from office, and they only got 45 votes on Article 1 and 50 votes on Article 2. So that's why he never actually left office, is because the Congress impeaches, adopts articles of impeachment, and then the uh, the Senate has to um, the Senate votes as to whether he's guilty on those specific articles of impeachment that the House submits. That's how it works. And the Senate voted no, or they didn't vote yes enough. It's a two-thirds majority, so
Oh, interesting.
it's good that it requires a two-thirds majority. You don't want politically motivated impeachments like Clinton's. The only other president that was impeached was Andrew Jackson. I didn't even know that he had been impeached. Thank God that they impeached him.
That is good.
I don't
Thank
think.
God they impeached him.
Oh, never mind. It was Andrew Johnson.
Oh, I don't know who.
Yeah, that's a different one. So I don't know why they would impeach Andrew Johnson.
They should have impeached Andrew Jackson.
They should have impeached Andrew Jackson. Yeah. Um, impeachment. Where's the impeachment? Presidency. Um, okay. Trying to find the thing about impeachment.
Can you look up the word?
Yeah, I could. That's smart. It's right at the top, huh? He favored quick restoration of the seceded states to the Union without protection for the newly freed people who were formerly enslaved, as well as pardoning ex-Confederates. This led to a conflict with the Republican-dominated Congress, culminating in his impeachment by the House of Representatives in 1868. He was acquitted in the Senate by one vote. So he was, Lincoln had selected him as a vice. I don't know if they did selection as vice presidents or not at the time. I'm not sure how they did vice presidents back then, but if if Lincoln selected him as vice president, it was likely his way of attracting trying to be a unifier prior to the Civil War by
Mhm.
including a Southern politician on its ticket.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not entirely sure they did vice presidents like that back then.
They did.
Did they?
Yeah, they did.
They didn't at the very beginning of the country, I know.
Really?
Yeah, vice president was like voted for separately or something.
Oh.
How was the vice president chosen in early America? It used to be the second highest number of electoral college votes was vice president.
Interesting.
So like if
people who didn't,
if it was like that now, Kamala Harris would be vice president.
Wow.
Again. But yeah, it's not like that anymore. So I don't know when they changed that.
Yeah, when did they? I used to mock that song.
Well, it's easy to kind of make fun of, but it's actually really.
I liked it.
It's a really great melody.
Yeah, I liked it. I didn't remember the lyrics, so I would make up my own to it. It was never as good, obviously.
Um, okay.
Only as early as 1967? That's so interesting. So, like, before that,
Where did you say 1967?
right at the end.
Down here?
Yeah, in 1967.
That's.
To name a new
This is different thing though. 1967, the ratification of the 25th Amendment allowed the president to name a new vice president with the approval of both houses of Congress should the vice president die or something.
Oh, okay.
We're trying to figure out when the vice president started being a party ticket. When did vice president become part of a ticket? Ticket. Uh, 1804, I guess.
1804?
It looks like 1804. The 12th Amendment provides the procedure for electing the president and vice president and replaced the procedure in Article 2, Section 1, Clause 3, in which the Electoral College originally functioned. This amendment was proposed in 1803, ratified with the requisite 3/4 of state legislatures on June 15, 1804.
Wow, that's a pretty big change.
Under the original Constitution, each member of the Electoral College cast 2 electoral votes with no distinction between electoral votes for president or for vice president. The presidential candidate receiving the greatest number of votes, provided that number was at least a majority of the electors, was elected president, while the presidential candidate receiving the second most votes was elected vice president. In cases where no individual won the majority of the electors, as well as in cases where multiple persons won the votes of a majority but tied for the most votes, the House of Representatives would hold a contingent election to select the president. In cases where multiple candidates tied for the second most votes, the Senate would hold a contingent election to select the vice president. The first 4 presidential elections were conducted under these rules.
Sounds so simple.
The original system allowed the 1796 and 1800 presidential elections to elect a president and vice president who were political opponents, constantly acting at cross purposes. This was the case as John Adams had to deal with Thomas Jefferson as his vice president. There was also the danger of 2 or more candidates tying the Electoral College. This was the case in 1800 when Jefferson and Aaron Burr, though both anti-federalists, were indeed tied in the college. This spurred legislators to amend the presidential election process to require each member of the Electoral College to cast 1 vote for president and 1 for vice president. Under the new rules, a contingent election is still held by the House of Representatives if no candidate wins the presidential electoral vote of a majority of the electors, but there is no longer any possibility of multiple candidates winning presidential electoral votes from a majority of electors, and it is provided that no individual constitutionally ineligible to the office of president would be eligible to serve as vice president. Okay. So, I'm not exactly sure when they did the contemporary ticket thing. It may have been right then, but
Meow. You want us to watch you?
mm, the 12th Amendment states that the constitutional requirements to provide, as provided for the president, also apply to the vice president, and the 22nd Amendment bars a 2-term president from being elected to a 3rd term, but it is unexplicit whether these amendments together bar any 2-term president from later serving as vice president, as well as from succeeding to the presidency from any point in the United States presidential line of succession. Some argue that the 12th Amendment concerns qualification for service, while the 22nd Amendment concerns qualification for election, and thus a former 2-term president is still eligible to serve as vice president. Some legal scholars propose the contention above would inadequately consider the opportunity it affords for one to serve as president for more than 2 terms, plus acting as president for more than 2 years, resulting in a violation of the 22nd Amendment. So, essentially, if you want to worry about Trump trying to pull some shenanigans, you should worry about him pulling a Putin. Because Putin did this thing for some stretch of time where he had a lackey of his who just basically did whatever he said, officially be the president of Russia. And then he came back and became president again officially. But he was still president the whole time behind the scenes. Eric, I hear you comment about why you don't like having live discussions because most people you group with are boring and have nothing worthwhile to say. Are you critical of other persons? I don't I think what I don't like particularly is group discussions where there's a group of people who have access to a single audio space. One-on-one talks are fine. It's just that if I'm going to have a one-on-one conversation with somebody, then I want it to probably make a video or something like that. But also that if I just am randomly selecting people to talk to who say in the stream like, "Hey, I want to talk to you. Can we talk?" Those kind of people who successfully motivate me, go, "Oh yeah, what the hell? Why not? Let me go to a video conference." They typically are ESFPs.
We talked about this already, but I'd like to get like your answer again because I forget what you said. But this lady and I want to see if we can like possibly type her. She She said that her YouTube was titled "Don't Say I Love You First Ever,"
Mm-hmm.
and she talked about she only kind of talked about Selena Gomez saying "I love you" to Benny Blanco first. She said that she's been talking about it a lot. That's pretty much it.
What I said is this lady is obviously just projecting from her own experience because she
Yeah.
said "I love you" first to some guy at
Yes.
some time, and then it made
Yes.
her wonder
Yes.
forevermore if he loved her.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, but just because that was the impact of saying that to her doesn't mean it's going to work out like that with other people. First of all, the fact that she was so doubting of the love that she had in that relationship is an indictment of that relationship, not an indictment of her saying "I love you." Sounds very anti-polar to me.
I think she is too. Oh yeah, that's right. Because I said that, like, I wouldn't. I don't think that if I went on one of her trips that we would get along.
The thing is, personally, I don't think I feel guilty because of moral reasoning things, right? Like, if I do something wrong, I don't feel guilty because it violates the prescription of some normative framework. I instead feel guilty because of, like, I guess FI. I put myself in the shoes of the other person and kind of feel what they feel, and I'm just a sensitive guy who feels bad, very bad when I hurt animals, people, whatever. But I'm also not bipolar, so I can be kind of feelings tone deaf.
That's what I mean by like laughing at you when you were sick. I felt that was like feelings tone deaf. I was like, oh my gosh, my backslot FI is showing.
But to me, it's like, let's try to keep FI and SI separate, or I just naturally do. My SI is, one of the nice things about subjective stuff is my SI. You can't you can't cause me SI problems or have any SI solutions, no matter what, because unless you violate my rights by using violence or something like that, right? So, however you feel emotionally is completely irrelevant. SI is very self-contained and insular. When I'm moaning and groaning about SI, I'm not worried about whether you're adequately putting yourself in my shoes. I'm also not worried about whether my moans and groans are bothering you. Although it does occur to me, it's probably annoying for her to listen to, but I'm like, well, she can go upstairs and I fucking am uncomfortable. But you laughing, that doesn't do anything. It didn't even.
Cool. No, I wanted to be there for you. I wanted to still be there with you.
If anything, I thought it was kind of funny that you found that. When I said, "Do you find this amusing?" I was finding it amusing that you were laughing.
Oh,
But I couldn't feel very much amusement at the moment because I was
I
feeling
felt-
nauseous and
I know,
stomach sick.
because like when you were like, "Does this amuse you?" I was like, "Oh, I don't want it to."
It's fine. Sometimes it's perfectly
It's like laughing at a
acceptable
funeral.
to enjoy something that's funny, even if in the moment the other person's not finding it funny. Okay, you do a fine enough job of concerning yourself with being considerate of my stuff.
Mm. Who, Caroline, who just reminded me of someone else, and I was curious the typing thing. Padawan Ranger Sorry. Padawan Range Bender says, Caroline, my morals only show up when people try to enforce their morals on me, so I draw the line in the sand when people challenge my independence. Don't tell me what to eat, move. I die on the hill. Caroline, it's my red button. I think it's SI child, and I think I'm INTP, but I could be ISFJ, but I think INTP. Zurich says, I'm a hermit that requires companionship and relationship. I like dark humor when it's in light of hypocrisy, because it just happens to be when I mistake such jokes. Your husband? I don't know. What type is your husband, do you think? Or do you know for sure? Like, I thought, like, this dude was an INTP, but he was an ESFP who had 5 in his tri-type, so he, like, was, I don't know. He's definitely an ESFP. ISTP, he wouldn't really have, like, much to say. I dated an ISTP back in the day. He wasn't really a man of many words. I don't think he liked me very much either. He told me I looked like a whore once. How terrible is that? Like, is he handy? They tend to be handy. Or, like, they like to be hands-on in some way. In socionics, they're known as activity partners. I consider activity partners to be good while raising children, but yeah. Yes! Yeah, he sounds ISTP. Caroline says he doesn't have much to say, but will absolutely not tolerate any threat to his autonomy. Yeah, like, one time I was like, I don't know, we were getting close or whatever, and I was like by his house, so I like just dropped by, and like he got like really upset. And one time he said like to let him know, like to text him before like heading over, and I forgot to, and he was like, not his independence was, I like pushed it too far. I never even asked him to, I never asked him to speculate really.
Yeah, one and done. That's hardly speculation. It's just an NI answer. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do now is go outside and begin dismantling the existing pond fountain.
Ooh.
I just unplugged it.
How is it outside?
It's maybe a little chilly. It's good to have this jacket on, but I'm sure once I start working, I'll probably take it off. You said you have extra poop. There's no such thing as extra poop. That's like extra cocaine. That's how precious poop is. What I just said reminded you of your husband, like go out and play with the pond? Oh. It's called normal happy Eric. Likes to play with things.
I like to play with makeup.
Yep. You do.
What I just said reminded you of your husband? Or what Eric said? Oh, it is brisk outside. Feels more like fall than spring. Not bad. It's nice. Oh, what Padawan was saying earlier. That's interesting. You know, it's hard to type through like text and stuff. I think Eric thought that I was an ISFP or something. When I'm stuffed, it makes me sick. I hate the feeling of eating too much. Thanks, Eric. Here he comes.
Miss America is here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I put this bucket over the plug because I wasn't sure it was going to rain, you know. I didn't really
I
have
thought it was going to rain too.
fully set up. Alright. I'm going to put all these rocks just over here. As per me.
Good for you, big fat mush. Okay, Padawan Ranger Bender, hold up. Caroline does he have a life? Oh, never mind. I read it wrong. You're just stating something. Caroline, does he have a life vision that he strives to, or is he more whimsical chasing obsessions? I think he should be heavily chasing passions versus life's vision. Well, like an ISTJ has NI 8th, so if you like challenge their larger truths, they're not gonna like it. Or like if they have like something they think is like a general fact, like, and you don't believe it.
When objective knowing runs afoul of their subjective knowing,
yeah,
they don't like that.
No.
That's why, like, ISFJs can, like my friend Dave has some pretty good NI awareness of his own limits as an artist, but it took him many years to recognize that, you know?
Yeah, they're slow to that.
Because he was just experiencing these good music experiences making music, so good experiences mean good music, right?
There's something adorable to that.
Yeah. And enviable about it too. Like, be able to operate without worrying about objectivities because you're so fully satisfied by your subjective experiences. It's I don't know. I think it's something that types like you and I are going to naturally find a little bit envy-inducing.
Sure, yeah.
Not that we want to be ISFJs, but it seems like an easier job.
Well, I envied the way that your mom handles like you and your dad. The like stories that I heard, of how she was with you and just in general certain things. Like I'm like, wow, she like really had patience and um was very
Your mom was great.
yeah.
Dad was great too, but
Yeah.
he's having to undergo some like narrative rehabilitation over time in my head. Because Dad was great, but also Dad was so integrally linked to a lot of traumatic experiences, even notwithstanding his death,
Yeah.
It was difficult living there. It was difficult facing his disdain and contempt every day.
Mm.
Making good progress here.
Yeah. Delilah put something up about like today being comma day, and it was like talking about like comma if you're like dealing with suicidal thoughts and stuff. What does a comma have to do with suicide?
I don't know.
I asked. I
Maybe
asked her.
maybe there are a lot of punctuation related suicides.
In their notes or
Like I left out a comma.
no, no to anything like that, man.
I wish I had a wheelbarrow. I want something to put these things in. Let me see what I can
Hi,
get.
the deal for real. What are you gonna do?
I'm trying to find like I get the big pusher problem.
We're getting the big pusher, folks. Padawan Range Bender said, "If you drop your vision for someone, it was just a passion." I don't really know what that means. Decided against the big pusher?
Yeah, I just wanted something to put these in. I saw this crate. I thought this will work.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll go get more rocks at some point.
Okay.
Because the expansion, I'm going to need more rocks. Well, I need different rocks. I don't want to maybe have as many be as rock heavy as this, but I want fewer, bigger, flatter rocks.
Okay.
Like this one, I took out from here, actually. That's a nice, flat, thin rock. I want to incorporate fewer rocks like this, if any.
Yeah, I see the vision too.
But I guess I'll just keep this one around for now anyway. These biggest ones are not terrible, but I want the thing to be aesthetically pleasing, not just somebody poured a bunch of rocks out.
You alright?
Yep.
Relationships should feel like relationships, though, not a tag along or fling sort of thing. Nobody is supposed to be an escort for said other.
Relationship should be what?
So Zurg says relationships should feel like relationships, though, not a tag along or a fling sort of thing. Nobody is supposed to be an escort for the other.
I agree.
Yeah. Good night, Javid Rashid. Zurg, it's interesting because it actually would be harder on her SI too, because she'd have to keep it up as a routine. Expedition. So it would be tough on her SI to just be constantly ghosting. You're right about the flat ones. They're more aesthetically pleasing. Hey, Mr. Guns. Hey, Karma's Pimp.
Okay. Oh, that's
Looks
pretty
good
big
there.
rock. Oh yeah, I don't want that big rock, I guess.
No, why would
I don't
you?
want this big rock either.
Whoa, that is huge. That's what she said.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah. Caroline says, Zerg, I was more curious about Padawan, honestly, in an effort to understand people's experiences and perspectives. I was leaving identities out of it, but Rachel asked, and I felt comfortable sharing. Thank you for being comfortable sharing. I no, I can be not sometimes I ask questions that don't think about the person.
Sometimes Rachel's imperfect. Shame on her.
Yeah. It's not like perfection in a one Enneagram way, though. Like, Zurich says, I mean, if you're housed, you are comfortable, but you're bored. Maybe you two need a date. Maybe I'm just forget the way the conversation went, but yes, ask him about it. Good job.
Thanks. It's a start. Whew. That's tiring but byring.
Yeah, it's a lot of physical.
Okay.
Can you just sit down?
Well, I'm trying to decide whether I want to change shoes or not. Like, am I done enough for a while to change
Oh.
shoes, or oh. Whew. Feels good to get some exercise.
Joy says, but Padawan is right. If that vision fulfilled, it should stay fulfilled in a way that makes it feel like y'all. I mean, men can be so solo, they just tend for that to be usual because, you know, Eric, for instance, is moving rocks. He wouldn't ask her for help, it would be out of place. So ask is all.
I don't think of Rachel as somebody who's gonna help me move rocks.
Thank you.
It never even
But
occurred to me to
yeah,
ask.
but you know, it's ridiculous because some people are like, so like, team, and like,
I mean, acts of service is my number one externalizing love language. So for me, also with FE third, like it takes me a few seconds to commit to the idea of saying, Rachel, can you do me a favor and get the mouse from the top of the amplifier? Because I'm thinking, well, why can't you just do it yourself? Well, I got the cat on my lap. I don't want to bother Rachel. So it's like, even asking you to do that is, I have a little dialogue in my head. What I want is for you to be happy,
I am.
not for you to do meow or meow.
I'm so used to thinking that's like,
Well, I mean, you helped me clearly understand that too, because you said that to me first before I ever said that to you. You said, all I want is for you to be happy. I said, oh, that's what you're supposed to do. Yeah. And it's true. It's like, how much happier could you and I be as a couple? We may individually have good and bad days, but as a
yeah,
couple, we're always golden.
yeah,
It's a never ending golden hour.
of course. Of course, like, it's not perfect, we're not perfect, but we're good.
I mean, we're pretty much perfect as a couple.
Would you say? That's so, like, scary to me, because I'm
We're
like,
not
oh my god.
we're not perfect as individuals, but that's a necessary component of being perfect as a couple anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Is how we relate to each other's, deficits, foibles, strengths, etc.
Yeah,
We're
I
intentionally
agree.
configured to fit together like two pieces of a broken iceberg
Yeah.
and become ice whole.
Yes! I keep forgetting that. Sorry, bad SI.
That was my way of washing away from you this ridiculous twin flame stuff.
Oh, that's not true.
What?
That's definitely not true. I mean, I do think that we're soulmates. Like, I don't know, but
Well,
like,
I know, but when you were fixated on that, that's when I came up with the ice hole thing.
oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, so we're twin flames in that we're ice hole.
Well, it was intended to be like, this is how ridiculous the twin flames thing is, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
could just make up saying something like that with an iceberg. Now the two halves are an iceberg, so if you and I are a couple of ice holes now.
It's, I would always feel like, I don't know. I always thought it was like bad advice to tell people like they can like basically break up like relationships just to be with their specific person.
Oh, neither of us did that.
No, no,
No,
no.
you won't have a
You
good
would
relationship if
no.
it doesn't start on a legitimate way, you
Right.
know?
And like why would you want to do that? Why would you want to break up a marriage? Like or like even just a relationship. Like no, if it happens organically then it happens organically, but don't like I don't know. I think rooting for people is better, I don't know.
If you can break them up to get with you, someone else can break them up to get with them.
Right, and that's what Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively's going they're like dealing with.
But I was 100% single when we got together,
So was I.
and it was very publicly. It's very public that I was single. So
Yeah.
nobody can say, "Oh, maybe you were still going out with Cam" or something like that.
No, you were very publicly. You had something to say every day.
What a baby I am! It's like I can't go 5 minutes without a woman. I'll break up with Kimberly within like 2 months at the most. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Even though, like everybody, I probably at some point said to myself, "Okay, Eric, this is a time for you to be, just be okay with you by yourself. You don't need to
Yep.
stay out of these entanglements or
Yep.
whatever." But I didn't. And then, like the next day, I would go, "But I want a girlfriend, though. I don't like not having a girlfriend." Even though Kimberly was horrible, it didn't poison my perception of wanting to be in a good relationship. It didn't
That's good.
poison my thoughts on how relationships could or should be.
No, you just recognize it as a toxic relationship.
Yeah, I just realized, oh my God, I gave Country Warbuckles 2.5 of my years.
Yeah.
And she was a real Country Warbuckles. The only nice thing about it is I did kind of like that house on Laverne.
Yeah, you've said that before.
It was a cool little place
It
to live,
looked like it,
but
yeah.
I like this way better.
I'm glad to
who,
hear.
who, who wouldn't like this way better?
Yeah, I agree.
There's no
I'm
drag
glad
race
you.
noise. It was so noisy there. I was the one downside. It was loud as fuck. Here we are. It is as perfect as it could possibly get. As far as like our house and stuff, it's ridiculous. It's
I agree.
like something from a movie.
Yeah, movies should be shot here.
It's kind of an interesting slice of life storyline we could potentially do some stuff with. The idea that you've got two fuck up intuitives who one day are pissing in a jar at a one room back house and the next day are fully empowered and the challenges that come along with that and all the stuff. Because I know for quite a long time I did not feel empowered even though stuff was mine now. I just didn't feel it.
No, I didn't either. I didn't either.
Well, you still don't entirely.
I know.
Yeah. It was like somehow there was some intuitive notion that my dad was gonna come back and get me in trouble for how I had dealt with things in his absence. Like, son, you can't just leave all those rocks right there. I can and will leave them there potentially for months. So fuck off.
It's true.
I like to have conversations with my dad now. He's still always trying to scold me for stuff, but I just either say, I know, Dad. Like, today when I was scraping paint over at the other house, he said to me, son, if you had done this right the first time, you wouldn't have to be here working on it now. Like, yeah, Dad, I know. I fucked up. Thanks. Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it's like, fuck off. Either way, it's fine now.
That's good. I'm happy to hear that.
I'm comfortable with him making comments from the afterlife. He can think whatever he thinks. it's fine because he can't actually do anything. And I did not have this weird, like, daddy issues thing prior to moving back in there with him at all. I had a normal. I mean, it was always like I knew my dad didn't respect me and stuff, but I didn't really care, and I had my own life, and I thought of my dad almost entirely in positive terms. I didn't have any of this complicated shit about him. But those last few years, I mean, it's one of those things where I wish I had more of a planner type person in me. Although things wouldn't have turned out as they did if I had. But it's like before I moved back in there, I wish I had sat down and written out some expectations for myself, expectations for the environment, things to keep in mind, reflections on putting myself in my dad's shoes, a bunch of stuff that, like, I guess it's FI stuff and or TE stuff or SITE stuff, and it just isn't who I am, and certainly wasn't who I was then. Anyway, it was it was a real, like, severe turn in the storyline, in which the character is all of a sudden you start questioning your thoughts about who the character is now. You know, I definitely he was definitely like breaking my spirit. Towards the end there, just by relentlessly disempowering me. But I guess that makes us even. And that's fine. I mean, we're still not even. Obviously, I didn't raise my dad in an excellent fashion for his entire childhood. I don't want to be dismissive of that whole part.
No,
It's SI
yeah.
fourth,
I know. I dismiss things too.
It doesn't even occur to you that it's SI eighth. For me, it occurs to me too late there. Like, oh, what about your whole childhood, in which your dad did a fantastic job of raising you and loving you, and also he did a pretty good job of preserving an estate for you to inherit and all that kind of stuff. You really should give him credit. But the thing is, I'm an intuitive, so all these concrete benefits are things that are not absolute values to me, even though who wouldn't have, an easy, wonderful life as an absolute value? And it is an absolute value in the sense that I absolutely value it, but, I'm not intentionally configured to appreciate concrete things. I'm intentionally configured to appreciate communicative things. And the way my dad communicated with me, especially towards the end of his life, it was horrible. He, in both words and in other ways, he communicated his abject contempt for me all the time.
Jeez. Well, I know what that's like.
Yeah. Rachel and I both, in that regard, have some similar experience because Rachel's kind of equivalent configuration to me with S48, and she's got also NI polar ESTJ mom. And
She's a narcissist too, so like she was always making me feel guilty, and she was stonewalling and never ever taking accountability for anything. And then we would argue about TI stuff because that's like her soft spot, right? Yeah, so
yeah, I think one thing I've said before, and I think is pretty good heuristic insight kind of thing, is that if you want to see if somebody's toxic, if they're not responsive to legitimate critiques on their fifth slot, then they're toxic. Because that means they're like foundationally hypocritical. So I judge other people for NI shit all the time, being bad artists like Dave Matthews or having bad NI like Trump. If I have bad NI and you critique me on it, it's a area where I'm going to crumble and concede because I fight very hard to not fail on NI grounds. But if I were toxic, I would avoid, push away, not hear, or otherwise not experience the consequences of being called out for failing to uphold on my own fifth slot. And that's my little theory.
I like it.
Come on, everybody, let's uphold our fifth slot functions.
Oh, Annie, how I dismissed you when I didn't have an E and P in my life.
Oh, you were trying to use your nature and your tool function to make your way through the world, and NE was being used against you by third slot NE people too.
Yeah, that's what I was actually referring to, not my dad, but yeah, my dad too.
Well, your mom's third slot NE.
Yeah, she is. So it's like blah blah blah.
I'm actually not familiar with Kraftwerk's music very much.
I know like crap.
What's one of their songs that I might?
They're EDM. I don't think you.
I know they are EDM, but I'm not familiar with any of the tracks. I don't think.
I don't think you would be. What's something commercial that they? No.
Is steer blend manure better than regular cow blend? I think it's the same thing.
Oh, EBM. What, electronic beats music?
No, electronic dance music.
Oh.
Robots is well known.
Oh, okay.
We are the robots. They're kind of like the pioneers of electronic music because they date back to I think the 70s even.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See, I didn't know that.
Hi, Money.
Electronic body music. Interesting.
Yvette says, I have worked hard to be happy, and now that I'm happy, I always say I wouldn't change anything. I had to go through it if it meant I couldn't be where I am now. Well, yeah, I feel you on that, but I feel selfish to say I wouldn't go back and change things that were hurtful to others and represented wickedness on my part. Would I go back and change that time I bullied that kid? Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I would go back and stick up for my friends. I regret not doing that.
Can you share your work? Sure. You want to be made a mod? Is that what you're saying? Got like Google Docs links or something? You had very interesting things to say about it when you've communicated with me about typology before. Your shit is a little dense, It's but you presented some 3D model of functions and how it's kind of like it shows the mechanical interaction of them in some way. And I remember thinking was quite a nice idea, but I couldn't visualize it very well. I could see the image, you put like a little image or something, but I couldn't visualize the movements of it very well.
Aren't you what do you consider yourself? And haven't you said that you're not really a visual person?
Yeah, I'm not good with visual stuff.
Not really either. Like when I'm talking to someone on the phone and I haven't met them in person before, my idea of who they are never matches like the person who they actually are.
And I can't really picture what people look like in my head. So if I go into town and somebody says, think of what Rachel looks like in your head, I just have this kind of like vague, like, Rachel. This kind of like girl who's Rachel. I think of Dave Porter. I just visualized basically his face shape and his hair being kind of shaggy,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe I can kind of picture him in some sort of cowboy shirt, but it's not even a specific cowboy shirt. It kind of vacillates between different things, like got a little blue curlies on it or something, but could be gold maybe.
That's more detailed than me.
Well, that's with Dave Porter, the person I've known for longer than anybody in my entire life.
That's true. That's true.
At this point, now that my parents have been dead as long as they have, I think I can. It's fair to say there's not a single person in the world who's known me as long as Dave Porter has.
No.
Even longer than my parents knew me.
No.
Yeah, because they're 3 years dead, aren't they? Close enough.
Mm-hmm.
I met Dave when I was 3. I mean, the thing is, Yvette, I'm not sure I learned much from those experiences. I just so much, or at least the learning from those experiences has happened in drips and drabs over the course of decades. And at this point, I just wish I didn't have that slide in my slideshow. I'll check it out. I'll check it out, and I'll put it on the camera. Check it out. All right, let's go through his slides together, shall we? This seems fun.
Oh, computer love. I know computer love.
Computer love. Boop, 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 boop. Computer love. All right, let's check it out. Number 1, values smuggling. When presented with a reason to do, there is the smuggled presupposition of, given the existence of a reason, one should do. Okay. I mean, I would say there's a presumption that if the affirmations, justifications stand, then one should do. However, this does not entail the absence of reasons against that action. For example, you should go to the gym, it's good for your health. True, but I have an injury. The initial reason assumes there's a reason, so you should, but the reply shows I counter reason without rejecting the first. That's true, because the first one is general and the second one is specific. Value smuggling 2. Reasons function as contributory rather than decisive factors. When one asserts a value, any subsequent justification does not determine the value itself, but merely rationalize the position already held. The justification is post hoc and does not ground the value's existence or legitimacy. For example, I eat ice cream to help me cool down. Come on, you'd eat it even if you were warm. You just like it. The reason offers rationalization, not the root of the value. But that's not a quality of reasons. It's a quality of that reason. Value smuggling 3. The presence of a justification does not invalidate the possibility of supporting the inverse value, which may have its own coherent justification. If someone holds the opposing value, the original justification typically fails to persuade, since their stance arises from a different foundational commitment. For example, I eat meat because it's natural and humans evolved to do it. I don't eat meat because I believe causing harm to animals is wrong. Both have coherent justifications, but neither persuades the other. Each stems from a different underlying value. I wish A's just said I eat meat because it's healthy to get protein and calories and nutrition from meat or something. Because making A a naturalistic fallacy muddies your example here, I think.
I really think that most vegetarians don't eat eggs.
Apparently, they're very expensive right now. Value smuggling
Yeah.
4. When foundational values differ, the space for meaningful persuasion narrows. I would say instead of foundational, I'd say absolute values, right? While shared language may give the illusion of common ground, the interpretive party's value system can render the same reasons inert or compelling depending upon the recipient. As a result, moral friction emerges not from ignorance or malice, but from incommensurability, distinct conceptual frameworks producing incompatible judgments even when operating on shared facts. Most importantly, a lack of a metaframe in which they understand any of this, right? For example, factory farming is efficient and feeds millions. B, that efficiency is built on suffering, which makes it unjustifiable. Both acknowledge the same fact, efficiency, but their frameworks diverge. One values outcome, the other the means. The disagreement isn't from misunderstanding, it's from incommensurable moral lenses. But it doesn't seem like they're incommensurable, because if the failure to feed millions causes millions of people to suffer, then that would win the point on B's criterion. Thus, it wouldn't matter if it loses on its own criterion. Saliency. Saliency is not an inherent property of a thing, but a relational quality that arises within a structured context of meaning. It depends on a motivating problem, a specific challenge or goal, which is itself embedded within a stable value abstraction, a background of enduring priorities and evaluative criteria. Within a given substrate, the field of possible elements or observations, what is considered salient is that which, when changed, causes the most significant effect on the outcome of the motivating problem as judged through the lens of those underlying values. Listen, just because individuals are making determinations about salience doesn't mean that all determinations are of equal validity or correctness. In fact, salience is the same thing as intuition, which is to say, determining that which is most relevant, right? And people can be incorrect or correct about that. It's just that you can't win the argument as to whether they're incorrect or correct about that. Remember, NI is objective, holistic knowing. In this sense, saliency marks the gradient of meaningful causal influence, identifying where attention or intervention is most consequential relative to what we care about. No, because salience is a quality like validity that is kind of independent of you can almost determine it with variables. So, for example, if felony murder requires that suspect A be involved in the commission of a crime and that a death ensue not directly from the crime but during the commission of that felony, then what is the salient point we have to determine when we ask ourselves, should we convict Joe for felony murder because Steve died when Joe was robbing Steve's house? Well, if in fact Steve died an hour afterwards of a heart attack, the answer is no. He is not guilty of felony murder. If he died of a heart attack while his house was being robbed, then yes, he's guilty of felony murder. The salient point, in other words, the only thing that matters in determining guilt there is whether the death occurred during the commission of the crime. If you ask somebody with bad intuition, they might not rock this idea, right? Bad inverted intuition. They might say something else is salient. But it doesn't matter what your interest is. There's only one salient point there, and it's the correct thing that I'm saying. Saliency 2. For example, a doctor diagnosing a patient, identify the cause of the patient's fatigue, promote patient health, and avoid unnecessary interventions. Motivating problem, identify the cause. Stable value abstraction, promote patient health and avoid unnecessary interventions. Substrate, symptoms, lab results, patient history, lifestyle factors. Saliency. Among all data, the recent drop in iron levels is considered salient, not inherently, but because within the context. Well, nothing's inherently salient because salience is a product of communicative engagement between humans, right? If you're trying to say that in order to qualify as inherent, it has to somehow exist without human attention. Obviously, it doesn't exist without human attention. But nevertheless, you can be right or wrong about salience. It's not just everybody's opinion is equally valid about it. Salience 3. Attention is not a neutral faculty. It is guided by underlying concerns, conditioned habits, and latent expectations. What one notices or ignores is often a reflection of what they care about, consciously or not. More like, well, yeah, okay. In this way, attention functions as a vector of value, both reveals and reinforces what matters to the observer. True. For example, at a party, did you notice how tense Sarah looked? No, I was focused on whether the food was gluten-free. Good example. Saliency 4. Over time, repeated patterns of attention carve perceptual grooves that shape one's sense of reality, subtly filtering which problems seem urgent, which patterns are legible, and which possibilities are visible. I mean, I'm not entirely sure that that your attentional configuration is the result of repeated erosion in the same spot, so to speak, right? I think it's more likely you're born with the configuration. It's some sort of structural thing that we just don't know exactly what it is. I don't think you become more your personality type over time because you continue to be you. You're just as much you when you're born, I think, but I can't prove that. So, to shift attention then is not merely to change focus; it is to begin altering one's value ecology from the ground up. Good sentence. For example, Eli was a competitive runner who saw every street as a training route, evaluating distance, incline, pace. After an injury, he began taking slow walks instead. Gradually, his attention shifted. Trees, birdsong, passing faces became more vivid. Same streets but a different world because his values had changed and attention followed. He said, I don't really buy this story. I don't buy this story because Eli's a competitive runner. He's caring a lot about his competition. After the injury, he's not going to begin taking slow walks unless it's a rehab process in which he's going to have the same sort of solvency frame that he did before injuring himself. He's still going to be the same guy. If he doesn't begin taking slow walks, he's going to have some sort of competitive angle on it, trying to count the most trees or birds. Saliency 5. Enduring values are the implicit principles or priorities that can be inferred from the consistent patterns of behavior, choice. Are you English? You spelled behavior weird. The consistent patterns of behavior, choices, and reactions exhibited by individuals or groups over time. These values are not always explicitly stated, but become visible through what people seek, preserve, avoid, or sacrifice across varying contexts. These values function as stable attractors in behavioral space, anchoring motivation and shaping perception, even as surface level goals and actions vary. For example, over the years, Maya switches careers, hobbies, even cities, but she always prioritizes autonomy. Whether freelancing, traveling solo, or avoiding rigid routines, her choices consistently orbit around self-direction. Though her actions shift, the underlying value of freedom remains the stable attractor guiding her path. Language. Language can be understood as a mapping from high-dimensional phenomena into a compressed latent space of discrete symbolic representation. Raw experience with a sensory, emotional, or conceptual is inherently rich, fluid, and multifaceted, exceeding the granularity that language can directly encode. Words function as tokens within a culturally shared latent space, each selectively highlighting certain features while omitting others. In this sense, language performs a kind of dimensionality reduction. It filters and flattens complex phenomena into communicable units. For example, you say, I'm sad, but the word comprises a rich inner state, grief, fatigue, nostalgia, maybe even quite peace. The term transmits something most is lost in translation. The full texture of the feeling doesn't fit into the word. It's a flattened token for a multi-dimensional experience. But that's because of the kind of term it is, right? As with any compressed representation, this process entails loss, ambiguity, nuance, and personal salience may be disregarded in favor of structure and shareability. Yet this very reduction enables abstraction, comparison, and generalization. Just as in learned latent spaces, the power of language lies not in any single token, but in the network of relations among tokens, which together approximate the topology of the original experience. For example, the word love means something different in parental love, romantic love, love of learning. Each use sheds detail from the original experience, but by placing these tokens in relation, we begin to map a conceptual space, understanding love not as one thing, but as a structured family of meanings shaped by context and contrast. How many languages are there? How many pages are there? I cannot read this whole thing. This is 52 pages. I did not know we were getting into this. I mean, so far I think it's pretty great. You know, there's some things I'd change, but I haven't gotten to a lot of stuff. So maybe you address it later on. This is fantastic. However, the mapping is always partial and provisional. No symbolic system can exhaustively capture. Well, it's not always partial and provisional, right? Because if you're using language to do to do meta language stuff, then you can do it just fine. So, if I'm say doing conditional logic problems, if all ducks fly and I'm a duck, do I fly necessarily? The answer is yes. In that instance, the words don't mean anything. They're just placeholders so that we can explore the concept of validity, right? In that case, they do everything that you could possibly ask them to do. They exhaustively capture everything they need to capture, which is just being a noun or being a map, right? Language sketches a scaffolding, a simplified model whose utility lies in its communicative tractability rather than its fidelity. Like any map, its abstractions enable coordination, memory, and reflection, but also conceal what they cannot represent. Through this lens, language is not a mirror of reality, but a functional chart optimized not for completeness, but for sure. It's the thing is, you gotta, before you even go anywhere talking about language, you have to remember that people use it for two different reasons. Some people use language to express themselves, and some people use language to convey information. I use language to convey information. You use language to convey information. And you're talking about language in terms of its information conveyance ability. But you're using examples of people who are just expressing themselves to justify the information you're conveying about language's information conveyance capability. So, please believe me that these critiques come from a place of much admiration and love. Okay, I'm very impressed with your work. I'm not trying to be like snotty or anything. I think you're amazingly smart. But I'm TI tool, so I look for things that I think are wrong. Like, I'd feel very comfortable that Typology is in good hands if you're the one who writes this book. But I would say, well, maybe when you're all done with it, I don't know if it's done yet or not, and you're trying to get it published, maybe I can work with you as an editor or something. Just offering suggestions. I don't mean to claim any expertise authority here. I'm just trying to convey all this stuff is something that I've tried to tackle on multiple occasions before. I ran into many problems myself. So you seem to be doing quite well here. Obviously, it's just I'd put certain things up front. Before you even begin talking about values, I'd put keeping in mind that people value in two different ways, instrumentally or absolutely. And as you get into the language stuff, I'd say keep in mind that depending on the individual, they're likely to use language primarily to express themselves or primarily to convey information. And it's that paradigm, which isn't even really a value, but is an expectation of the rules of the road that causes a lot of conflict. People who use language to express themselves, when they state some sort of political opinion, they think they're stating something about themselves. This is revelatory of who they are. When I state some sort of political opinion, I think I'm talking about absolutely not me. Because that's the only proper way to deal with political questions, is to excise subjectivity from the question entirely. Of course, I by default excise subjectivity from all questions, whether they deserve it or not. If you want to make me subjectively mad, you can tell me I'm wrong all you want. But if you want to make me mad, tell me I'm wrong because I'm being too subjective or biased. I might very well be wrong for plenty of reasons. That is not one of them. That will make me mad. If somebody tells me that makes me mad. You're just being biased. You just want to be right. You're too subjective. I'm not too subjective. I'm too objective. My memories are not like the other one. You name it with a face. In mathematics, a topographic surface might be represented by a contour map. The map uses lines to indicate elevation, offering a simplified, communicable view of a complex 3D shape. But the map isn't the terrain if each flattens curvature. Yeah, I mean, you're right. So, I mean, what you're getting at here is that language is low resolution data, experience is high resolution data. You might want to start with a thesis at the top, like that people, because I don't have a good sense of where you're going with this, like, or where I've gone already. It kind of meows together. Maybe some pictures would help too. Everybody likes pictures. Just give me some constructive feedback. Please understand that I am not trying to shit on your fabulous work here. I have nothing but the utmost respect for what you do. And as you, I'm sure, know from seeing me, that is not something I tell people ever really about what they have to say about cognitive functions or reality or philosophy. So it's, what you get from me right here is higher praise than the most gushing praise from somebody else. And I'm not one to be impressed easily by work with language, doing work with language, which is what you're doing. Because it's a skill set most people don't have, but think they do, or don't even know it exists and don't care, or something like that. Deal with language. You sound like a sissy, boy. Oh my God, Porter, you are such a toxically masculine baby. Ain't nothing toxic about being a man. Come here, baby. You got some dust on you. Porter, not every girl has dust on them. Okay, sometimes they got lint right on their titty. I gotta wipe it off. I did not know when I got Porter that he was toxically masculine. Now we've got another problem family member.
Seriously.
With all these crazy people in our family. Tiffany is always stealing my shit, saying she found it. Like one day I was walking around outside with Tiffany, and all of a sudden I didn't have any clothes on. I was like, what happened? I turned around, Tiffany was wearing all my clothes. She said, I found that. I said, you are a narcissist.
Someone had to tell her.
Yeah. She didn't. I am not Northwest, she said. Okay, Mouse, here you are. I'm curious to read more of this, actually. I think you're maybe taking too long to clarify a point doesn't need this much clarification about language, maybe. But I may be underestimating the wrongness of the general population. Certain aspects of reality, such as mental states of others, resist precise symbolic compression due to their fluid, context-sensitive, and partially opaque nature. Well, I mean, FE doesn't think they resist precise symbolic compression. She's mad. Yeah, you insulted her. Some concepts are easily encoded due to their stability, simplicity, and universal structure, yet they may cease to function as meaningful categories within one's perceptual repertoire. For example, the triangle is mathematically precise and cognitively effortless form. Its definition is compact, its properties are invariant, and its recognition requires minimal interpretive effort. Okay, so you were going to get to it, and I just jumped the gun. Well, that's what happens. You don't give me any kind of roadmap to tell me where you're going. It is, in fact, a low-dimensional and static symbolic unit. However, outside of specialized domains such as geometry, design, or formal reasoning, the triangle rarely commands attention or practical relevance. It becomes a doormat category, available but unused, demonstrating that the ease of encoding does not guarantee saliency. Well, I mean, that's why you need not just the frame of salience, but the paradigm in which it's being determined. In contrast, many phenomena that dominate perception and action are ambiguous, high-dimensional, and difficult to symbolically fix. This asymmetry reveals a deeper truth. The mind does not prioritize symbols for their structural clarity alone, but for their capacity to mediate what matters. Relevance, not representational neatness, governs the functional deployment of symbols and characters. You sure do write well. Oh my God, what an excellent writer you are. Makes me pleased to read such beautiful prose. Symbolic encoding. Symbols do not enter cognition fully formed. They emerge through patterned interaction with the world. When a sensory input, affective state, or action tendency repeatedly co-occurs within a particular context, the mind begins to associate that pattern with the symbolic token, even if only implicitly at first. I don't know if this mechanism of encoding is... I think you need to check it for salience. Like, where are you going with this? I mean, so far you're ignoring the fact that if two people who both are operating under, in a definitional frame are talking about things, then they have no trouble conveying information to each other because they're both operating under the assumption that the words they're using are going to be defined operationally for some purpose. And we determine the actual definition by agreement. Okay, I agree to that definition because it's adequately operationalized that both of us can use it. Meaning is not always immediate. I think what you could say is attention does not always immediately find meaning. But meaning lies latent within symbols, actions, or experiences until a context arises that renders it salient. I mean, I think meaning is necessarily created first rather than extant in some sort of dormant form. A phrase heard long ago, a pattern once dismissed, or a concept previously overlooked may suddenly acquire relevance when the perceptual or motivational landscape shifts. Well, I guess with NI knowing, it is the case that meaning is not necessarily created. NI people view it as primarily or possibly only discovered. So I retract my previous critique. This latency speaks to the temporal dimension of meaning. What is inert now may become vital later, not because the symbol itself has changed, but because the frame through which it is interpreted has. For example, as a kid, you heard your teacher say, "You'll understand when you're older." It felt dismissive then, just words. Years later, faced with a tough life choice, the phrase returns, and this time it makes sense. No, it still doesn't make sense. How is telling me that helpful at all? If I'm looking for an explanation from my teacher as a kid, then her answer is just an abject failure to explain. Even kids can understand explanations. The threshold, symbolic encoding 5. The threshold at which something becomes known as a symbol marks a shift from unstructured familiarity to structured recognition, a transition from embodied responsiveness to reflective representation. Before this crossing, one may react to a pattern, feel its influence, or operate within its constraints without being able to name it or isolate it. Well, it's funny. you present experience and language as almost moving towards each other until finally they meet. But I think it's much more like until you learn the words for it, you'll have no conception of it. Until I learned about cognitive functions, I had no way of conceiving the world through that frame of reference. I had to have the lexicographical tools, the terms. Symbolic encoding 5. This often coincides with the moment of articulation, the first time one names a feeling, observes a pattern, or distills its diffuse sense into a shareable concept. Except I think it coincides with learning a term, right? Not naming it usually. I mean, we do make up some terms. So it is occasionally the case that there's something extant that I want to describe that would require too many words. I'll either pick up a term from somebody else, like puss shy. Puss shy explains how an intuitard relates to women, even though he's a heterosexual. Words have that quality when used as by an information conveyor. I can simply use them as meaning packs, right? Here's a concept that I can articulate in multiple words, and I want to now refer to it with this simple word. Just like in debate, you have each of your arguments tagged with one word. So, contention 1 might be blowback. And then the actual tag, your short tag is blowback. Your actual tag is if we execute the affirmations vision, it will cause these harms of blowback. So in the debate round, then, once your contention's been read out, from that point forward, it's only referred to by both teams as blowback. On to my opponent's blowback contention. And then the response is responsive to the specifics of it, right? But it's important to remember that information conveyors, as opposed to person expressors, they operate either with an explicit understanding that words work like that or an implicit understanding that words work like that. So they don't see terms as having inherent necessary meanings, but rather as being packages of meaning that you are using to do some kind of intellectual or communicative work. Emerging meta framework. Symbol formation depends on a reciprocal dynamic. To encode a symbol, the mind requires a stable successive stream of raw data, recurring patterns that can be abstracted and compressed. But for such a stream to even be registered as meaningful, there must already exist a perceptual groove, a predisposed sensitivity shaped by prior experience, attention, or innate structure. This dynamic reveals a paradox at the heart of symbol formation. A symbol can only emerge from a stable stream of raw data, yet recognizing such a stream requires the very perceptual structure the symbol helps create. Kant proposed that the mind is not a passive recipient of raw data, but an active structuring force that imposes a priori forms such as space-time and causality on sensory input. These categories serve as the original perceptual grooves, not learned through experience, but presupposed by it. Thus, the mind does not need to detect patterns from scratch. It already projects a scaffold onto experience that makes pattern recognition possible in the first place. Well, I would say that the mind is preset to install shape constancy, preset to install object permanence, and that there are probably other isolated kind of machine code level handshakes that we could articulate, like babbling is a protoform of NE, right? So it is the case that there are original perceptual grooves, and that a person's being is a projection of a specific attentional scaffold onto the world as opposed to some alternative. But it's also the case that like, if you're born in NIDOM, you still have to develop shape constancy before you can really be said to be objectively knowing about the world. Not sure how relevant what I just said was to anything, but symbols then are not extracted from raw flux, but precipitated within a field already patterned by cognitive anticipation. Well, that's some shifty sleight of hand language you got there, mister. Epistemological substrate, predictive projection, a priori, evidence, model refinement, time. Okay. Unlike the priori evidence loop, which relies on predictive feedback, language-based knowing expands the symbolic space, where meaning arises through relational structure and accumulated use. We have some pictures here. An instance can be understood as a unit of evidence, a singular. I really want you to start this thing with like a bullet pointed thesis or something, you know? I think it's excellent, though. I don't mean to be conveying anything other than that. Excellent. Excellent job, Money. It's no wonder your mom named you Money. And close other tabs. Bam! They are now closed. Okay, let's see how my community posts are doing. I put 2 posts up. One is a sandwich. It's got 3 likes and 7 comments. It says, which is your next bite? A, B, or C? Rachel, which is your next bite?
B.
Oh, Rachel. A plus B is a great bite. I would swallow the whole because I'm hungry. Definitely C. I agree. I said, I agree, no brainer. You haven't earned A or B until you bite C. John says exactly my thoughts. You're just trying to put off the crust till later. Just eat it now. Just go ahead and take that bite.
Oh, okay.
But no, Rachel, you know what? I want to stress. I respect the equal validity of your choice.
Yeah, my reasoning is that like I want it to be even. Like, bite.
So you want the scoop to be even.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, right. Gotcha. Want to even out the scoop.
It's a good question. Really good question.
I'll show it to the people.
I will.
I got it from this meme thing that I check out periodically. Which bite of sandwich is next? Rachel chose B to make the scoop evened out.
Mm-hmm.
I say C because it's the least desirable bite, so let's get it out of the way. And then you really be like...
Yeah, I understand that reasoning, though.
You've earned A or B then at that point. Let me pull up the chat now. Eat the corner. The corner is out of frame. Well, listen, Alec T. I think we're safe to assume that it continues beyond the edge of the picture. That it is not cut off there. Okay. I know. You might be saying, Eric, you're so reckless. You can't just assume that without evidence. Well, this time let's do it. Let's just go ahead and assume that. You know, I heard a theory we came from octopi, not fish. Makes more sense. Neither of those things make any sense. we come from them. How does that happen exactly? One day, two fish had sex, and there was a mutation, and they gave birth to a baby person. And it's like, I can't swim! Very drowned. Many mutated baby fish people later, one of them climbed onto land and said, phew, let's start a new species. Let's just not even go there, people. Let's just not even go there. None of us want to talk about evolution today, okay? Evolution is like one of those cholo cactuses right between my butt cheeks. There's just no way for it to comfortably fit there. Well, what have we here? I could go over to the other house and drop cloth gather. Just try to get all the drop cloths out of there. Maybe hang up a thing or two. I think I'll probably do that. But object permanence. I hate to give you the bad news. You know they call it object permanence? The truth is, those objects aren't permanent. They're subject to decay, entropy, destruction. Perhaps it's God's gift to us that we can suspend disbelief and imagine ourselves in a static life, traveling endlessly forever with permanent objects. Alas, even the most big rock will someday crumble. Really makes you think. It doesn't really make you think, but it seems like the thing to say. Oh, there's still some water in the bottom here. This clay is so, like, clayey. I wonder if I could somehow, I have to bake it to get it to be watertight, though. Well, whatever. I'm gonna use a clear tarp this time. I've got multiple drop cloths that I didn't use at the other house that I bought because I bought them one time and then I forgot I bought them and I bought more. So I'll use those clear drop cloths, which will be easier to. I won't have to hide every speck of it by covering it with a rock. You know, first of all, I'll put a layer of clay/dirt over it. Then I can just, I'm going to try to do what Cameron suggested, I think, which is make the waterfall part like 3 steps instead of just a straight down thing. I'll make the third pool of the pond over there. And I'll probably expand this one out that way a bit more. I may even have a tunnel. I could put a tunnel right here. So let's look at this. If I'm going to put the other pool part down here, I could tunnel right through there and come out the other side of the water and go through the tunnel. That'd be kind of cool. I might have to get a little PVC tube or something to do that, but it'd be fun to have an underground tunnel. I gotta poop. I gotta poop in my butt. Well, I think Acacia, it's because for the first time in your life, you finally understood how it is the doves cry. That's going to make a lasting impression on you. These little seedlings don't really look like they're too desperate for water, but I might pour a drip or two. Ah! How about you guys? What the hell? You guys probably need milk too. And I feel so bohemian like you. Well, I gave the seedlings almost all my bottle of water. But I did save a little bit for myself. So as soon as I'm done with this cigarette, I'm going to go poop. I could get one of those submergible tub things, I guess. I mean, not submergible, but variable tub things. But I'm not going to do it that way. I'm going to do it with this harp. I could use the tarp, and I could also potentially use a little bit of some kind of mortar or something to press down flat stones on top of it. Not a ton of it, not so it's like the whole thing's concreted out, but that would allow me to go up like slopes and stuff. Regardless, I'll finish digging. I'll finish the other house before I get much more progress on this, but I'll finish digging it out before I even make a determination about exactly how I'm going to deal with it. I'll start making that determination as I'm digging it out, because then I'll have to make some decisions that may relate to other things that I got to get or do or something. Okay, now it's time to go poop. Use drained PVC pipes to make it go down the hill. I might use a PVC pipe to go underneath to make the tunnel, but I want it to look all natural. I don't want it to look like PVC pipe and stuff. So I don't know. I'm probably gonna end up taking quite a while to get it perfected. I'm not gonna use it as a water slide. Okay, you guys keep an eye on the hallway for me. My little anus hole made the cutest poop. Gee, little anus hole, what you doing with soup? We could build a cottage with a carriage built for two. Oh, my little anus hole, sweet little anus hole, smile little anus hole, I love you. dedicate that song to my butthole. I wonder who Rachel's talking to. It sounds like she's talking on the phone. When she gets on Adderall, she has to call her parents, call various people. She gets chatty, you know. Well, don't worry. If she's busy, I'll just take you with me to the other house. She might want to go with her. Oh, my little anus hole has the sweetest smile. Gee, little anus hole, won't you stay a while? Gee, little anus hole, won't you stay a while? All right, good job, bud. Way to poop. That's something you could try at home for your mental health. You could give your butt praise when you poop. It deserves it, right? If it weren't for your butt pooping, you'd just be full of poop all the time. All right. I'm feeling like duty calls for me to do at least another thing or two over there. So, see if Rachel wants to go with. She's upstairs. Hey, Rachel! I'll go up there. I have to go up the stairs. Hey, I'm gonna go to the other house to do a couple of things. You want to come with, or
I do. I just
you want me
want
to?
to phone with my dad.
Okay, well,
I can always walk over.
okay. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm gonna go make a run over there, take some stuff over, but more importantly, take some stuff back. Take some trash bags over, take some stuff back, and then when I come back, maybe I'll chill for a few minutes, and then maybe you'll be ready to go.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. So, let's go get the drop cloths. I can bring those back and stuff them in a trash can or something. And I need to take over their trash bags. Oh, and paper towels. And I need more than one paper towel. I don't know if I have any contractors' bags, but if I do, I think I know where they are, but I'm not sure if I have any left. I will take 2 of these. And 1 more. Regular trash bags. I need to bring another roll of paper towels. I'll put the trash bags in my pocket. And another roll of paper towels. Let me see. I might. might need something like one of these things. Plastic scourer. So I'm gonna take one of those plastic scourers. So I got some paint grips and stuff I need to get up, and one of these might come in handy. Wait a second. There's a contractor's bag. I guess I don't need these regular trash bags anymore. That's convenient. To just find them right there. That's not where I thought they were at all. I thought they were in the garage. But I was wrong, obviously. Okay. Anything else I need from in here? No, I don't think so. Okay, put these bags back. Put your scourer in your pocket. This trash can. These go with me. They're paper towels. Now, let's go. Yes, we're going to the other house. We're selling the other house down the street. I'm going to drive there in the little car. It is true that between the Wi-Fi's for about 60 seconds, there's going to be some buffering or disconnectivity because I don't really have any bars back here. But it's just half a block away. So we'll be disconnected for like 60 seconds. Okay, let's go. Oh, wait. I want to get this too. This is a good scrubber for things. I mean, it is true that it's kind of like, since it unscrew, but whatever. Put it back here anyway. I think what I'll bring home, I need the hand cart to move the couch. I'll move the couch and then I'll probably bring the hand cart. Well, I could also use the hand cart to move those mattresses. Maybe I'll leave it over there for a little while longer. Okay. Let's go execute this operation and come back and get ready. Oh, my little wilderness car. My little wilderness car. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 wilderness car. All right. We shall return. But I'll see you at the other house first. Let's go, team. Action Team Squad, activate. All right, so first things first, actually, I want to see if I can replace this light bulb here and if that light works. If I could do that and it works, then that would be convenient. Fortunately, I'm tall enough to reach this without a ladder. Isn't that nice? I've got the replacement one right here. I just couldn't get to it before because the little wilderness car was parked here. right, let's see if that works. No, of course not. I didn't expect it to, but I hoped it might. I have another light bulb. I'll change the other light bulb in case it's one of those things where it needs both bulbs to function or something. This is a bag of trash. It's going to go home with me. I'll just toss this down there. Okay. Plug in the light. And let's turn on some more lights. Okay. So what I want to get out of here right now actually is like these old drop cloths and stuff. And I need to bring in the paper towels and the contractor's bag. I'll put these in a contractor's bag and try to make it as small as possible. I don't know what kind of cable. The black one is. The blue one's a regular telephone cable. Don't need that. Okay, so we got this. Put that down there. Let's go get some more drop cloth. Like these mattresses, I'm gonna have to. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with them. I guess I put them underneath the house. I mean, it's like, if this mattress is better than one of the mattresses we have currently at our house, then we could just use it. And we have to get rid of the other mattress, but we're going to have to make a dump run or hire somebody to make a dump run. That's the bottom line. Okay, so other drop cloth that is ready to go. Okay, well maybe it's not ready to go, but what is ready to go is all this tape. Oh, there are the paper towels. I did have paper towels here. Silly Eric. What a silly boy you are. Okay, we got this drop cloth. This is a good start. I need to bring my flashlight too because it's getting dark now. And Those stairs are incredibly treacherous. I think I know what I'm going to do about the stairs temporarily, actually. We'll bring this up. Leave the contractor's bag down here and bring the rest of them up. And I get these paper towels. Take them up. I can also bring up the I'll bring up the extension cord and also the drapery hardware. We'll find out if those plugs down there work. The light fixture doesn't, maybe the plugs do. The outlets, I mean. If so, let's just put this lamp down there until we're done here tonight. All right, look at that. We got light. So, that's good. Now, I put all of this in this contractor's bag. I'm going to put this old filthy welcome mat in here too. Old filthy torn welcome mat. There we go. One bag of trash complete. Okay. See? Sorry, you weren't looking at it. But I did get one bag of trash complete. And this is hardware for the draperies. So let's take this inside. We just put it on the kitchen table. Okay. Now, I'm going to put this gross old plunger and toilet brush in here. Okay. What other trash should I pick up right now? Okay, well, here's something I need to do. Might as well do it now. Oh, please, no. Oh my God. No way. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, it doesn't reach. Can you get an extension cord for this kind of thing? Alright, well, I'll have to figure that out. One way or the other. Follow the railroad instructions to put this thing here, but now I understand why these were scooted over a little bit more. It doesn't quite reach the plug. So, I'm going to see if I can get a patch cable. It's got a hole for that, and then another one of those up to that end. Just like 6 inches, maybe. Okay. Get some of these bits of trash on the floor picked up. Got more tape to pull up over here, of course. I'm not sure what this is all about. It's got this thing with a bunch of screws in it. Way more screws than could possibly have held this thing in, so there must be screws for something else. I'm not sure what. Okay. Okay. There's tape to pull up here. There's a vacuum in here too. Oh, Pat, Eric, why don't you pull this up and the paint will still wet? Okay, well, it's fine. I'll get it up. Just a little bit of paint left, that's all. I didn't make the same mistake in the bathroom. I pulled up the tape and the paint was still wet. But it's been a while since I had painted, it didn't occur to me. If you really need to hear the tape this well, Eric, God. Okay. Oh, you horrible tape. Go hard on high. Man, that's some stubborn fucking tape. Get up there! I gotta deal with this rest of the table. It's already good. I'll try to get a little bit of this tape so you can pull it off easy. So far, that one was pretty good. And then it wasn't. You dirty rat. Oh. And we'll go back and get Rico pretty soon. Just trying to, you know, squeeze out a couple tasks real quick. Okay. Fuck me. Fuck me in the ass and call me Tuesday. Alright. Well, I'll deal with more tape later. Tape, 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 tape. Everywhere you look, it's always tape, tape, tape. Okay. Now we're going to get some of this drop cloth up. This is a cool little tape measure. Okay. Okay. If now I need to move this couch, I probably need the dolly to do that. I have to take everything off of the couch too. Actually, if I just take the cushions off, maybe I wouldn't need to use the dolly to move it. Okay. All right, look at that. I got all the drop cloths pulled up, and I got the couch moved. We're making some real progress. Okay. This isn't quite full, so I'll leave this back here for a moment. Okay. Put the cushions back on the couch. How does this work? Oh, is it like this? Okay. Pretty good. Got some things accomplished here. Whew. Okay. Leave this little plastic scrubber thing here. And bring this with me, I guess. I don't really think I'm gonna need the hand truck here anymore. So I'm gonna take it home. I thought I might need to move the couch, but I didn't. That, okay. Yeah. All right. Let's vamoose. Turn off some lights. You dirty rock. Okay. Now, this time, unlike almost always, I'm not too worried about these treacherous steps in the dark because I have not only the light at the top here, but now this light at the bottom. Okay. And before I put this hand truck in there, this trash can, once I put this contractor bag in it, will certainly be full. It's safe already. Okay, that doesn't fit. Fine. Still take this trash can home for now. And I'm just gonna have to do a dump run or, parse out my trash gradually over the course of weeks, which is not an ideal approach. This extension cord stays here. I'm just going to put it here for the moment because I'm going to need it for the vacuum. I'm sorry, for the drill. The vacuum actually has a long cord. I don't really need the extension cord, but the drill has a very short cord. Okay. Let's go back home and see what's up there. Are we coming back here again tonight? Not sure. It's conceivably possible, but maybe, maybe not. Well, I'm going to have to come back to deal with this lamp. But if I come back and do work or not, I don't know. That's unclear. And I'm not actually, I just need to turn it off. I don't really need to carry it back inside. I could even just turn it off right now. That's what I'll do. Okay. So you guys know the drill. If you're new, I'm going to just driving from here to my house, just half block away. We'll be disconnected for a minute or so. Then I'll be reconnected when I get within the range of the other Wi-Fi. And here we go. Okay. Okay. We're home. So I'm gonna put this big bag of trash on the big pusher for right now. I'll put the trash can where it goes. If I am gonna do a dump run, then I want to wait until I have all the trash accumulated. Okay, so I don't think I'm going to need this. Just put this back. All right, get the hand truck out of the car. Excellent. This is such a great dolly / hand truck. When I grew up, they were called dollies. We called them dollies. I don't know when they changed the name to hand truck. But it's really good. I like it. There you go, Mr. Hand Truck. All right. Well, someone is winning a Productive Progress Award, and that's me. I'm the one who's winning it. Because I'm being so productive and making so much progress. That's why I earned the Productive Progress Award. Okay, these keys go here. This needs to go in the garage. Just a rag, you know. Hey, I put this little cool tape measure in the garage as well. Even though this is the kind of tape measure that you just want to hold. It feels so nice and square in your hands. Okay. Rinse my hands off and water the aloe plant at the same time. Bam. That's right. Bam. That's called being a responsible adult, okay? Maybe you could take a few lessons. right. What kind of beverage do I want? Stop being all wimpy like that. Let's have one of these. Coors Edge. It helps me to keep my edge, which is critically important to me. Heavens to Betsy. What a long, strange trip it's been. People using AI to talk to you, huh? Well, you know, like Gmail always recommends kinds of responses, and so does YouTube. I don't usually use them unless it's something like, thanks so much. You know, well, maybe I'll use that. Okay. What am I looking for? This? The Western Conference play-in game between the Mavs and the Kings is on right now. That's kind of cool. How much renovation and refurbishing is left at the old place? Well, it's mostly cleanup at this point. I need to get the rest of the tape down and paint drips and stuff cleaned up. And then I need to make a dump run, get rid of some old furniture that is in there that's not going to help sell the place, and it would look better without it. And to get rid of these contractor bags full of trash and stuff. But we can keep that trash over here temporarily. If I don't get the dump run done by Monday, that's fine. And then the last big job I have, which isn't super big, I need to pressure wash the outside of the house to get all the spider webs down and stuff. So there's not really any significant projects left to do, except for the pressure washing, which I'm not sure how long that's going to take. Probably not very long. I'm not trying to get it surgically clean. I'm just trying to squirt off the detritus. Is it halftime? Is that what's going on? No, it's not halftime. Sacramento's in black. Okay. This is being played at Sacramento, so I guess they must be they're the 9 seed and Dallas is a 10 seed. Dallas just tied it up. You're going to furnish place? No, we're not furnishing the place at all. What I talked to the realtor, basically what she told me is, if you've got any iffy furniture, like for example, the mattresses without a bed frame in this one bedroom, and this one table clock. So she said, just get rid of leave the space empty, and we'll virtually stage it. So they'll show examples of what it would look like with furniture in it digitally. And generally, she gave me the message that without furniture is not even necessarily at all worse, maybe better than with furniture because the place looks more spacious and well lit and stuff. I know the Descendants. I'm not familiar with any specific song of theirs, but I certainly am familiar with the uh, the band, and there are many T-shirts that I've seen over the years. The Descendants, Nightage. Yeah, it's that picture. I recognize this picture of this guy with the glasses and the hair. So sketch picture. I'm not going to listen to too much of it because I don't want to get copyrighted, but sounds like what I kind of expected it to sound like, given the era it came from. Oh, if you want, Caroline, I can make you a moderator. I got shots. I can't make you a moderator because I'm not logged in as the right person right now. So who are the character is Milo? So who's your relative? Which one is your relative? Is it drummer, bassist, or guitarist? Wow, Dallas has jumped out to a 8-point lead all of a sudden. Your brother's the guitarist Steven. Huh. Is he your older brother? Because the Descendants have been around for a long time and you're only in your mid-30s, right? Good night, Zang. Zerg, I mean. Good night, Zerg. I want you to sleep the sleep of the angels and dream dreams of wonderful things. He must be like my age, right? Like 50 at least? Or if he was born in 1977, if he was my age, he would have only been 6 years old when he was in the band. He must be like 60 or something. Oh, so maybe it's just since 1986. He still has to be older than me because I was only 16 in 1986. Our neighbors, when I was a kid, the Porters, they had uh, they had a late kind of like miracle baby thing that happened. There was Dave, Paul, and Sammy who came like Dave 1 year, Paul 1 year, Sammy. Then like 10 years passed, and then here's Rebecca. The band supported Enjoy with a tour through the summer of 1986. Following tour, both Carrion and Cooper left the band and were replaced by Carl Alvarez and Stephen Egerton. Wow, that's a big gap between kids. You were born when I was graduating from high school. You're even younger than Rachel. At least when Rachel was born, I was still in middle school. Okay. It's time to pull some bong rips. And then I guess assess where we're at. Where we're at and what we're doing. That's fine, Vincent. Do not even remember it. It's okay. I don't hold a grudge because I don't remember your fudge. It's okay. It's drive time today. Drive away. Yay, yay, yay. Who can I trust in this cold world? A Yeti. They were adapted for this very, very cold world. It's a Yeti. Cleave to its furry form. Grab its fur and make some yarn. Who you gonna rely on in cold, cold world? It's a Yeti. That's right. It's a Yeti. That's who you can rely on in the cold, cold world because they're well adapted for the cold. There's A.D. Anthony Davis. Yeah, you could move somewhere warm. If you want to be like a goose. Those pussy geese flying south for the winter. Tough it out, man. Just a little snow, a little ice. I think we can all agree on that. Wrong bips. Stephen Blush, author of American Hardcore Tribal History, remarked that their cheeky love songs disguised as hardcore blasts became the most aped formula in rock. Really? If you like ice, like I like ice, then you must be an igloo. Wow. Dallas is now up by 20 points with a minute and 20 seconds left in the second quarter. I guarantee people are pooping right now, and some of them you might even know personally. Probably. To be honest, I'm pooping right now. I decided just go in your pants, Eric. It's easier that way. Why am I bothering to get up and go into the bathroom? I could just poop right here. Oh my God, what a horrible path. Sacramento has just like imploded here in the last 10 minutes. It was a tie game, and then now Dallas is up by 20. I don't like that either. I mean, if you want to encounter a reliable advocate in favor of due process, it is I. Everybody should be able to transparently, in front of whoever wants to watch, do their legal business. Show media doesn't poop anymore. He gave it up for Lent. Essentially, he got, in exchange for all of his poop, a bunch of Lent. I mean, it's plausible, but law enforcement really does not take kindly to people pretending to be law enforcement. Wow, 71-48 with 5 seconds left in the second quarter. What in the world happened to the Kings? Well, they got a whole other half to play, so maybe they can make a comeback. Who knows? I don't really care. If ICE comes here, I'm just going to tell them, hey, motherfuckers, listen, I'm going to deport you, okay? I'm way more American than you fucks are. So get in the back of my Mini Cooper. I'm driving you straight to Mexico. And that's only fair. That's just me being fair. But I don't care you're not Mexican. I deport everybody to Mexico. You see, Caroline, I often lamented this. Why is my body and everybody's body so inefficient with processing the food that we eat? It's like, for all the food I eat, I should poop out at most this much poop. All the rest of it should be digested, you know? My body wastes almost all of the food I eat, turning it into poop. Well, and what you're kind of getting at here, Winston's mom, is the power of individual narratives. So it, a lot of people, they don't consider this policy being affecting actual human beings, and it's hard for them to, if they're supporting of one side of the culture war, it might be hard for them to oppose such a policy because it feels like a win to them. But a lot of times stories just need a human face and a specific person who's been subjected to utter bullshit, for people to start caring a little bit. Hopefully that's the case here. I don't know. I mean, it's like my inclination to say, well, if deporting people, if the deportations in general are legitimate, which in general they are, then it's acceptable that you have one or two mistakes, maybe. Not acceptable like you should be like, whatever, just leave them there. But um, we don't want to demand perfection in executing legitimate plans. However, it's also the case that I don't think Trump's particularly worried about the legitimacy boundaries here at all. And what this demonstrates is not evidence that the deportations are deporting the wrong people or are criminal in some way, but just that Trump doesn't care how much it impacts people. He's not he's clearly not being rigorous enough in his executing of this. But it's also just a bad idea to begin with. I mean, deporting criminals, fine. If you're like some Nicaraguan gang member in the States and then are waiting trial for murder and stuff, yeah, fine, deport them. I mean, I don't eat any crap. I eat only wonderful food. I'm fortunate. The food I eat is much more nutritious, calorically rich, protein rich, etc., than any other humans in history. We have the best diets in history right now. So if my body can't process this beautiful food that it's eating, then it's certainly not going to be able to do a better job of processing worse food. It's important to remember that in the olden days, when everything was all natural, people did not eat better, they ate worse. They had less variety, they had fewer opportunities to get the necessary vitamins, nutrients, minerals, and stuff. And they were subjected to a lot more foodborne illnesses because of the lack of preservatives and stuff. So we want to jettison from our consideration any concepts about like, oh, it's bad the way people eat now or something. It's ridiculous. You can maybe make the argument that people would be healthier if they ate less sugar, or at least there'd be a lower rate of diabetes. But um, except for the sugar, I think it's fair to say that a contemporary diet is light years better than any previous generation diet, than any diet prior to 1900, let's say. Well, I know the problem is not what I'm eating, right? But that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm eating beautifully. I'm doing a great job of eating no rocks, no sticks, no poison berries, or anything like that. I mean, nothing but straight up food. And I'm doing a fantastic job of avoiding foodborne pathogens by having a refrigerator and eating food that has preservatives in it and etc., right? I'm also doing a fantastic job of not passing other kinds of illnesses via food by washing my hands and cleaning surfaces and stuff like that. So I'm enjoying all the advantages of a modern person eating the best possible diet. And yet, even though I've optimized the diet as ideally as possible for my body, it still can't figure out how to use most of the food and it poops it out. It's like, okay, if you don't need that much food, then don't be hungry, right? Don't be hungry. If you're just gonna throw half of everything I eat away as poop, just don't be hungry. And for be hungry half as often. I expect my body to be reasonable. Reasonable and to do its job right. Not just like dick around by the water cooler all day. Well, the Health and Human Services Secretary is incorrect, probably on both counts, but well, money, you know, I'm making demands. I'm not being reasonable right now. I'm entering into negotiations with my body by making demands. Now, if it wants to make some concessions, maybe I can make some concessions. Owl pellets, exactly. I want to only poop out one owl pellet a day worth of poop, if that. And what's with all the urine too? I mean, okay, I get it. If I'm drinking, continue to drink when I'm not thirsty, fine. I deserve to have to pee that out. Oh, money, 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 money. That's how your components work because that's all you expect of them. My body is being subjected to a higher standard, a higher level of expectation. And like students in a school, I expect it to rise to the challenge. Yeah, I know your other teachers never try to teach you anything meaningful or hard because you're fourth grader. I don't care. You can learn this just fine. So sit there and repeat after me. Hunger is just leptin. I don't care if it leapt in, if it jumped in, if it walked in. If it's going to result in nothing but wasted poop, then I don't want it. RFK Jr.'s mixed message about measles outbreaks draws. Yeah, I mean, this is the problem that we have, right? It's like nobody can figure out how to pull things out of a bag. So you've got this bag of people and ideas that correctly condemn the COVID nonsense, right? Unfortunately, that bag of people and ideas is also insanely and idiotically opposed to vaccines in general, and apparently believe some ridiculous claims regarding, you know, unsubstantiated wild side effects of vaccines that have been proven for decades, like the measles vaccine, polio vaccine, stuff like that. Obviously, so, and then you've got this other group of people who are correct about most vaccines, and invariably, they cannot have their head further up their ass regarding COVID. It's like nobody is paying attention to the fact that if we use the word to mean something specific, we don't have any contradictions. Vaccines are great. They prevent you from getting diseases. And that COVID thing was not a vaccine because it didn't do that. It wasn't a working vaccine anyway. It takes decades to validate vaccines? Are you kidding me? Just think about the polio vaccine. As soon as Salk gave it to his own children and proved that it was safe, people rushed to get it, and polio was gone like that. And it may be true that you have to wait decades to see if there are any sneaky, decades waiting side effects or something. But it is not true that you have to wait very long to determine if it's efficacious. We could determine right away that the COVID vaccine was not, for example. It's a big, big process. COVID vaccines, doesn't matter if they were rush jobs or not. As I articulated way before they failed, it's not going to work because of the nature of the virus. That's why we don't have a vaccine for the common cold, which is also a coronavirus. Nobody listened to me. Scientists knew this problem. They knew that this barrier had prevented them from vaccinating for this kind of disease for a long time. So they rolled the dice and said, let's try this new delivery mechanism. Maybe it'll work. It didn't. But then there was never the necessary announcement, oh, by the way, our attempted vaccine is a failure. Because they're lying scumbags. Yeah, sometimes show media, when you're leading and we're dancing, you lead too forcibly in moves that I'm not comfortable doing those dances right that moment. It's like there's a tango playing on the orchestra and you want to slam dance. I don't need your dance whiplash. But I want it. I want it bad. No, it was a coronavirus. Coronaviruses are not brand new. This particular one was brand new because it was made in a lab almost for sure. The CIA now agrees with me on this. But the reason it couldn't be vaccinated for is not that it was a lab-made bioweapon. It's that it was a coronavirus. That's probably why they chose that coronavirus to make a bioweapon out of, because of this useful, unvaccinatable quality of it. If you want to kill a bunch of people, right? So, as always, the solution to the world's problems, everything in general, boils down to one sentence. Listen to Eric. I mean, who cares about development status and efforts to address manufacturing challenges? It's just talking about missing the forest for the trees. First, see if it works. Right? I mean, this is like basic shit. It's as basic as it can possibly get. You're worried you can't manufacture enough of this not vaccine that doesn't do anything? Um, talk about having the wrong priority. Talk about anti-polar, right? You got a vaccine that isn't a vaccine, that doesn't work, that doesn't prevent COVID, people from getting COVID, and you're worried about whether you can manufacture enough of it. I mean, is there nobody with any tiniest shred of reason or common sense involved in these things? Oh my God, we might not be able to manufacture enough of this placebo. If it doesn't work, who cares if you can't manufacture enough of it? There is no enough of it. You're not getting it right, G. Okay? It doesn't matter why it failed, whether they rushed it or whether it's implicit in the coronavirus or whatever. What matters is the dishonesty. The dishonesty that somehow it was acceptable to constrain everybody while waiting for this possible solution that we had very good reason to know and believe would not work. It's like, I don't care if you were going to rush it out in 2 weeks. It's still too long to tell me what to do. And you should feel the same, right? If you don't feel the same about yourself, you should feel the same about me. Yeah, Eric doesn't need to be told what to do. Afford your fellow citizens the same respect you show yourself. You feel you're capable of making decisions for yourself about your own health. Test kits. Oh. No, I don't think any of this was by design, except possibly um, the release of it originally. There's two theories that have equal plausibility to me, and we'll never really know. But either, keeping in mind that there are different wells of power competing against one another for control of certain decision-making apparatus, right? So option one is some well of power, some group within a set of power structures had the reins of decision-making and decided to release it to reduce the population in the most humane way possible by killing a bunch of old and sick people while not affecting the young. It seems designed for that purpose, right? And then after they did that, some other group of power within this tapestry of power structures retook control of the reins and made the decision to try to reverse what had just been done. That's option one. Option two is it was genuinely an accidental lab release, and the reason the world's health organizations and stuff were so, panicky alarmist about the whole thing is that some people in those organizations knew that it was a bioweapon and had been released. And so they felt justified in showing a degree of panicky overreaction that vastly outstripped the response to bird flu and other things that potentially were dangerous. That made very little sense unless somebody knew that it was a bioweapon. Even then, it wasn't the right decision, but you could understand their freaking out a little bit more if they knew that. A lot of people have had that experience, you know. My daughter's gotten every vaccine and booster shot imaginable, and she's gotten it more than anybody I know. Hi, Johnny Doe. What's going on? Are you Johnny Doe, a deer or female deer? Ray a pocket full of sun? Q plus? O plus? What does that mean? Well, nice to see you again. Rachel's upstairs talking to her dad on the phone. Oh, blood type? I don't know what my blood type is. I think it's red. I'm a red-blooded American. I mean, all you need to know about COVID is this. Some public health official, in the absence of any legislation empowering them to do so, said to my father, who just put his wife in a nursing home, you cannot visit her or see her at all for the next 6 months until we develop a vaccine that won't work. I have cocaine as blood type. I don't do coke. You got abs like Obama, huh? My father, who much and was so accustomed and familiar with seeing my mom every day, all the time, you know. He visited her all the time when he could, once he could again, you know. But if you think that, you know, centralized control over individuals' health decisions justifies that stuff, you're crazy, right? It's the casual wickedness people are willing to entertain for a little safety theater is absolutely fucking appalling. I've never seen the mountain lion. I've just seen its tracks. Like this year I did see its tracks again in the snow. Big paw prints, you know. Definitely a big ass cat. And I've seen it now twice in the snow, but it doesn't snow that much around here. One presumes it must be around more frequently than that when there's snow not around. Yeah, I read about Gene Hackman's death. I heard them going back and forth about that as to exactly what the order of operations was, who died first, why, etc. You left West Ontario. You're in the West Coast. Well, maybe you're in Ontario, California. Are you in West Ontario, California? Speaking of Alzheimer's, yeah, Gene Hackman had Alzheimer's. You know what's interesting? I read that Gene Hackman never watched his own performances. He never watched movies that he was in. Isn't that weird? Wouldn't you be curious to see, like, how the movie turned out? Apparently, he never watched a single movie he was in. It's what somebody really close to him said, anyway. I could show media, but I won't. Instead, I will roar like a Eric, which is to say, not at all. And I can't pound my chest without injuring my bodacious tatas. Johnny Depp doesn't watch his movies either. I mean, I don't watch my live streams, but I do watch my videos that I put up to see how they came out. It's like I gotta SI it to know how it came out. I can't just SI it as an experience. I have to SI it as a piece of media. I have to receive it, you know, to know whether it's any good. Hi, simple girl. I hope someday somebody comes in and their name is Complicated Boy. And you come in there like, oh, how's it going, everybody? I've got some incredibly sad story to tell you about my wife who died just a couple years ago. And I'll say, oh my God, fate has brought you two together. Simple girl, complicated boy, go up in the tree and start kissing. That's not how you spell Rachel. That's fine, though. That says Rochel. No, it wasn't. There were definitely big cat tracks. But simple is actually a GIRL, not a GURL. GIRLs are a little more feminine. Okay, let me put this down like so. Is that too? No, that's not too low. That's fine. I think the problem is usually that it's too high, not too low. I'm not sure. So it's uncomfortable either way because I'm not that accustomed to playing the piano. No, kitty, I'm not watching you eat right now. Let's try again. Now, this seems too short. Let me make it taller. Okay. Russ and Steven delight in delivering cheese every day. And the dairy that employs them ensures they earn quite reasonable pay. Russ has cheddar, American, and Swiss too. He'll bring them all to you. Steven oversees from his desk, he's a lead. He oversees the cheese. Russ and Steven are a couple of guys, work at the dairy from 9 to 5. Russ and Steven think they've arrived, they work at the dairy the rest of their lives. Russ and Steven think are the guys, work at the dairy from 9 to 5. Russ and Steven think they've arrived, they work at the dairy the rest of their lives. pretty good. I'm getting better at it. Getting better at it. Can you tell? You probably heard me play this before. I can't play The Godfather. I don't know how to play any songs except just screwing around. Choir. Choir. Vocal ensemble. It's a little different. Right. Okay, here we go. Okay. has enough frame this thing. Stop being a tweaker. I can't stop being a tweaker, 'cause I am tweaking out. Don't tell me to stop being a tweaker, 'cause I'm tweaking out. I think that it's better than having a medical problem like gout. If you want me to stop the piano, you'll have to take it away, 'cause I'm playing piano today. absolutely enough of that. Eric, your feet are all asleep from standing in one spot. You need to display moderation. Moderation. You can't just stand there in one spot, play the piano all night long. Bad for your feet, bad for your legs, and also not very entertaining to the live stream. Of course, I get turned off the live stream. That would have been fine too, but you know, I guess I'm more self-indulgent than I am entertaining. I just something I have to live with. Or actually, really, it's something you're gonna have to live with. We don't have to, but if you're going to be here, I guess you'd have to live with it. That was good coffee. I enjoyed it while it lasted. Get a Buddha fountain. Buddha is a false god, false idol. Gee. Oh, no, gee. I'm not a heathen. I don't want to go to hell. You know where Buddha is right now? Burning in hell. Because he wasn't a Christian. Not his fault, but that's what he gets. It's just between him and Satan now. He's trying to be all zen while fire's burning him. Yeah, I bet. Now we'll see if he really is some kind of enlightened guy. Stab with a pitchfork. See, you're just regular guy, Buddha, just like everybody else. Stab you with a pitchfork, you scream. You just got an inflated sense of self-importance. Siddhartha. Siddhartha sedate. Siddhartha sigh. I had the idea that Tootsie Rolls would be good reward. 1 2-pound bag of Tootsie Rolls later, and my to-do list now includes do not order any more Tootsie Rolls. God bless you too, Silent B-Dog. God bless us, everyone. It's Christmas, and this year, I'm not going to deny food and time off to my employees. The ghosts of Christmas, past, present, and future, have convinced me. Took a lot of convincing. I said, hey, it's Christmas. Of course I do cruel things at Christmas. Bah humbug, right? The ghost said, no, I got it all wrong. I need to be cooler than usual at Christmas, not more dickish. So we've cleared that up at least. Is that your new nickname for yourself, G? Ambient Music? I say you're not unlike ambient music, but a little bit more grating at times, perhaps. Is there music that's not ambient? I'm not sure. Not sure what ambient music is as opposed to non-ambient music. Because ambient music is supposed to be not noticed in the background, whereas regular music is supposed to be noticed. Is that the difference? You know what you should reward yourself with, Winston's mom? A good solid Tootsie Roll gorge. Just open like 50 of them at once and try to eat them all at one time. Pre-scored bricks. You know what you really love, Ruben R? You like to pull it. You like pulling. If I gave you something that was as pullable as saltwater taffy, but inedible, you'd still like it just as much. That's done music, weird stuff. The pre-scored brick Tootsie Rolls are doo-doo like. You telling me there's a better version of Tootsie Roll than the pre-scored brick Tootsie Rolls? No, just pulling, no stretching allowed. You expect things that you pull on to come with you with no elasticity. I know. It's like there's certain kinds of like rubbery glue things that you want to chew on. They have a nice yang 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 feeling to them. I'm reading some of your documents regarding subject, object, and agent. I have a hard time understanding terms. For good reason. It should be subject, object, receiver. Okay? Observer. I don't know why I said agent. It was a dumb choice because agent means action taker. That was just me being dumb. Like, she was a bad word. Point is, it's like, I kicked the squirrel. I is the subject, the squirrel's the object. The squirrel kicked me. Squirrel's subject, I'm the object. I watched Susie kick the squirrel. Susie's the subject, the squirrel's the object, and I'm the observer. Is it a stick jaw candy? Oh, this candy like a stick in your jaw. Well, fortunately, I don't have very many teeth, Simple Girl, so I used to chew it in the gum part of my mouth. Kind of seems like an interesting link. Liston's mom. I normally am. I'm hesitant to look at such philosophy because, of course, you really can't do philosophy right without framing it via attention. Sure, the point is it's not a point about grammar. It's a point about the fact that if we want to understand attention, we have to understand it occurring from three perspectives, not just two. Because we're accustomed to thinking in terms of a duality of subject and object, but attentionally, we function as you might call a dynamic subject, as in TE or FE, static subject, as in SE or NE, and you can be an object links to FI and TI. Because even though it's object, and the distinction that needs to be made is that the object is getting. It lines up with getting information. So they're not just passively being the object, they're getting information. And then the observer is receiving information, and that's NI and SI. So action, subject, there are four functions to cover subject. There are two to cover object, and two to cover observer. And the reason is because there's only three directionalities of information: put, get, receive. But there's also like what you might call like infrastructure stuff, handshake stuff. That's where your dynamic action functions come in, your interface functions, as I call them. But interface is really a certain relationship with put, get, and receive rather than another thing like put, get, and receive. Well, the observer didn't observe the placement of the rock, they just observe a rock. In that case, you're engaging one agent, which is a person who can take independent action, and and an object is not an agent, right? A rock. So the observer, in the first instance, if they're there, they might observe the person put the rock. But if they're standing there and looking at a rock, grammatically, they're going to be the subject of the sentence. I saw the rock. But that's where we have to note whether a verb is active or passive to determine whether it's actually the person's actually doing subject type stuff or observer stuff. Well, I mean, they may know that someone put this rock there because I came out here 15 minutes ago to smoke a cigarette and this rock wasn't on this wall. That's called using intuition to know something. Knowing happens instantaneously as opposed to deliberation. And in that instance, you use your SI to say, your SI and object permanence to go, rocks don't move on their own. Somebody must have put this here. But you know, sometimes even though we know something, we're wrong, right? So I might see that rock there and know that somebody must have put it there, when actually it just rolled down the hill and landed perfectly on the wall. If I had surveillance footage, I could check it and then know correctly. Either way, I'm knowing, right? No, TE is not let's talk about the rock. SE is not we can see the rock. SE is kick that rock or do something to it, you know. SI is I've seen the rock or I have experience with it, or this seeing this rock triggers this other memory I have of another rock or something, right? TI, it doesn't have anything to do with the rock. It's not relevant. T has a communication function. FE might say something like, oh my God, this rock looks ugly and company's coming over right now. Or now everybody's gonna think I'm obsessed with rocks. Something like that. FI says, oh my God, I love that rock. It looks just like a little mushroom guy. I'm gonna keep it there and hold it precious. And he doesn't have anything to do with the rock either. It's not a communication issue. And I would just say, you know, you could conclude that NI might know the same thing that SI knows, really, that somebody must put it there. For example, one time I went over to the other house and there was poop in the toilet. I didn't remember not flushing the toilet. Not really like me last time I'd gone there. And Rachel NI'd for sure that it was somebody had come in and pooped in the toilet. I NI'd the alternative because why would somebody come in and the only evidence they leave is a poop in the toilet? And there's plenty of things they could steal or do something with, right? Whatever, right? That's more like an any SI thing where it's like, well, imagine their experience. Can you imagine yourself having this experience of going in there and touching nothing else but just doing that one thing, right? Oh yeah, of course. I don't know. The thing is this. Evolution isn't false because to be false, it would have to say something, right? Evolution fails to do its job of explaining where species comes from utterly. So we don't know where species come from, unfortunately. We don't know how speciation occurs or if it occurs. Here we go, says Money. So note that evolution is false. It's a recognition of the fact that evolution has failed to meet its burden to affirm. It purports to explain something, and it's failed to do so. Oh, Money. Hopefully that's not where the Sherwinator's going. I remember pooping out that one rock I left in your toilet. See? I don't know, do you? Oh, I see. Not Spanish. You need to capitalize the S, Acacia. God, otherwise I'm never going to understand what you mean. We. Do you believe evolution explains speciation, Sherwinator? If so, what do you believe that evolution claims the mechanism of change over time is? I'm not throwing any babies out with any bathwater. There's nothing to throw out except to just point out that we hired this guy to put together this jigsaw puzzle, and it's still in the box in a million pieces. They failed to put it together. Hi, Ruben. I know you said hi. I said hi to you already. So what's the baby and what's the bathwater in this situation? I don't understand your metaphor or whatever. And it's doing us all a disservice to say that I don't believe in evolution, because it's not my job to explain, to do evolution's job. I don't believe in things one way or the other. I just determine whether things are correct or I understand things. So when I started researching evolution, it was just to understand it, because I didn't understand. I kept running into, when I think about it, like, but let me figure out what is actually going on. And I researched it, and it's just, I realized in fairly short order, oh my God, this is complete bullshit. Oh my God, that's not science. That's not how you think. It's just not thinking. I couldn't believe it. No, like I said, evolution is not anything. Like, if you think evolution might be right, what do you think the mechanism of genomic change over time is? Because if you think that the current theories of evolution are the same as Darwinian theories of evolution, you're not correct. If you think the mechanism is mutation and sexual selection, evolutionary scientists don't even think that anymore. This is a non-alcoholic beer. Well, Zesty Nicholas, all I can say is, do you think you understand how evolution works? I would love to have you explain it. We've got multiple videos on the topic. Keeping in mind that I don't have any horse in this race. I'm not in favor of creationism or anything. I just want an actual explanation. Yeah, non-alcoholic beer. No, I mean, I think Zesty Nicholas is actually making perfectly good sense. When you have something like this, where almost entire consensus exists among intellectually robust people in the scientific community and stuff, that evolution is correct, it's reasonable when you have a voice that's this much of a lone voice, because others may oppose the idea that evolution explains things, but it's because they promote the idea of creationism usually, or intelligent design or something like that. I'm a lone voice of reason that says the negation doesn't need to do the AF's job, obviously. The AF is the one that's claiming to explain something, and they need to do it. They need to meet their burden to affirm. They need to actually do that job. And if they don't, we negate. We negate back to we don't know what the answer is. That's how good thinking is done. And when you talk about things like, is evolution correct? You don't know what evolution is. Neither do I. Nobody does. If I ask you to articulate what is the mechanism by which evolution occurs, you might give one of several answers, none of which there is consensus about. For example, do you believe in punctuated equilibrium or gradualism? Okay, so traits that help a species survive and propagate continue on, the ones that don't. Except here we go. Here's an answer for you, Zesty, Nicholas. Let's think through your scenario. Okay, we have a population of bears that gets isolated on an island where there's not that much food. So it's advantageous to the smaller bears in the population and disadvantageous to the bigger bears. So before long, in this isolated population of bears is uniformly smaller than bears that are on the mainland, let's say. Okay, let's imagine a scenario. And you would say that evolution has occurred. But here's the problem. That population of bears does not need any mutation for that to occur at all. And in fact, would involve no mutation whatsoever. It would just be a population of bears phenotypically expressing the smaller end of the genotypic possibilities of that species. So, in fact, genomically, they're identical to the larger bears. That's not evolution. I'm saying that when you separate out populations and selectively breed them, right, like we've done with dogs, you don't rely on any mutations at all. Instead, what you're doing is selecting for specific expressions of the genomic range of a species. I mean, we've now experimented for 75,000 generations of fruit flies, the equivalent of over 1 million years of evolutionary time for humans, and they're still all fruit flies. And not even very much variability among them to the naked eye. So keeping in mind that 75,000 generations and no change, keeping in mind that we've been breeding dogs for 10,000 years, and even though we have differentiated among the species, vastly different breeds like Chihuahuas and Great Danes, they're still all the same species with the same genomic signature who can still interbreed and successfully produce offspring, reproductively viable offspring. So, no, that's not how evolution occurs. The thing is, when we say something evolves, right? Like an individual of a species changes over the course of their life. So if you want to talk about epigenetic change, that is a perfectly reasonable thing to do. You'll note that to be a member of a species, definitionally, you have to be able to reproduce with another member of the same species and produce the same species again, definitionally. No, we have a different genomic signature. A chimp and a human have a different genomic signature, different number of chromosomes, for example. I'm not just throwing them around to sound smart. I made very cogent arguments here. I pointed out things like the evidence that we do have, which is, like, say, the fruit fly experiment. I've talked about punctuated equilibrium versus gradualism. So the problem with the idea that it takes billions of years to evolve is the fossil record. If you look at the Cambrian explosion, you've got shit tons of species all appearing within the range of about 10 million years, some of them much more quickly than that. So we don't understand, if for example, like more than one species emerged from what was originally one species, which you might call if evolution occurred, right? Then it had to occur very quickly from much simpler organisms to vastly more complex organisms over the course of, say, 1 million years. Scientists broadly agree that most every species we see is in a state of some kind of evolutionary stasis, right? Rats have been rats since the beginning of human history, as far as we can record. That's why there's this disagreement among scientists about whether punctuated equilibrium is correct. Punctuated equilibrium is the idea that evolution suddenly, for some reason not articulated, bursts into super fast mode. Shit evolves super fast for some short period of time, and then shuts off and they stop evolving. For reasons not articulated. The punctuated equilibrium theory of evolution was generated by, I'm not exactly sure which evolutionary scientist, but it was done as a way to try to shoehorn evolution into an increasingly contradictory fossil record. I saw an article on Google News. I didn't read the article, I saw the headline. It said some mathematicians in Finland or something had falsified it. Because, I mean, the thing is, you've got population numbers, you've got generation length and stuff. And so if we did in fact understand the mechanism, and it was some sort of genetic change over time, but from one species to multiple, then we should be able to both replicate it, provide some kind of genetic clock to say how long it takes. We should be able to replicate it much more effectively than nature ever could, because we can willfully, consciously select specific things. Then you can see just how much differentiation we've created among dogs, right? But we haven't changed their species. Yes, we mapped the fucking genome, but if you ask any evolutionary scientist, for example, how long would it take for a species to evolve into a species with this much additional complexity? They can't tell you. They have no idea. Because, if you believe the fossil record, you've got species that have remained exactly the same for hundreds of millions of years, and you've got species that were apparently absent and then show up as fully developed complex species over the course of like 1 million years in the fossil record. So that's why they have to make more and more bullshit concentric circles kind of stuff to keep trying to shove evolution, the word, into some kind of substitute for an explanation. No, they're not lying. I don't think so. I think that most of them, they got on their track of what they're doing in life in college, and they're never asked to explain it. They're asked to I don't know what they're asked to do. They do a lot of studying genetics. Genetics is real, of course, but broadly there's agreement that there really aren't any positive mutations. That's why they created first the neutral theory, which was by a Japanese evolutionary scientist, and then the nearly neutral theory, which involves genetic drift. Unfortunately, mathematicians shut that down right away by pointing out that genetic drift can only possibly impact the genome of a given species in populations under 100, and cannot explain any changes beyond that. So, and even the changes it can explain they're very limited because the mechanism is genetic drift. A legitimate mechanism, but not one that can create meaningful, substantial change. Keep in mind, these are not my ideas, right? These are the many different ideas that scientists have come up with to try to keep evolution being the explanation. Because Darwin's evolution is long gone. Sexual selection of positive mutations? Nobody believes that anymore. We have every piece of evidence we have to the contrary. It points to the contrary. It says if we were to let all the dogs loose and not have any humans around involved with them, they would move back towards a genomic mean. All the super little ones and big ones would die, and the medium dog would return as sort of a general mush mutt dog, right? So note that the populations of little dogs wouldn't evolve into a different species or something. They would die. It's just that simple, because nature would never tolerate the kind of differentiation in a species that we have forced upon dogs. The natural consequence, the real evolutionary pressures, are back towards the genomic mean, not away from it. That's what keeps the genome healthy, right? We don't want people who have mutations, that is to say genetic diseases, to reproduce, and because genomes do get sicker over time. They get less clean, you could say, because not all mutations kill the people or animals that they impact. So there are mutations, and it has entered our genome, but it's stuff like sickle cell anemia. You know, it's not something like laser eyes or the ability to fly. Well, by your definition, breeding dogs certainly is evolution. Didn't you say it was traits that help a species, an individual survive and reproduce, are reinforced in the genome of the species, something like that? You know, because that's what breeding dogs is. If you happen to be what they're looking for in a pug or whatever, then you might be studded out to father shit tons of other pugs, while an uglier pug who's not going to win a show prize won't have any babies or get neutered, right? So we are doing exactly what you said evolution was. We're saying this trait allows you to survive and reproduce. If you don't have it, you don't get to reproduce. We're going to neuter you or spay you. Should you be worried about me? I mean, are you listening to what I'm saying at all? Because I'm actually saying things that mean something. You should be wondering if, he's making some excellent points. Maybe I should look into this some more. Something like that. I don't know. That's if you are correctly interpreting, like if you're reading the significance of what I'm saying correctly, namely that even if somehow it turned out that I were wrong, that I'm certainly making reasonable and cogent points. If you can't make that distinction, you can't distinguish between things that are reasonable and cogent and things that are crazy or indicative of a infirm mind or something, then, well, hopefully you learned that to differentiate them here tonight. Okay, so what would make it cogent then? Because everything I said was relevant to the topic, directly responsive to things you said and things people in the evolutionary science community say. Normally, that would make something cogent. Well, we're not doing science right now. We're talking. So you can't expect me to be cogent with a Bunsen burner and a beaker when I'm using just my voice to talk to you. Yeah, I know he's not answering on point. But that doesn't mean that I want to sink to his level and not answer his point. Isn't it wonderful that your ancient bloodline is in you? Is it my ancient bloodline? What is my ancient bloodline? Is it the hunter-gatherers? Or is it the Neanderthals? Or some species that came before humans from which I emerged somehow? So you can't critique anything. For example, if I gave you a study done by somebody that had substantial methodological problems, you wouldn't be able to identify that without actually committing those methodological mistakes yourself. Really? Okay, well, I'm able to do that. So you and I are different in that regard. Okay, Zesty, well, I'm not arguing with them though, right? They have only you as their advocate, and you haven't said anything convincing at all. If you believe it because those people agree, then you are free to do so, you know? If you don't want to believe things based on whether it makes sense as an explanation, then that's certainly your prerogative and probably a good way to go. Most of the time it'll serve you well, and on the question of evolution, it doesn't really matter because we don't predicate any other things upon this notion being true. No, I don't think it's a conspiracy. I think the reason the reason it's been not afforded the real test by fire that normal science gets, it's like it hasn't validated on any predictions like relativity has, right? Is because people think it's a battle between evolution and creationism, when actually creationism is not an explanation, obviously. So it's a question of, do we have an explanation for speciation or not? Evolution claims to have an explanation, but it explains adaptation within a species, but it does not explain evolution. So, because it would have to have a mechanism by which that occurs, right? That makes sense, and it doesn't. So, I get that you can do a lot of work in genetics, and that's a legitimate field of science. And because it's not attempting to explain things that it can't validate, right? But it makes predictions, and then it can test them and see if it's correct or not, like science. But evolution doesn't provide those predictions. Well, I mean, it did in the past, but they all falsified. It's a joke. I mean, I get that it's possible for lots of people to just kind of get lost in the complexity of it, to understand how genetics can change the appearance of a localized population of a given species over time, and think that that mechanism somehow ends up causing different species to come out. I get that there's some intuitive foothold there. And I get that most people don't want to do all the research that I did to figure out if they really know what they're talking, if anybody knows what they're talking about on this. But then that's fine. So I think that you're probably drawing a perfectly reasonable conclusion, provided you want to use a heuristic rather than make the determination yourself. I would go with all those scientists over me if that's your heuristic. Sure. Perfectly reasonable thing to do. No, I don't think the scientists are lying. I think I think I explained it already, you know. Yeah, I'm not trying to damn science at all. I think science is a wonderful accountability forum in almost every instance. If evolution were treated like relativity, it would long ago be in the trash heap. But because it's been positioned as you're either religious nut or you agree with evolution, um, and because most of the opposition, if not almost all of it to evolution, has come from religious people, rationalists think they don't need to do the work on evolution, I guess. I'm a professional case maker. Uh, so I'm an expert on whether a supposed, something that presents itself as a case actually meets its burden to affirm or not, because I'm a professional debate coach. I can assure you, I did not begin researching evolution expecting it to just be a bunch of hogwash and not anything specifically. I expected to come to understand it once I researched it. But what I found were a shit ton of papers that looked very narrowly at this tree and never at the forest. And you got to also think about how often broad agreement does not correlate strongly with correctness. There was apparently extremely broad, almost universal agreement for the crazy response to COVID that the world had, right? I was this fairly lone voice of reason saying this is bullshit, but not saying bullshit myself like it was a conspiracy or whatever. Just it's a bunch of panicked people and alarmist politicians and health officials seizing power at local levels. It was like everybody went insane at the same time, right? But really what it was, it just showed, I have a song about it, stupid and scared. People get scared, they get stupid. And they forget the principles and values that are critical to maintaining a free and civil society, like respecting the freedom of assembly, for example. Reflecting the fact that I own my own face and you can't tell me what to do with it. We don't have a full mechanistic map of how complex multicellular organisms emerge from simpler forms. In other words, we don't have an explanation. Without a mechanism, there's no explanation. It's a failure to explain. A geisha? Is that Acacia's lesbian doppelganger? His name's not Sherwin Williams. It's Sherwinator. But this is one of these things where it's a brand new experience for most people, right? Nobody's ever heard somebody be correct and oppose evolution. And depending on how married they are to heuristic as like a default way of going about things, then it go a couple of different ways, right? Um, Person could get. I'm not sure. I can't imagine. I don't know. It's hard for me to put myself in their shoes because I know how I would react to it. I'd say, "Oh, well, this makes a lot of sense. This guy's. Oh, I didn't know. You know what? I'm gonna have to look into this more myself." But right now, he's convincing the fuck out of me. That's how I would react to it. But I, but most people have more, or at least some, attachment to a given, I don't know, understanding that they have. I mean, to some extent, it's important that we all allow existing explanations of things to continue to explain things as long as they do explain things, right? We don't need to say, okay, well, let's revisit the question of spontaneous generation. Maybe flies do just emerge magically from nowhere on meat. Maggots, I mean, not flies. We don't need to question whether we have a spherical Earth or a flat Earth. That's insane. And unfortunately, people seem to have a lot of difficulty figuring out what's insane and what's reasonable. And one thing we can do is point out, see how many other things are built on top of something. Like, we have many, many explanations that make good intuitive sense that are built upon the idea of the Earth being spherical and rotating around the sun, right? If we were to suddenly try to replace that with a flat Earth or anything other than our existing explanation, we'd have to have some alternative explanation that did at least as well intuitively in explaining all these other things. We don't really have anything built on evolution except a bunch of hogwash. Like Jordan Peterson, being an evolutionary psychologist, says that the reason red in an advertisement prompts people to buy things more is because back when we were hunter-gatherers, there was a benefit to seeing ripe fruit. Except, of course, almost no ripe fruit is red. Most red ripe fruit is poisonous. And and there are lots of other things that are red that aren't food. And that's just, and even if you were to buy some undescribed mechanism of evolution, that would only explain why we're able to see red, not why we are more likely to buy things when it's in an advertisement. 3. Which is pretty good restraint, I think. I'm pretty pleased with myself. Stop talking about my holes. There are cryptids living down there. I fail to see how humanity would be able to create a lot of what we see in the world today without a higher intelligence teaching than all humans. Well, see, that's something where you actually do have evolution, right? Because humans are able to retain knowledge across generations with writing, the written word, books and stuff. Each generation gets to begin at a higher spot in terms of overall knowledge, and then the way it increases is it's entirely decentralized, like all good things, right? Individuals get engaged with previous bits of knowledge and other people's discussion, like I did with cognitive functions, and then the wrongnesses of the past get rectified as the right person lands on the right topic and area and researches the existing stuff on it and then actually figures it out. You shop at the Gabe. Oh. What's this say on your calendar for today, Vet? Anal fisting, 8 p.m. What? effect. Well, no, we're building new things, but we're making new things with the benefit of a lot of answered questions already. Questions have a way of following following from answers, you know. If you answer one question, now that answer both it's relevant to a lot of other things maybe. So it answers this question, but it prompts all these other kind of semi-related things people to ask new questions now. And they answer those questions, or somebody else does, or whatever. That's how it works. It's entirely decentralized. There's no watchkeeper. It's just actual evolution. The only enemy of humanity's evolution ideationally like that is our attempts to limit the flow of information, which are not super successful. So there are things that are kept all secret and stuff, but the pile of things that aren't is massive. Well, what, the way that science evolves over time and human knowledge and stuff evolves is that it's allowed to evolve in little corners, right? As people specialize. So and then some understandings of things fall out of favor. And so being an expert, you could be an expert in a dying field, right? Or in a dead field even. In which case your whatever work you do is probably not going to grow a lot of mushrooms on top of it, which is to say other people coming and building off of it, right? I'm going to prison, like 50% of black people do in their lifetime. What are you going to prison for, Carmela? Carmelo? I mean, your name is the killer. I hope you're not going to prison for killing somebody. I mean, it's weird to say, I don't know what I hope with you in prison. Like, it depends what you did, I guess. Or if you committed a real crime against somebody, then it's probably appropriate that you incur some punishment. Austin is dead. He got stabbed. He pushed me. Did he get stabbed by a knife in your hand? Your passive voice is. I mean, what did you what did you have the knife out for? Were you like cutting an apple or something? If I weren't a debate coach, what would I have wanted to do for work? I mean, I would have been a good lawyer, judge. I would have wanted to, you know, be a musician or a writer or some creative thing that nobody wants. You can cut my peach, cut my peach. We always violent. I'm a coward. Well, I mean, I don't think the problem with stabbing somebody really is cowardice. I mean, there's plenty of things to condemn about stabbing somebody. I'm not sure that cowardice is one of them. Or are you just saying you're scared to go to jail? I'd be scared of that too. I'd be super scared of it. I really never want to go to jail. but not because I'd be scared of like the people or whatever. It just sounds like being locked in a little space for most of the day just sounds like absolute fucking torture. You're not Carmelo? Ah, trolling account. Well, it's not self-defense to stab someone over being pushed. There's a factor called proportionality. It's reasonable to respond with proportional force. If you get pushed, it's reasonable for you to push someone back. I've never seen shot caller. Are you guys coming up with like sexy mall stores? I mean, you guys know about my sexy mall store. It's a handbag store. It's called Fajot Buffet. Buffet. No, Fajot Buffet. But it's spelled Faggot Buffet. And as the owner of the store, I cannot figure out why all these gay men are coming into my women's handbag store. You know, you could just have to say the tender box. You don't even need to change its name. Anybody remember the tender box? They probably don't really have those in malls anymore. The tender box, except you could spell it with an E. That is kind of a funny name for a store, the tender box. Yeah, exactly. You bet. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, there was a tobacco store that used to be in the Arcadia Mall called the Tender Box, Tinder. You might maybe you could get stuff monogrammed there too. They had pipe tobaccos and pipes. It was like a pipe and pipe tobacco store, but they also had cigars and fancy lighters and stuff like that. It was a store we boys like to go into because they didn't just have tobacco stuff. They also had like cool man things, you know. Let's look it up. I bet I can find some photos from an old mall of the Tinderbox. The Tinder Box. Tobacco store. There are a few of them, few such stores in the U.S. called Tinderbox. Presumably, they're hangers-on of the old brand. What is the Tinderbox store? The Tinderbox was founded in 1928 by Ed Colpin Jr., a purveyor of fine pipes and assorted tobacco products. The small structure was built in 1951 as the shop's new home and was designed to evoke an Old English theme. And there's one in Palm Springs. There's one in Costa Mesa. Pipedia. This is Wikipedia for pipes. It has an article on it. It says the Tinderbox was the chain of tobacco stores. The store, eventually sold to Canadian conglomerate, reached 200 retail outlets by 2007. And in the 40 years it operated on a large scale, a great number of pipes were made for the Tinderbox by well-respected makers. Because by the mid 50s, there were tinderbox stores in malls across America, and that includes the mall near my house, which was called Fashion Park, Arcadia Fashion Park. So that's kind of cool. I guess when they named it that, they weren't thinking that many years later, people would think it was referring to a woman's vagina. Dee Dee's dick's out? Maybe they should rename it Bank of America. Bank of America. When you go in, there's big wall pictures of just close-ups of vaginas. Wells Fargo. Hey, you can't say that word anymore. Rachel must be on the phone with somebody else now. I don't know. When she takes Adderall, she loves to talk on the phone and live stream and stuff. Sperm Bank of America. It probably is such a thing, Yvette. It's probably an actual business. Here at Sperm Bank of America, we insure all of your sperm for up to $100,000. It's not FDIC. You work there. I'm a teller at the Sperm Bank of America. I take deposits all day long. What's the word for one of those vagina spreader things again? I've been told it before. I keep forgetting what the word is. Never properly learned it. That's not it, Rubenar. Fuck you. Make any sense at all. The Yankee Cumdle Company? Hobie Slobby. You need an E on that hoe. Called out for N-E riffing without S-I. I did? I did that or what? A speculum. Thank you, Winston's mom. Speculum. Why do they even have that thing? Why does that exist as a medical thing? What purpose do they have for spreading open the vagina like that? All the men and exclusively men in medical school back in like the 40s and 30s or 50s or whatever. They're all like, all right, we're gonna need some tit squeezing tongs and some vagina spreading stuff. We're gonna need some stirrups. Let's see. Can we come up with a good reason why we need to stick this dildo up a woman's ass? Hey, maybe we could that's how we take a woman's temperature. Remember metallically cold speculums would be warm first? Why are they being used at all? That's what I'm asking. I need to spread open your vagina with a special machine here, a little device here, so I can really get a good look in there. Why? Doctor, if you don't mind my asking, what exactly are you looking for? If I happen to have brought with me my, I do handyman work on the side. I brought with me my little snake camera thing. Why don't you just use that? We'll just stick that up there. Oh no, no, no. I need to basically get my whole head up in there. You never had a doctor use one on you? Well, I think nowadays people are a little bit more sensible about things. Does that disappoint you, Yvette? Would you like that to occur? You like to go to the doctor and Dr. Todd Johnson puts on his gloves and says, I'm going to need you to get in the stirrups. Nurse, bring me a speculum, a blindfold, and a 6-pack of condoms. Keeping stuff very cold keeps the germs off of it, huh? So does like hydrogen peroxide. I mean, don't they sterilize? Is that how they make sure the speculum's clean? After they're done with one patient, I better put this back in the fridge. Right. Well, my point is, if that's the reasoning they're giving you for the coldness of the speculum, I would say you'd be not remiss to suggest alternative ways to sterilize the speculum than putting it in the refrigerator. If you want to get my grandma, you got to get mama first. And once they're both gaping, oh no, you're the worst. Submissive way? I don't think there's a non-submissive way to have a speculum used on you, Yvette. If you're having a speculum used on you, you're not being the dominant party, I think. If I had a vagina, I'd think, you know what? Bring it on. I want to look in there too. Just get a mirror so I can see up in there too, and a flashlight. What about Antiques Chode Show? When do we hook up? We don't, Aunt. I'm happily married to my beautiful wife, Rachel. Antiques Chode Show. It's not a show you want to watch. There's a lot of very old men. Has anyone ever had an ultrasound? I have been there while my first wife had the picture of the baby going on, which I think is ultrasound. But I didn't put any of the goo on me. I should have. I should have taken the opportunity to do that. I want to experience this pregnancy just like her. So I want you to do that to my stomach too. Maybe I have a baby in there. You run into your past self at age 20. You only get 30 seconds. What would you tell your younger self? Stop sucking ass. I don't know. Shut the fuck up. How about that? You're prioritizing the wrong things. Dummy. Here, you know what I do? I say, if I only got 30 seconds, I would write a whole book before I even go there. Like not a whole book. I don't want to overwhelm my younger self. You just wouldn't read it. You'd be like, TLDR. But I would have plenty of things to tell him, but he wouldn't listen to me anyway. I don't even listen to me now, so why would I listen to me then when I didn't listen to me at even worse than I listen to me now? Sure, what do you want to talk about quantum physics specifically? I mean, I think that quantum physics boils down to a phenomenon that follows from the necessity of the observer, right? That we can't engage epistemologically with anything that's not first observed in some fashion. And accordingly, since observation is like selection, axiom of choice comes into play perhaps. It's kind of like the reality of an attentional channel being occupied means that it can't be occupied by something else, Which is all like a philosophy kind of way of talking about it. I understand that. I don't have the math down for you, that's for sure. But I think there's some possibilities for it, I suppose. Weird though, right? I think people misunderstand it a lot because of the term superposition. I think they think of something in superposition as being both A and B at the same time. When really, it's neither. It's waiting to be observed as one or the other. That's where people get confused. Because quantum mechanics doesn't actually violate the law of non-contradiction. And so-called spooky action at a distance, well, we have this idea called gravity. But even if we didn't, we see something from a tree fall, like an apple fall, and fall down to the ground. And we might be like, oh my God, what knocked that apple down from the tree? I didn't even feel a gust of wind or anything. Well, what made the apple fall down from the tree was that it was up high. And accordingly, for it to really be at rest, it had to use up the energy, the potential energy it had, because it wasn't on the ground. So when its weight became too big for the branch to hold, it fell down to the ground. You might say, that's spooky action. That apples can't move. How did it get from there to there? It had stored up potential energy. Same thing with quantum mechanics, spooky action at a distance. You entangle two particles and they inform each other at a distance. You still have to separate them and while maintaining the entanglement. So it's kind of like carrying something up to a high spot and then being amazed when it falls down again. But people think it's something more magical than that, you know? Oh my God. He went to Jared. Because every kiss begins with K. Every kiss begins with K. Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace. Which jingle do you think is better? Every kiss begins with K or Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace? Both about the same. Thank you for answering, Sal. I'm going to give you another choice. How about, so you need a structured settlement and you need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now. There's that one, or your other choice is pull it out, stick it in. The taste is gonna move you when you pop it in your mouth. A juicy fruit is gonna move ya. It's chews so soft, it gets right to ya. Which is better? That's a tough one, huh? I like this game. Which jingle is better? 877 cash now? I mean, that's a really good one, right? You know, we all know the phone number for 877 cash now. And we also know the name, J.G. Wentworth. But that juicy fruit is a pretty good jingle. Okay, well, let's try another one. Okay, well, let's let J.G. Wentworth hold serve, and we'll see if we can find one that beats it. Okay. So how about well, we'll give another gum a chance. Say goodbye a little longer, take it last a little longer, make it last a little longer, make that long lasting freshness with Big Red. Okay, Big Red or 877 cash now. 877 cash now. I'm loving it. The McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. That's fine, I guess. Big Red is too spicy, I agree. It's because it's cinnamon gum. I don't put cinnamon in gum. But one of my favorite jingles, I don't know if it upends J.G. Wentworth, is summer, summer fruits, it wouldn't be summer without them. Taste it and see, ripen and we. Summer, summer fruits, it wouldn't be summer without them. That's a really good one. You know, there's the one. Now, this is not really fair, though. It's not a jingle because they stole it. They just used another song and changed the words to it. But I'm really fond of the Downy Freshness one. Hello, mother. Hello, father. Greetings from Camp Hiawatha. Swimming school here. Won 3 races. But I miss your fresh towels and pillowcases. You miss Downy, April freshness. It's the reason it's so pleasing. I really like that one. I liked that a lot when I was a kid. Let me think of more jingles that I like a lot. I don't know. Yeah, I'm I guess kind of running out of gas a little bit. That's not the one I'm looking for that wins the bomb. That's the original one. I'm looking for the Downy Freshness Sheets commercial. What was this called? Dryer sheets, or I guess that's what it was. Maybe it was. I almost lost you to the Rift. I don't know what the Rift is. Do you give a gum job because you have no teeth? You and I have something in common. I also have no teeth. I do have a few teeth. Fewer than I used to have. When I see you in the moonlight, you remind me of an angel. I first saw you back when I was in high school. It was 120 years ago. You were going to a show, and I said, whoa, 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 where you going without me? And you said, oh, gotta be. That's not right. In fact, a B flat would be so much better. Yeah, baby. And when I saw you there, standing in the moonlight, I said, dang, girl, you really got something going on. And I walked over to you. I said, what you doing, girl? Standing here in the moonlight, looking so pretty. And you're all, ooh, hey, get away from me. I don't want you approaching me when I'm standing alone in the moonlight. I feel vulnerable. You approach me from behind and I'm feeling threatened. I think I'm gonna blow my rape whistle. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm feeling unsafe. I'm gonna blow my rape whistle. I am, because I'm feeling unsafe. Ooh, yeah. So then, when I was walking away and looking at the moonlight, remembering how beautiful you were shining therein, you shouted out to me, he said, hey, maybe I was wrong. Maybe you should stay. Come back around now and sing a song. I said, too late for that, baby. I see another girl over there. She's also in the moonlight. And I'm going to go and see her because she's got a sweater that is so tight. and she looks like my type. Oh God, you know now what I want to do. Baby. It was a long time ago now that I saw you that night, standing there, tightly sweatered in the moonlight, walking around like you had a limp or something. What was going on, I wondered. That's when you approached me and said, "Hey there, were you just looking at me here, standing in the moonlight?" I said, "Guilty is charged. I saw you standing in the moonlight." She said that because the moon is full tonight and so bright. I said, "Baby, looking at you here in the moonlight now, with my moon-sensitive eyes, I see sights I've never seen before about you. More than just a sweater, more than just a pretty face. You are a true reflector of moonbeams." And she said, "Oh my God, I used to be a singer in a band called Connie Woodruff and the Moonbeam Singers." And then he's like, "Oh my God, that's my favorite band." And she said, "No way, no way, man." And he said, "Can I hold your moonlit hand just once and give it a little kiss like this?" "Oh yeah." And then they got married in Vegas for $150. And Shirley, that was the girl's name, Shirley parents were there too. And they said, don't marry this dude. What do you think you're doing? Are you running in the nude? Looking for the dew in the park in the morning time. Is that where you met this guy?" And she said, "Actually, he's very super cool." That's right, I'm the president of the Connie Woodruff and the Moonbeam Singers fan club. You see, I told you, he's super cool. You like that song, everybody? I hope so. It's a love song. Everybody likes a love song. I'm keeping my butt cracking in. I would like to release an album. Eric has finally snapped. Well, probably have snapped before on occasion as well. My nickname in school was Snapping Turtle. Kind of fun to make up songs with the easy chord play for you thing. Feel a little bit like cheating, but you know. It's better at playing chords than I am. So it just plays it the way that it thinks it should for the beat. If you have that thing on, you change the beat, it changes the way that like the rhythm of the chords and stuff. Thanks, Ruben R. Do Alice in Chains song called Rooster now. Which of the animals says cock-a-doodle-doo? It's the rooster now. Is that it? I should probably eat something. I can hide treats. But I don't hide treats though. Yeah, this is a mango drink. I had one of the mangoes. I didn't even really think about which one I was grabbing. I just grabbed this. We also have the other brand of Arnold Palmer called California Tea. It's actually the Cookies dispensary store brand, I think. There's more than one Cookies dispensary in California. Why you calling the fuzz on my hoo-ha? She's just sitting there waiting for cock. That's a good country song. You really embrace sex as a enthusiasm, huh? I bet. Rachel and I are always sure to have regular missionary sex with the lights off. We don't want to be one of those crazy experimental kids or something. It embraces you, huh? Wow, it's good that you know what you like in life, you know. You like sex a lot. I also like sex a lot. Everybody likes it, but you know, I'm more of a drugs person. Rachel and I both like drugs a lot. Which does not say that we don't like sex a lot. It's just that, you know, we have the same fourth slot-esque kind of relationship with it, I think. She's a little bit more actively aware of her sex drive, I think, than I am. But, you know, I still kind of operate under the basic assumption that that she loves me, so she has sex with me, but I just can't. I just seem to be unable to operate in a world in which I believe myself to be sexually attracted to somebody. I'm Eric, the sexiest man alive. That's where I got the hot wife, you know, because of my mad sex appeal. Brr. You put your dirty parts away. Like that. Well, I feel at this point like I'm just wasting time. I could be doing some work over at the other house right now. I expected Rachel to come back to the other house with me, but then when I got back here, I was like, oh, whatever. And then now, I don't know who knows who she's even talking to. You can hear her through the window though, from the top floor. Let's see. I think it's Kami. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back inside after I have a bit of a cigarette here. And I'll ask Rachel if she wants to either stay here and live stream, stay here and talk on the phone, or go with me and live stream. Or if not, then I'm just going to end the stream and go get a couple things done without my ever-present phone. I mean, they'll still be with me, but it won't be live streaming. Because I wanna, check a few more things off the list. I just started drinking this, of course, but one of these won't make me too faded. Two makes me pretty faded. Hi, Ty, the blue collar guy. Your collar is blue, but your heart is red with love. See what Rachel wants to do. Oh, Rachel, darling.
Oh, hello.
I am going to, well, barring you choosing another option, I'm going to end the stream and go over to the other house by myself to get a couple things done. Or I can go over there by myself and you can continue the stream here, or you can continue your phone conversation. I can end the stream and go over to the other house by myself.
Well, can I continue the stream over there?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I think I'll do.
Okay. So if you can wrap up your conversation, I'm about ready to go over there.
Okay.
Take a few minutes, but don't take forever.
Okay. Yeah.
So it looks like those who would like the stream to continue are getting their way, rather than those who want the stream to end who are not getting their way. Of course, they can make themselves get their way at any time by simply closing the stream out, but maybe they don't want it to end just for them. They want it to end for everybody. In which case, they're not getting their way. In a sense, maybe next time they will. It wouldn't be summer without summer fruits. You'll go over to the other house with me, but I won't have to be paying attention to the stream because I just want to get a couple things done. I don't want to get distracted, I figure I can, at the very least, put back up some things that I need to hang up in the bathroom, and I'd like to maybe get a start on the drapes, Choo-woo. Hooters. Oh, I took them over last time, I think, right? I am going to take my flashlight, but I guess I'll take this with me. This was in my pocket when I came home last night. But I think I have everything over there that I need.
Yeah.
At this point, I've got contractor's bags over there.
What's wrong?
I've been ignoring his pleas for me to watch him eat, I guess. I don't know. They're already over there. I took them over last time. I got the contractor's bags over there. What?
I'm talking to Pia.
Oh, well. At least you're not sitting there now, so.
Yeah.
Move to Acapulco. I don't want to go to Acapulco. Meow. What is your major malfunction? Oh my God. Why? What happened in 2027? We're not moving anywhere. Oh God. You're not even out of food or anything. You're getting low though. He likes there to be a substantial amount of food on his plate, not just a few bites. Okay, mister. We need to get new paper plates. We need to go to the store.
Yeah.
We have plenty of some things, but none of other things.
Yeah.
Dinosaurs.
Yeah.
So, remember Zesty, whatever his name was? Who was trying to argue with me about evolution? He didn't last very long. I wonder, though. I can't help but wonder, like, what was his takeaway from that? Because he didn't persist for a super long time, but never changed his tune. It makes me wonder, like, maybe some things I said successfully got into an ear or two. I think that my Christian name is actually Dick Strong Cockmore. When my parents were mulling over a name for their son, they came up with Dick Strong. I had a debate about whether Strong should be my middle name or not. But they said no, that's his first name. His middle name would be Cockmore. There was a debate. Moorcock, Cockmore. And then for my last name, they settled on Penis. Dick Strong Cockmore Penis. That's my name, don't wear it out. Right, yeah. They wanted to make me sure that my identity revolved around my junk. They didn't want me forgetting about the importance of my member in the larger scheme of things. Holden McGrind. WTF, says Arnold Scullion. Well, I'll tell you what the F is. You're talking to one Dick Strong Cockmore Penis, the manliest named man in all of mandom.
Oh, yes.
You talk about penis a lot, starting to think you're gay. Well, I'm not the one who has been maintaining this theme here for the entire duration of the last hour or so. I mean, if you just scroll up, it's nothing but this stuff. You're comparing against zero rather than the alternatives. Dong rammer. Gash poke dong rammer. That could be my name. Gash poke dong rammer the third. Okay. Let us go then, my beautiful darling.
Let us go.
Just one O. Ruben, just one O. Okay, so once we get over there, I will just, you can take over here because I will hopefully be just paying attention to my tasks. Jesus Christ, superstar. Who in the fuck do you think you are? You need to get some. So, I think you'll be pleased to discover when we get over there, and give me just a second to get out first. I have worked a temporary solution to the dark steps problem. Well, let the surprise surprise you when you get there. I think you'll say, oh, that's actually it. Temporary as it is.
I can't see. I have an idea.
And anybody who's unaware of the routine, we're driving over to the other house. We're going to disconnect for about 60 seconds because we're between the Wi-Fi's. Then we'll be back with you shortly. In the meantime, just chat among yourselves and wait patiently for our return. I mean, to the stream. We won't be here. We'll be at the other house.
So Kay said the guests are at the house.
What?
Kay said that the guests are at the house.
Oh, that's their house?
Yeah.
Oh, are they out of town right now?
Yeah.
Do the guests need anything?
Well, no, if they text me, call or text us.
Do they have both of our numbers?
No, I'm gonna ask. We're back.
Chill there for 1 second.
Nicely done.
Is that what you thought?
I thought it was the ugly lamp, but
That would have been, fine too, but I don't know.
close enough.
Yeah. Along with the light from the top now, you can see the stairs well enough, I think. You want me to get this? Okay.
Well, you have.
What?
I'm trying to think of what's easier.
What's easier?
Is it easier for me to? Because I have an extra hand.
Oh no, I'm fine carrying this upstairs. I just don't want to deal with it once I'm up there. There's still a little bit of a dark spot here, but you should be able to see okay. Currently it's better than it was without that lamp. Well, I'm gonna need to go back down the stairs to get the extension cord that I left in the little locker thing there. Okay. All yours. Okay. I guess the first thing I'm going to do is work on getting the rest of the tape up. Was that good enough?
I'm gonna need it lower for sure.
Oh, this.
Yeah.
Well, you're not sitting in the chair yet. Okay.
Should I put it on here?
Let's do this.
That looks better there.
Yeah, but the cord doesn't reach.
Oh no.
So I meant to Google when I was home last time, see if there's like a little patch cable for that, which would just be a female one end, male one end, about 6 inches long, just so I can make the distance. There should be some kind of cord I can buy. Is that good?
Yeah, it's good. Thanks. Hi, everyone.
Okay.
I always said that I would fail the marshmallow test because I would want the marshmallow right away because I like marshmallows. Ooh, Yvette getting saucy.
Yvette's super saucy.
Hi, Iron Lion.
Oh no, this don't be broken. Okay. Where are you gonna put this successfully? It won't fall out of my pocket. Just right.
Hang loose.
Put it lock it right. Pocket is fine.
With buffalo sauce or barbecue? Loose lips stinks chips, they say. My day was good. How was your day, Winston's mom? BBQ in a week. What does that mean? Hey, G.
Let me get.
Oh, I'm sure there. Wait, what bushes? The bushes of the live stream of the bushes in Mariposa. Your period.
The term that some people use to refer to their vaginal blood's flu class party. In case you haven't heard it before, Rachel.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Just
I was never Ray, but my ex Billy called me Ray, R-A-E.
Did he spell it that way? Is that how you know that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe.
Yeah, I guess he probably sent you text referring to you as such. So.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
I just kind of, my first thought was, well, how do you know how he spelled it?
He might not have, he would have been on, a card or something.
Yeah, I'm sure you have plenty of ways he would have known.
I'm not sure now, though. It's so long ago. You never seen the shadow people before? No. Oh, I see, Yvette. When I was about 13, says Winston's mom, I thought the name Rachel was a very cool name for a cool girl. I tried it on for size to roleplay. That's cool. I used to name my Barbies after names that I thought were cool. I was originally supposed to be Rebecca, but my cousin Allison, Jessica, and Melissa have a cousin Rebecca already, so my parents changed it to Rachel. Thanks, Yvette. I like it like that. Rachel. Winston's mom says it's something. The name Rachel is lovely and sounds like a name that will be around forever. Thanks. Thanks, Winston's mom. I don't like it. I don't like Becky. Although I think I did use Becky as a name for my Barbies sometimes.
Yeah, would be a funny nickname for you. Would be the R word.
The R word? I like that. Oh, the R word, like R word?
Yeah,
Oh
well,
no.
of course, in this instance, it wouldn't refer to retard. It would refer to Rachel.
Let's see, but I was even thinking worse than that.
Oh,
R
you think
word.
that? I
Yeah.
wasn't thinking that though.
If that was
Okay.
on the same.
I guess there's a couple of R words, huh? I was
Yeah.
thinking retard.
Thanks, Shane Tricknor. You think your parents considered Gabriel for you, Rubenar?
Are you glad that you didn't get Gabriel?
Retard.
It's like if your parents are gonna name you, I'd rather just be named regular real rather than Gabriel.
Yeah, regular real.
Straight real, I guess.
Straight real, yeah. What makes him a total Eli?
You talking about the inventor of the cotton gin?
You probably did, Ruben.
God jam this blue banner tape. Could you be more difficult to take off? Yes, we could. It was a rhetorical question, blue pants tape.
You get Eli energy from me, G, says Rubenar. I always like to see what names fit people. People have called me Rebecca before by accident. Like if they forget my name, they call me Rebecca a lot of times.
Do you think I'm kind of like a Roger?
Yeah.
A little bit like a Roger. I'm kind of like partially a Roger, partially a Kevin, and largely a Santiago.
I see largely Santiago too, because of your romancing ways.
We'll see.
I can't see you as anything else but Ruben.
Y también, yo me llamo es Raúl Diego.
Oh yeah, Raúl Diego.
Y yo, I am a genius.
Eric equals Jason, says G.
I'm a Jason. People are gonna rhyme my name with chasing all the time. I'm chasing Jason. Stop chasing me, I'll say. Bring this lamp over here a little bit more.
Did it, Winston's mom? Uber instead of not Nuber?
You know, I think people should start pronouncing it Uber.
Uber?
I'm gonna call it Uber. And if I can't find one, I'll get a light.
That sounds good.
Okay.
I think Stephanie fits too.
I think a natural nickname for Stephanie is Step-Ha.
Step-Pa?
Step-Ha.
Step-Ha.
Because that's what the first 6 letters of Stephanie are.
Oh.
Oh my god. It's so frustrating when you're spending just not a very long time, but like 30 seconds or something on like this one little quarter inch of tape.
Oh, it's so frustrating.
Just get off already. Why do you want to stay on the wall so bad? You belong in a trash can. It's your final resting place. Stop trying to cling to life. You've done your job now. Go to the graveyard.
Ooh, Hoyt, that's a good one.
Wait.
It makes me think of True Blood.
Not Hubert.
Kubrick?
Hubert.
Hubert. What about Hubert, guys?
We don't name their kids Hubert enough anymore.
Hoyt Strauss. It makes me think of Hoist.
The thing is, when I was a little kid, I couldn't say my name because I couldn't say my R's properly. So I just say Alex Strauss.
Oh.
Kind of a cruel joke to play on a toddler.
Yeah. Winston's mom says Peter Pedantic Hubers. Well, I'd like to be Ziggy, a cool, but like I have associations with Ziggy, like Ziggy Stardust and like Ziggy the cartoon. You know, the comic strip, Ziggy.
What happened to that comic strip anyway?
I don't know.
Just like people hug and stuff?
I'm not sure. Edwick Strauss, the Ian Tweepy. Spud is right, Yvette. Eric would suit the name Gandalf, says Iron Lion. Hey, Show Media.
I just think that because I have that piece came off agreeably for a change.
Eric the Skyrim Giant. Glandalf. Prashan Das, I feel like you could have done that another way. Eric reminds me of George Carlin. They're both ENTPs. Okay, I will. G.
But George Carlin is not as funny as I am.
No.
I mean, I'm not a comedian trying to be funny expressly, but what I'm saying is, even my amateur humor, I think, is better overall than George Carlin's overall. He has a couple of good things, but he tried to be all like political-ish and stuff. Tried to be so much of an advocate. You can't be funny when you're mad about something. Maybe you can sometimes, but
So, like,
it's not a good way to be funny. Oh,
Time Magazine came out with like a list of your flies down.
I know it keeps coming down. It's coming down fucking
Oh.
all the time, all day long. It keeps coming down.
So sorry.
Where did I put my drink?
So where did you put it?
Did I leave it in the car? Maybe. Oh my
I
god.
thought you had it with you. Maybe it's still in the car. I thought you had it with you.
You mean in my hands?
Yeah, I thought.
Well, I'll just have a Pepsi. I'm just saying, oh my god, because of this freaking
Yeah.
cord problem. How horrible.
That's horrible.
That's the most natural way for it to go, and it doesn't work that way.
I think that Louis C.K. is probably an INFJ as well.
Who?
Louis C.K.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it too.
I've seen some. Winston's mom says, Rachel, I've seen some of what the stars wore at Coachella. There was a lot of dresses that appeared to forget to cover their nether regions.
That's the whole point of a dress, isn't it?
To be see through?
No, to cover up your nether regions. Just a
To
dress
forget to cover up the nether regions.
I know. I'm saying if the dress doesn't do that, then it's failing to do its
Oh,
primary
yeah, it is.
job,
I
right?
know, yeah. Coachella looked lame as hell this year. There's a lot of controversy around it because they didn't handle like a lot of the crowds well. People were waiting in their car for like 13 hours.
It's just an old, deprecated idea, this festival concert thing.
It was crazy crowded this year.
Just because it was successful doesn't mean it's not an old, deprecated idea. Because, like, people complain about not having enough agency in the situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
People expect to be able to change things more quickly than they used to. Like, I don't think people have the patience for that. Even if they went there all the time, all day, the same number of people went, they're going to be less happy with the
They
experience
were.
than in the past, even if
Than
they
in the
had
past,
good
yeah.
things.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't think people can endure discomfort as well as they used to. Maybe I'm just projecting from my own reality.
I mean, people were pooping in the bushes and then like getting arrested for doing that, and it's like, well, like, we've been sitting in line for 12 hours, like, how could that be? Like, how can you, there were like staff bathrooms, but like people weren't allowed to use them. It was crazy.
I don't know why a cop would arrest anybody for
I
pooping.
don't know if they got arrested or got a ticket, something. There was some repercussion for it.
I'd be like, oh no, that's not my poop. I just like to squat by the road.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice that, but thanks for pointing it out because I was really close to it and jeez. No, definitely not my poop. You can tell, obviously a human much bigger or smaller than me made that poop.
I would have been a bush. I mean, who knows if it's really that bad.
Well, we had to pull over for you to go to the bathroom before.
Yeah.
On the side of the road.
Yeah,
Fortunately,
so.
we had like napkins and stuff.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it was crazy high, those tickets this year. And like people on TikTok were saying that they never paid that price before.
We never what?
They had never had that experience. They had never had to pay that price before, $1,000 for a ticket.
$1,000
Mhm.
for a festival of bands? That's insane. $1,000 and it's still sold out. Like lots of people there.
Yeah.
That's insane.
And it was
1,000 people to buy such a ticket, and you're already at $1 million.
It was crazy.
$100 a ticket. What? That's what?
That included a parking space, and if you wanted to camp in your car. I don't know, it looked like fucking terrible. It just looked terrible.
Yeah, it sounds miserable. Like, the bands are expecting way too much of the audience. It's like, if I were a band that had an audience that was willing to see me, I'd make a point of going and playing shows that are pleasant experiences for them, lasting a reasonable amount of time in a comfortable, relatively small venue. And, I wouldn't be afraid if I could get away with it to charge a substantial amount, but I wouldn't try to gouge people like that. That's insane.
And like Lady Gaga, I saw some of her performance. Not impressed.
I can't believe they hired her to do the March Madness like segue thing. It was so terrible and not appropriate for March Madness.
That is so weird. That's
networks on these big sporting events, they want to get some sort of like music tie-in thing for some reason.
Hi, Millie. Music tie-in? I guess. I don't know.
That's their way of having like a Super Bowl halftime show, right? With some famous musician. Is to just have it in the segues, have Lady Gaga doing her weird, like, impossible to watch performance art shit.
That's what she put on, like performance art shit. And it was like demonic, and she was like chanting. So weird. I was like, oh man, I would not pay for that. Millie says, hi from Canada. What part of the States are you from? We're in California.
Which is, if you hadn't heard, the state that knows how to party.
Yeah.
California.
You're right, though, Millie, and I apologize for that. I don't know where that is.
Where was it?
I know Nova Scotia's in Canada, I just don't know where.
It's over on the East Coast, I think. I believe, really, they're just trying to be fancy, but their name's actually just New Scotia. Why do they have to go with Nova? Snobbery, that's why.
Snobbery?
Snobbery, yeah. Okay, I got that tape off. Or all the tape off that window. That's one thing done. Now, where else is there tape at?
Hockey was born in Canada. Was hockey born in Nova Scotia in particular? Oh, Nova Scotia, Canada, that's cool.
You want to go to Nova Scotia? You gotta get with my friends. Cause they live in Nova Scotia. Friendship never ends. What do I do with my scraper? Here it is. Gotta get the rest of the tape off. We don't take forever.
I guess it beats farewell to Nova Scotia. Yeah, no, he wouldn't say that. Hold on, nothing to see here. So on my ChatGPT, wow, we are on the same length there, ChatGPT. On my ChatGPT, I chose the function that is not remembering past conversations because I want accurate conversations, and if they're just taking stuff from the past, like, I mean, for what I want it for if you want to store information, that's a good thing, but my skin undertone changes all the fucking time. Neutral cool, then neutral warm. It's just like I'm always testing it. I guess it's something that I do when I'm bored. It's like, all right, let's see what they say. If you want to be my lover, gotta get it with my friends. So we start from A to Z. Yeah, remember stuff. It says past. Do you want us to remember past conversations? And I said no. I do not want you to. Hold on. I'll show you. So you go to the little bars. You go to the little dots. You go to personalization. And it says reference chat history. Let's chat GPT reference all previous conversations when responding. I have a jacket wrapped on me. It's like, I don't know. Well, check. Go to personalization and go to reference chat history. If it's on green, then it'll save it for you. It'll reference past conversations. I don't want it to. It's able to predict. So like it said that I was neutral cool, and I asked it again and it was neutral cool, and I'm like, why do I keep on getting the same answer? Like usually I get different answers all the time for this. Like it just seems to be very insistent on neutral cool. And then I saw that it was remembering conversations from the past, so I changed that. I want the right answer. I don't want what it says from the past, but that's what I use it for. Hi, Italian Stallion 89. We're over at the other house. Eric is taking off paint tape. Rachel, if you want to be my lover. Yeah, I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. I'm a night person. Oh yeah, G? Yeah, there's Mel B, Mel C, who is Ginger Spice? But you can tell it remember from the past. Yeah, how you keep telling me my skin color scheme is different answers. What is the correct answer? You can ask me about the listening. You can ask me about the lighting to adjust your answer. Uh-huh. Well, like, I don't know. I don't know what version I'm using on. I always use the one of me in natural light. Is that under data controls? I don't know. I know I have 4040. No, I use the same picture. Yeah, it should remain the same. It should remain the same. I want the same answers. I don't tell it I'm using natural light. I've gotten lazy with the questions, to be honest. I'll be up at like 3 in the morning. I'll be like, all right, I have to be on my phone, so what can I do? Okay, I could ask ChatGPT what my contrast level is and what my skin's undertone is. And then I give it a picture, and that's all I do. See, when I show it my veins, it says that I'm cool. I would be interested in deep research, what deep research would say. How do you get that? What do you do? We have the same ChatGPT, right? I like that you could like download 10 pictures now. It only used to be 4. Now you could do 10. I appreciate that. Thanks, Acacia. You're the coolest. Telescopy? Okay, telescopy, got it. Deep research, cool. Alright. I'm gonna go to my photos. Show the picture of me in natural light, which I need to do an updated one. Honestly, I have been using an old one, but it's still me in natural light, like with no makeup on. So I like to use it because of that. If you want to be my homie. What am I asking it? I forgot my charger. My phone is on 24%. Like I've taken this picture in natural lighting. I want to know my contrast level and what my skin's undertone is. If you want to be my crony, if you want to be my, gotta go kick some butt.
So, if it bothers you, have you told that person that? I mean, are you bothered by the dirty jokes? You want all of those things at the same time? Okay, I'm gonna ask. What is my contrast level? I'm gonna say low, medium. No, I'll just let it go and make a decision for itself. What is my contrast level and skin's undertone? Now it's asking me questions like, do I tan easily or burn quickly in the sun? It's not using my picture. I don't know. I don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to answer those questions. I burn and my veins look blue to me, I think. No, G. Is that what it said? Taking off the tape. I'm gonna start a new chat with it. ChatGPT. ChatGPT. No. I'm doing what you guys are saying. You should use natural lighting. But it's good that you mentioned that though. Without asking for input, and referring only to my photo. What is my contrast level, skin's undertone, and seasonal color palette? It's asking me questions again. Bomber.
You know, I think that you're relationship with ChatGPT and telling it not to remember stuff, etc. Is it what you were talking about? Is super TI third. It's a very receivery way to validate with TI.
You've said that before.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
That it
repeat
reminds
myself.
me. No. That I like that it checks out. I do feel TI with ChatGPT.
It's a very interface receiver-y way to validate. I'm gonna have to go along here with some paint thinner or something on a lot of the stuff on the cabinets and stuff, Google specs and shit. But I think I've gotten all the tape off. No, every time I think I gotta find more. I haven't quite gotten all the tape off yet, but I think this might be the last piece. I'm sure it's gonna be difficult, like all the other tape.
Yeah.
You dirty rats! Just
Sasu says, "Hey, I truly believe that one day ChatGPT will evolve into an incredible doctor."
the best doctor imaginable is not needing to have one.
Yeah.
Is you don't have this artificial barrier between you and the drugs you want. That would be ideal.
I have tried the color app, Jessica. It typed me as a spring. I've tried style DNA. I get different results on that too.
Oh God, this is the green tape. Even worse than the blue tape.
Oh, the green tape.
Okay, jacket, off you come. We got the heater on, so it's warm in here now. Please tell me I got all tape down in there. Yes, it did. All right.
But really, all this stuff, all this stuff is like fun. It's not not for cereal, because I'm gonna end up wearing black, like no matter what. So.
Well, I don't judge you for it at all. So.
Aw, thanks. I
like you doing you and being you,
Thanks. I'm definitely not a dopamine dresser. Dopamine dressers dress very colorfully.
Am I a dopamine dresser?
Probably.
Thing is, I almost never put thought into what I wear, but sometimes I do, you know?
Mm-hmm. Surgeons are the only real doctors. What does natural color biases mean? Yeah, they do get it wrong. Style DNA makes you take your picture in lighting.
Okay, guys. Alright.
It's fun, you know? I mean, again, I'm still gonna wear black. Because I like to wear different kinds of makeup, and it's easy to wear black and wear different kinds of makeup. But I'd like to know, I don't know, it's fun. It's just fun. Getting different answers is not fun. Dr. Feelgood? Why is Eric grunting in the background? Because he is getting rid of the tape.
I do believe I am done getting rid of the tape.
I like to. Well, my version of dressing up is very simple. But I do it for me.
What makes Rachel feel dressed up more than anything else is when she has her bonnet on.
It makes me feel the most.
You're like, goodness gracious, we're on our way to an Easter celebration.
Yes. You know, I actually got a bonnet for myself in like Colonial Williamsburg.
Really?
Yeah. I was so into that place that I was like, I want to get a bonnet.
When I come home, I'm gonna want to wear this bonnet all the time.
Fucking no. Just no, it didn't happen. Or maybe I was in Pennsylvania. I forget where we got it, but you could ask ChatGPT based on your veins what you are. But see, like mine are blue and green. I can, but I won't. Fast Pouquet. You're in Pennsylvania? I know the eastern part of Pennsylvania kind of well. I get soft autumn too. But spring is so different. Soft spring is usually like blonde. It's confusing. That's punny, says Yvette.
I don't think I should put this back up. I don't think I should put this back up in the bathroom. I think it looks better without it.
Yeah, that's what, yeah.
So, does it just go this way?
I mean, we're not going to use it, right?
I don't think so. You know, my extrovert intuition just starts going, well, maybe I could, put this down, I'm just going to throw it away. And be smart. Instead of dumb.
Well, if you think it's useful in the bathroom.
Do you really want to put this up anywhere?
No.
It just seems like at that point I'm trying to put things just for the sake of putting them.
Your boyfriend is probably an alien. No, purple veins are probably closer to blue.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to further take this apart. But it doesn't look like it's going to be that difficult. There's 4 screws here.
Eric has green looking veins.
That's because my blood is filled with emeralds.
Oh. Hold on, I'll show you. Good for you, Yvette.
Alright, just get the drill, Eric. Don't be a dum-dum like old Mr. Bum. Okay. Drill, where are you? Drill, I'm talking to you. Where did you go? I need you now. It's your time to shine. Oh my god. If I take the drill home. Please tell me I did not take the drill. I'm pretty confident I looked at the other day. I knew I looked at you. I knew I didn't take the drill. Thank God.
Sashu says, "What a beautiful man. He almost makes me gay."
Well, that's because of my veins. The emeralds.
Oh, the
attract
emerald veins.
homosexuals.
That's why.
Unscrew.
No homo indeed. I think they do the staging. From what it sounds, they do like digital staging.
Yeah, so maybe it sounds like they kind of prefer it as empty as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is in 2 pieces. Let's see if I can get it better. Okay, good. That's 1 piece.
Good for you with that.
I'm a very sexy man.
Mm-hmm. Candy, don't take home to mama.
Yeah.
Do you need help?
You hold this for a second.
Yeah.
I'm trying to. It'd be better if I just started a new bag with this thing instead of trying to close out this bag. Let's just be smart, Eric, instead of a dum-dum. You're gonna just do what you just said instead of just saying what you just said.
I don't think you're a dum-dum.
Thanks, darling. That's because you're a special lady who's very nice to me.
Aww.
New bag. Like a smart.
I do the same thing. Like with boxes and stuff, I'll be like trying to stuff it in a bag. It just needs a new bag.
I mean, the thing is, like, maybe we should take that thing out of here, and then we don't have to worry about getting an additional plug.
Yeah, if they like it as bare as possible.
It'll look less crowded. I mean, as I pull shit out, I was trying to really understand that that's probably preferable. I will put up the curtains, though.
Yeah, that's good.
But I was gonna start that tonight, but I think I'm winding down here. I'm hungry. So.
Good for you, Yvette. Crispy Bacon says nachos rule.
Well, I mean, they're pretty good. Depends on where you get them, you know. You know who makes actually really fantastic nachos? Oh, thanks. Forgot about that. Denny's.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they have really good nachos. And if you get a huge plate of them, they used to be like this for a reasonable price. I'm sure it's more expensive now, but still, it's like a large Denny's nachos. Even if you're super hungry and a big eater like me, you're gonna have trouble to cast that whole thing.
Wow.
And it's got like all kinds of shit on it, like beans, meat, chips, cheese.
That sounds good.
Yeah, it's good. So some of these things though, we might actually want to take home. Like, what about these little round tables in there? In the master bedroom?
What would we do with them?
I'm just thinking they might be preferable to our existing bedside tables.
Mm-hmm.
Yours is particularly small, right?
It's like nightstand size.
Well, let's go look at the round tables and try to imagine.
I mean, I would like it because it's symmetry, like.
And that's for reason enough. All you need to say is, I would like it. And then if you have a preference, then yeah, let's take them. I don't think there's any way imaginable that the success or failure of selling the house or the price we sell it at will be impacted by whether those little tables are here.
No. No, that'd be cute.
Sure. I think, well, this one will be the bed and the mattress, but as far as the box spring came from here, or this mattress, which also came from there, this mattress might be better than the one that matches the upstairs currently, which feels firm. It is, I'm not sure, but we have to get probably out of here anyway, so we might as well take it home and give it a try, I guess. Okay, so got a little bit more done. Got all the tape off, that's nice. Where would we put it? Which bathroom? Well, when we go home, you have a specific spot.
I'll see.
And yeah, there's also another variant choice, that one. Oh, yes. This one. I heard it.
Oh, he stings.
That's fine. They'll survive a minute or two.
What?
I said, the people on the string will survive a minute or two. Where is the phone? Oh, it's over there. Okay, so I need to turn off the heater. I'll bring this bag home with me now. There, okay. Let's bring the TV home too. This. I have to come back up here. Black water. Yeah, that's a really good song.
She gave up the ghost inside. Something like that, yeah.
Broken Bells, is it?
Mm-hmm.
The door's a lot easier to open now without the other. My drink.
Oh, good.
it's good. You know, I feel like it's like if you have a school project, every once in a while, you start it on time and you end up realizing, oh, it's a sizable project, but I have enough time to do it. That's what I feel like right now because I have till Monday. And we're getting not a ton done every time I come over here, but I'm getting some done. And it's making good progress.
That's
So
good.
I'll be right back. I'm going to get something else.
Okay. Let me tell you though, love is not blind. The show Love is Blind, like the amount of weddings that actually happen and last. Muy pequeño. But personality really does matter too. Some people can be physically attractive and then their personality sucks and they become ugly.
So if I can squeeze enough of the trash into the Mini Cooper, I'll try to make the dump run myself. You know.
Okay.
It takes us a couple of runs, and it'd be cheaper than hiring somebody to do it. And this trash that I'm dealing with is cleanly put in bags and stuff, so whatever. And it's not even like gross trash, like food trash or something. It's painting trash.
I'll go with you.
Okay. I'm just kind of TE thinking out loud.
Ah.
Helps put it in my SI. Alright. Wrong. Right. Let's go. Isn't that nice to see that sign there?
Yeah, it is.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk to you again. I want to ask you about whether or not we might include some lights. I know you're on this whole goth kick, but I want to be able to see stuff. Here, Rachel, I'm gonna smoke this cigarette before we come in.
Okay.
I never smoked it.
We left the TV on. I answered the ChatGPT seasonal color palette questions.
Sit.
So,
I'm gonna make some food. You hungry?
no.
Bye, vet. Oh, a dental meow coming up. Oh, sorry to hear that, G. Ruben R. Acacia, I'm continuing with ChatGPT. I'm not giving up. I look like an elf with my ears? Like that? You talking to me? How on Range Bender? I'm like very interested in your thought process right now. Like, it seems like you came into this chat to talk specifically to Winston's mom. Like you've been thinking about her or something.
That's why he sent her that card that said, thinking of you.
Oh.
Burger bomb. These dishes are clean, right?
Yes.
Come on now. Come on. There. Come and puke. Spit and puke for me and you. That's how you make a burger.
Thanks, Winston's mom. We like you very much, and we dig you too. Oh, I see. What are you basing your framework off of? That is true. I did think of that Padawan range bender. It just seems like you honed in on her, and I was like, "See, was that his agenda?"
Maybe he's part homing pigeon.
Oh, maybe.
They are a close relative of homing pigeons. Homing pigeons go home, but honing pigeons hone in on things.
Cool. What are postal pigeons called again? Male pigeons? Yo, Zerg.
thank you for doing that. Thank you, Eric.
Oh, sure, no problem.
Padawan Ranger Bender says Rachel, one lens and one judging pairing, FESE is synchronization, TI-SI is precision, TE-SE is efficiency.
So many bowls. If they were gonna make a show about our house, it would be called So Many Bowls.
Yeah, it would. Lakers in 5 says Jacob 5-0. 5-4-0. I haven't watched any NBA stuff this year. I'm assuming they're doing well.
Silverware for building. So I've got an inky pinky. If anybody wants to answer it. This is a utensil themed store at the mall for kids. And it's a inkety pinkety. 3-3.
It's 1:04 a.m. here. It's an inkety pinkety. And what is it?
A silverware themed store at the mall for kids.
Silverware's themed.
Oh, sorry, I ruined it. I think silverware is part of the answer.
Oh.
The clue is utensil. It's a silverware Build-A-Bear.
Oh. Silverware Build-A-Bear, Winston's mom.
Work down there. What are you doing?
Yeah, he does that. Anytime we get up, he thinks we're walking to watch him eat. One of my favorite things to interact with him is one of his least favorite things, and one of his favorite things is one of my least favorite things. I really don't like watching him eat. I don't understand it.
You just haven't really found your groove with it yet, Rachel. Someday, I think Troll's convinced you're going to come around.
I always think that too.
All right, good. That's done. Now, some of this. These pieces.
Yeah, apparently Dr. Ingram's cats do that too. Yeah. Yeah, 1:06 a.m. Zerg. Birds grab a piece of meat and run off to eat under a couch or something. That's very introverted. Oh, let me see my ChatGPT thing. I don't even know how to answer that, Scott Beckett. Oh, I see, Winston's mom. The thing is to find all the food stashes before the bugs found them. I could see that being an issue. Oh, wow. A whole chicken, wow. That's funny. That's very mischievous. 2 days later, oh man. Hi, Michael Alcott. I'm good. How are you?
Well, I mean, a correct moral frame is a universal frame. So nobody can correctly change your moral frame. You can't suddenly decide that it was okay for you to be cruel that one time.
Padawan Rangebender says, but Eric, people can change what they see and what they think about, no?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not always thinking about my past mistakes. I'm only sometimes thinking about them. But while I could try to change my perspective on those past mistakes, I can't both do that and be honest since the facts haven't changed. Things in the past, the facts remain the same. So if your frame of reference is appropriate, if you're a good person, in other words, you sustain the same status towards your previous bad acts, namely regret, remorse, guilt, whatever. You don't necessarily have to feel those emotions all the time, but the status doesn't change because there's no reason to revisit it. It is the case also, I want to add this, that things I used to maybe think were okay, I no longer do. So it's like, yes, my moral understandings have changed over time. It's just that the path I can walk has become increasingly narrow. And that's not a constraining thing. It's just it's the joy of being good, I guess you could say. Trouble? Yeah. You don't need to scare yourself. it's 1:10 in the morning already.
Mm-hmm.
Who knew it was so late?
I didn't.
Are you interacting with the live stream on your phone while you're live
No,
streaming?
no, I'm not. I've been waiting for ChatGPT. Hi, the man with a great machete. Excuse me. Sounded like Eric's cough there.
Of course, once Kapita goes outside, Charles got to go out there and, police her or whatever.
I know. I don't let him go out. Well, I do.